everybody! How's it going? Guess what day it is? It's... hang on. It's my partnerversary. Hi, everybody. We're partying today. I got a silly hat on. I probably won't keep it on because it's kind of... ow. Annoying, but it sure is silly. I feel like I'm wearing a bit of a dunce cap, but I feel like when you're celebrating, you're also a little bit of a silly, right? We got everything we need for a good party. We got Elden Ring. We got hats. We got noisemakers. And we got cake. I can't share it with all of you. But I got a cake today. I decided to celebrate. I kind of goofed when cutting it, but it's cheesecake. Very fragile. So I did my best. Thank you so much for the happy anniversaries. Yeah, we're partying. I also got tea. I think that's, personally, that's a big part of a good party for me. It's Wraff Day. I should have gone with that. You should have gone with that. You should have. Yeah, it's not my birthday. Hey, thanks, Stung. Feel a silly costume coming? I thought about it, but I'd rather just wear a hat for a little bit. I also have the Limgrave background music because I thought it was appropriate. A good party always needs some good music, and I think that the Limgrave soundtrack, it's just very relaxing. It's like a chill party. Yes, it's green tea. It's delicious. You can't have the sweets without having tea, in my opinion. It's like the perfect pairing. It makes the sweet taste better, and it makes the tea taste better. It's perfect. So I got my cheesecake. It is a mango cheesecake. Take a look. It's layered. It's got a mango macaron on top. It's like, look at it. It looks like a mango. It's such a freaking art piece. Got some white chocolate on top. It's got some little crumbly dotty thingies that I don't know what they are, but they're sort of like yummy and crunchy. And then it's got the cheesecake bit, and it's got some like proper cake, like regular cake, and then it's got a layer of like real mangoes, like actual mango that are like chopped up and like kind of sweet, and then it's got more cheesecake, and then it's got that like crumbly fruity bit at the bottom that has like, I don't know, it tastes like fruity. I didn't make the cake, of course, I bought it, but it's very good. So yeah, for those who don't know, I celebrate my partnerversary because it's a great excuse to party. 5 years ago today, I became a Twitch partner, and that was really, really exciting. I feel like that sort of really started the journey of streaming And it's not leaving out YouTube either. There is something relevant to YouTube with it. Let me tell you. So 5 years ago, I remember when I hit Twitch Partner, it's very exciting. You apply for it, you get a little check bar next to your name. I don't even remember what else you get for being a partner, but it felt like a really big deal. And I would say it is. It's like really sick to become a Twitch partner for the first time. And I was playing Dark Souls 1 for the first time. I was doing my first playthrough. And we were like, because I remember this very vividly, and I was talking about it, and I was like, you know, and at the time I only streamed on Twitch because we couldn't co-stream at the time. Or we could, but there was rules or something, so whatever. The point is, I remember that playthrough. Not only was it the first Dark Souls playthrough, which is super special because it's Dark Souls, right? Like, I love Dark Souls, and it was my first time playing it. And then I had a YouTube channel, but I didn't use it very much because I mainly live streamed and I didn't really know anything about editing or whatever. I don't do too much now either. I'm not even saying I know much more now, but at the time I just put up some like VODs and stuff and whatever. And you know, I didn't have many people on it because I didn't use it. However, that changed when I uploaded my Dark Souls 1 playthrough. That is where I got a lot of my first subscribers on YouTube that weren't just people from Twitch being like, oh yeah, you have a YouTube, I'll subscribe. That is where it started, the Dark Souls 1 playthrough. So whenever I think of the Partnerversary, whenever I think of that playthrough, whenever I think of Dark Souls, I think of starting out and how much we've grown. Now I have, let's see how many, I don't even remember. 27,000 followers on Twitch and 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. That's a whole lot, honestly. Is it the biggest number? No, but I'm still very happy with it. So thanks for being here on this journey with me, everybody. And thanks for celebrating my Partnerversary. Much better is this than your previous career? Really neat because I love it. I love getting to talk about lore all the time. I love talking about video games. I love video games. I love playing them. I love talking about them. I love deep diving into the story. I love sharing the experience with people. It's really neat. And I get to wear silly hats and eat cake on camera. I kind of planned that this would match, but I didn't expect it to be like 1-to-1 the same color. I just thought yellow was a good Elden Ring color, but I accidentally matched to my cake. So I'm gonna eat my cake slice and then we're gonna play Elden Ring. It's really good. I wish I could give everyone in chat a slice. I like it because it's not so sweet. Like, it's like very fruity and light. That's the best type of cheesecake. Woo! I don't eat too many sweets, I think, but this is my favorite when I do. Everyone gets a school pizza party size sliver of cake. Yeah, you can get like a spoonful. Everyone gets a spoon and you just go at it. Wear glasses. Where have you been? I've been wearing glasses for like, I wear them like maybe once every 2 weeks now. What do you mean it's someone's birthday? It's the Partnerversary. Although this would make a great clip to just be like, happy birthday, chat! There, and now I'll save that, and then when it's someone's birthday, I'll have that ready to go. It's so friggin' good. Glasses are iconic. But they covered up my eye makeup. Honestly, I feel like my wings are iconic. I still like my glasses, but I like contacts. Because you can do both. It's about that variety, baby. Portal is the best game to play when cake is involved. Ah, because of the cake being a lie. I do remember that, even though I've never played Portal. It's one of those, like, gamer memes that has extended past the game. Wasn't Portal Xbox exclusive or something? I think that's why I never played it when it was current. Hey, thank you for the happy Partnerversary! It's almost my B-Day, kinda. It's next month. Well, happy early birthday! It's on all platforms now? Okay, but like, people say that. But how often do you go and play an older game? Me? Sometimes. But like, now is very different from when it was new. I would have played it immediately. Because everyone was like, Portal, 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 it's so good, it's so good, it's so good, it's so... Xbox. And I didn't have an Xbox, I didn't have a computer. Well, I did have a computer, but it was for typing and homework, and it wasn't good enough for games. So it's one of those situations, you know, when a game's new, it's like really important. A lot of people don't go back and play older games. Like, Portal is what, like, how old is Portal? There is a Portal 2, also exclusive. Literally collect retro game consoles? Yeah, but when I say you, I'm more meaning the general plural you, right? Not like you specifically. English is weird. English is so weird. Because I'm saying you, but I mean like you is in like the general like chat you, like the plural you. And also like the societal you. Because like, yeah, I can't. I had a Portal 2 on PS3? Really? Am I misremembering? One second. Okay. When was it ported? Hang on. Let's see. It was ported, but when? Release. Port. Wait, it was for PlayStation 3? Then why didn't I play it? Is Wikipedia lying to me? Also, Khan! Thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Welcome back, Chrysimia. Thanks so much for supporting the community. See, now I need to know. Was Portal... When did Portal come out? Was it exclusive? No, chat. I was totally wrong. It wasn't exclusive. It was, but for like a month. 2 months. I guess I just never played it. That's really weird. I played it with a friend of mine. Like we played, I don't remember if it was 1 or 2. We did a co-op playthrough, but only like a couple of levels. I went over and we played, and it was really, really fun. But he had an Xbox. I don't know why I never played it myself. Well, now at least I know that I coulda. I recently learned that you has always been plural, but later also took the place of thou. So that's why it's singular and plural. I mean, that makes sense about they. They has become English's gender-neutral pronoun. But it's also plural. Like, oh, I went to see the doctor today. And I got my test results. Oh. Or I went to see the doctor today and they gave me my test results. Oh, what did they say? You're referring to they as the doctor. You just don't know if the doctor's a man or a woman. So it's gender neutral, but it also has the plural connotation, same as you. So then you have to clarify, I didn't mean you as in the singular speaker. I meant you, the general you. This is confusing, but that's how English works. No, thou sucks. That was stupid sounding. I'm so sorry to the thou enjoyers, but like, that was stupid. That's why Southerners use y'all. To replace what? Because y'all, oh, for y'all, for you, plural. That's true. Thou art stupid, how dare thou? You gonna do me like this on my partnerversary? It's my partnerversary. You can't be nice. You have to be nice to me. I mean, I was gonna say you can't be mean to me and you have to be nice to me. And I just said, you can't be nice to me, but I stopped my sentence beforehand. So I think I saved it. I rescued it. Not sure if English works to begin with. English totally works. It's just very strange. Also, thank you for the happy partnerversary. Apparently British people say use for plural. I don't know about that. Use? I think that's like an old-timey thing in like America. Be like, oh, use guys over there. Like that. I think that's I don't know if that's it. Thanks everybody. Welcome in. We'll be getting to Elden Ring shortly once I finish my cake. Helps me get some energy back because I was I had a really busy day today and I'm kind of tired, not gonna lie. But it's my party. I can be tired if I want to. I watch some Irish people, they do say use a lot. I've literally never heard this in my life. Thine Partnerversary. Forget, like, Godric. You guys made me think of that guy from Final Fantasy XIV who speaks real funny. But I don't remember his name. He talks exactly like this. Yo, Anonymous! With the gifted subs, thank you so much! Thank you for partying with us! Anonymously! I'm gonna try not to do that too late at night, but no promises. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Anonymous. Enjoy your butterfly and emotes and ad-free viewing, courtesy of an unknown person in chat. Hey, thanks for the follow! Niagezian. I did my best. Isn't use Jar Jar speak? Apparently also the Irish. Use, but... Okay, can you give me an example with a sentence? Because this is crazy. I've never heard this. And I used to watch a lot of British stuff. I used to watch a lot of media from the UK. And whatnot. Right, Yusa from Jar Jar. Ugh, how dare you make me say that? Ugh. Juliana, also thank you so much. Welcome back. Thank you for 11 months of support and the 4-month streak. Thank you. Almost a year. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and butterfly. Oh wait, I forgot. I love noisemakers. They make such a silly noise. Oh, chat, you should have seen me when I got my cake today. I got my cake and I literally did like a like I hopped around and stuff. I was like really excited for cake. It was like freaking love cake. I really only have this cake for like my birthday. I like treat myself. I'm like, it's my cake. So I was really pumped about it. I'm really excited about it. I'm gonna have the background now. Ugh. You guys are ruining my anniversary with all this weird thous and used to talk. Jar Jar Binks had us. Most of FromSoft's is not correct. They're Old English. Although it's not really Old English, it's just, yeah, old sounding. Hold on. What did you just say about mango? Damn. Damn. Dude, I love the idea of eating mango cake as being a dare or penitence. I can't believe it. Chad, do you like mango? Mango is like the greatest flavor for me. I love mango. But I'm guessing we have like a few camps here. Some mango neutral, some mango enjoyers, and some mango haters. How dare you say more like mid-go right when I started drinking my tea. I almost choked. I can't be mad at someone who has different taste buds than me. I'm just truly astonished. Mid-go is so funny. I like mango, but I prefer pineapple. Fair. I don't know how I feel about pineapple because I like the flavor, but very often I'm disturbed by the fact that it's a fruit that also eats you as you eat it. Mainly the texture. I feel that. Do you get mango though? Like if it's like, if you had to eat a mango cake, for example, you don't really have the texture of mango in a mango cheesecake. You have the flavor though. More like man go to jail. That's so stupid. I love it. Yeah, I don't love pineapple. It's not like my favorite flavor or fruit. Impromptu fruit tier list. Do you think we could do a fruit tier list? Ooh, that would be so fun and possibly controversial. Hang on, let's see if I can find a tier list maker for fruit. We'll get to Elden Ring. This is very important content. I feel like this isn't it. Here we go. No. I found one. Okay, who the fuck put zucchini in here? Well, technically, shut up. You know zucchini isn't a fruit under this category, okay? How fucking dare you, first of all? If someone puts a tomato in here, I swear. Oh, there's... yeah, they did. They did. Okay, listen. It's a scientific fruit tier list. Like, I'm sorry? Jalapeno? Okay, we're gonna skip some of these. I'm sorry. I'm making a command decision. Nikisian, thank you for the prime! No Turtle Pope hat? What do you think? You think I'm the Turtle Pope? Do you want Turtle Pope to be at the party? Is that acceptable? You know, I didn't think we'd do this for so... Like, I thought we'd hop right into Elden Ring. So, like, I have the category as Elden Ring. I swear to God, if someone comes in here and goes, this isn't Elden Ring, I have to do something in just in case. 1 second, please. Yeah, I'm doing a surprise fruit tier list. We're doing... 1 second, please. I got... Fox! No! I have a very delicate balance back there, and I disrupted it, and I'm gonna have to fix it. But I have... Turtle Pope is at the party. All things, as he says, heresy is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined. In other words, he's the type of guy who'd be like, yes, vegetables belong on the fruit tier list. And I go, okay, Turtle Pope, come on, get it together. But it's okay because we love him. So he has the hat. Yeah, I have the U2's Elden Ring. It's very cute. So we're gonna have him here. So if anyone is like, this isn't Elden Ring, I'd be like, well, heresy is but a contrivance, bitch. You know? Now it's a party. Yes, we have everything. He really is very charming. I have a couple other Elden Ring plushies, but I feel like he belongs here. Like I have the Tarnished, I have the Raging Wolf. And well, I think I'd rather have my turtle friend. Whoa, don't fall into the cake, sweet boy. Let me finish my cake before it melts. I'm great. Thank you for the happy partnerversary. And then after my cake, we shall do a fruit tier list. And then we shall play Elden Ring. I don't have Alexander. I should get Alexander, though. Blythe does not have a plush, unfortunately. At least not an official one. Or like a link, like what do you call it? Like a collaborative one. There's a few different versions. Sorry, I hit the mic. Life-size turtle pup plushie would be epic. Do you know how big that would be? Freaking cake! This is too big of a bite. Hang on. It would take up an entire room. He's huge. He's like 10 feet tall. He's a very big turtle. Yeah, like it would be like he's like a vehicle. He's like a car. That's a big dog, as they say. You know what? We can start the fruit tier list while I'm doing this, because I'm very good at opinions. 1 second. Oh, I'm over here. Right. Move me back over here. Okay. We're ready. And then, what was I doing? All right. There's also an ad, so I'm going to do what I love to do and just like zoom in. Boom, baby. Fuck your ad. Okay, it's a little crooked, but I think this is fine. So here we go. We're gonna be doing a fruit tier list. There's a whole lot of fruit, and I have to be honest, I haven't had all of these fruits. So, like, I'm gonna do my best. Peas are fruits? Yeah, listen, we're gonna skip some. We're just simply gonna skip some of these. I'm gonna talk about the types of things that you would put in a fruit salad or have as like a breakfast fruit platter, and not like fucking zucchini. Also, zucchini can suck me. I fucking hate zucchini. So I might also be a little biased. I don't love zucchini. I won't, like, I will eat zucchini, but I don't love it. It's one of those. It's something about the texture. Okay, let us begin with apples. I love apples, but I'm very, very picky. I'm gonna put apples in S tier because of one category of apple ever, and that would be the Empire apple. It is the best apple. Crispy, tart, flavorful. However, apples immediately go in S because also they're such a crowd pleaser. Almost everyone has a favorite varietal of apple, and that's really powerful. I love that. Personally, Empire apples, I only have them when they're fresh, crispy, and in the fall and in season. I love going apple picking. Although I haven't been in quite a while because, like, honestly, it's kind of gone downhill. But they're sick, 100%. S rank, S rank. Apricot, honestly, fucking E. I don't really give a shit about them. I will eat them, but it's like, I don't know, like my mom brought them home because they were on sale when I was a kid, and I'd be like, I guess. Not the best fruit, sorry. I hate bananas. But banana bread is a saving grace. So we'll put it in D. I fucking hate bananas. I hate bananas. They're stupid. And their texture is weird. But I don't hate but banana bread. So they're not, like, at the bottom. We can't be friends. What the fuck? I'm telling you, I fucking hate bananas. Apples are one of those that survive as commercial varietals only by grafting, because trees do not necessarily produce the same apples as the tree they came from. Fucking crazy. Yeah, I knew this would get controversial. Blackberries? I think I'm gonna put them in B. Because I'll fuck with the blackberry, but they're not the best of the berries. Blueberries? Okay. You guys are gonna be very confused by this. I'm gonna put them in B for berry. And we'll be like, but you eat them like every stream. Yes, they're a very good snack for stream because I can like eat them with one hand and they don't get your hands weird or sticky or whatever, and they're like sealed. They're like literally a fruit that's sealed by nature, and that's fucking prime. But unfortunately, I don't really love them. I just eat them because they're convenient and efficient. So no, they're in B. Bananas and strawberries are a god tier combo flavor. Incorrect. Strawberry banana ruins the strawberry. Is this boysenberry? I don't think I've ever had one of those, so we're gonna put it in, we should make another category. Hang on. Is this how I changed it? I don't remember how, there we go. I don't know. Canary melon. I've never had that. Cantaloupe. F tier. Fuck cantaloupe. Cantaloupe's fucking dumb. It's stupid. Okay, no, I actually have had a good cantaloupe once in a while. I remember eating a bite of cantaloupe being like, wow, it's so delicate and light and flavorful. It has, wow, that's a good, but for every one of those bites, I've eaten like 50 fucking ass tier, water tasting, not even textured cantaloupes. A glimpse into the mind of a mango enjoyer. You cantaloupe is your favorite fruit? Are you insane? It tastes like nothing. Like, just drink water. Yeah, melons are wonderful. Cantaloupe are not it. I've had like one good cantaloupe in my entire life. I've never chosen to get cantaloupe, but you know when they give you like a fruit pack or a fruit cup, there's always some cantaloupe. Like on an airplane, they give you some cantaloupe or whatever. I can't read that. It's some sort of melon I haven't had. Goodbye. I don't know what that is. I can't read it. Cherry. A. I really, no, A. I love cherries, but they need to be in season, fresh, delicious. Cherry flavored stuff is pretty good, so it goes in A, but it's not quite at the level. However, I just realized I'm going to put apples in A too because I sort of don't love apple flavored things. Like, I don't really like apple pie or really any sort of stuff, so I feel like it deserves to be an A. S is like everything is improved by this flavor. I think I'm changing. Yeah. That was a cherimoya, also known as a custard apple. Sounds delicious. Haven't had them. A Christmas melon? I don't know what that is. Clementine. Okay, every once in a while, I get a craving for a clementine. They're probably a good... They're one of the best citruses, but I don't love citruses. Also, I can't help but... I am doing C for clementine and B for berry. It's not on purpose, I swear. It's just working out that way. Clementines are good, though. They're just like I won't go out there out of my way to, like, buy a clementine. Cranberry. I mean, it's good for, like cranberry sauce, but, like, I'm not gonna go on my way to have a Why is bananas so high? Sorry, I forgot. It's for banana bread. Fuck that. No, bananas go at the bottom. I hate bananas. I hate bananas. Some other type of melon I haven't had. Goodbye. Blackcurrant, S tier. One of the best flavors, underappreciated. I used to eat them in Poland, like off the vine, or like whatever they grow on. I don't remember. I think they were like kind of like vines. Amazing flavor. The juice is good. The jam is good. Delicious and very nostalgic. When I think of blackcurrants, I think of my childhood. They're also known as cassis. I think in English we use both cassis and blackcurrant, so you might know it that way. Is that dates? But then it said something else, and I can't fucking read it. Dates are... I don't really like dates. But I guess... There's this date jam that I like, though. I think we'll put it in D, because it has some justification to exist. Yeah. Dates tree dried only. Thank you. Thank you. I can't read it. Cherry pie. Cherry pie is really good. I think cherry's got to go in S. I'm changing my mind. I'm changing my mind. It's true. Dragon fruit. I've had it. It's really weird because it sort of tastes like yogurt. I'm not gonna like go out of my way to go purchase one, but they're neat and novelty. I mainly have them on vacation if I go to like a tropical place or something. They're really weird, but like in a good way, like complimentary weird. Durian. I've never had durian. I had the opportunity to have it in Thailand, but I was scared because I'd have to eat it right there. And there wasn't really a big culture of like buy something at a store and eat it right there. It was like kind of weird. But I wasn't, they had signs all over the hotel rooms, no durian allowed. Because durian, if you don't know, famously an incredibly stinky fruit. It smells like, apparently, rotting flesh. So it's very carefully packaged and prepared, but you cannot bring it to any hotel. So my option was buy it and then eat it right there, like some sort of weird animal. Or don't try it, and I didn't try it. However, I met these friends, and they told me that apparently Thailand's durians are not the best, that there's different types of, like different areas have different types of durian, different flavors. I don't remember where they went, but they said that the variety of durian in Thailand is just okay, and if you want proper durian, you have to go somewhere else, but I don't remember where it was now, because it was just like a random one-off conversation I had like 6 months ago. Long story short, they were like, oh, it's good you didn't try them in Thailand. They could be better. So, I guess I know a lot of lore on durian, but I haven't had one, and it doesn't go on the list. Hey, thanks, Astrampias. Figs. Oh no, I got confused between figs and dates. Figs go in D, dates go in F, because it's a fig jam. I like this fig jam. But I don't really like figs. It's only the jam. Gooseberry. I feel like I've had, like, you know, when they go like, this has the taste of goose, like I've been to like wineries where they're like, oh, this has like the flavor of like grape and like gooseberry, and like you can taste on the palate, and I'm like, oh fucking K, but I don't know what a gooseberry is, so I don't think I'm allowed. I haven't tried one. What is going on? Oh, we're doing a fruit tier list. A lot happened. Lilac and gooseberries. Right. Yes. I don't think I've had them. I have to try them. Well, I've tried, in Poland, I had, it's not Gatorade, but it's like the Polish version of it. It's like a sports drink that was lilac and gooseberry flavored because it was Witcher themed, and it was a drink. So I still don't think that counts. But this isn't up a tier. This is, I don't know. I haven't had one. Roa fruit? I haven't had Roa fruit. That's for Torrent, you big silly. Grapefruit. I freaking love grapefruit. It's delicious. It's also one of the best flavors. Sorry, I'm allergic to people talking shit about mango. Thank you for the sneeze. For the blesses, I mean. Not the sneeze. I sneezed. You're welcome for the sneeze. What is that? Guava. I like guava. I don't know if I've had guava. It's very yummy. We put it in A. Does it deserve to be that high? Yes, it does. Yes. Honeydew melon, fucking ass. Go fuck yourself, honeydew melons. You should be better than you are. You're named Honey and you're named Dew. Both of them are lovely things. You look at that color, you look at that outside, you think, wow, you're gonna be delicious, and then you eat it and it just tastes like fucking water, and it hurts your teeth for some reason because it's so fucking hard and it's so cold. They always make it so cold. Fuck honeydew melon. Worse than cantaloupe. Worse than cantaloupe. What is that? Yeah, what is this? I cannot read it. Maybe if I zoom in. Horned melon. What the fucking horn scent is this? Go to, I don't know, because I've never had one. You like honeydew melon? I actually, bro, I thought this would be the coldest takes ever. You like honeydew melon. That's fucking crazy. What? People like honeydew melon? What do they even taste like? You guys are gonna gank me over honeydew melon, 100%. I like cantaloupe too, fight me. I mean, like, I don't have to. I'll just put a cantaloupe in front of you and you'll be distracted and I'll be like, good, I got rid of my garbage. Just kidding. I would never throw out a fruit. That's very wasteful. Unless it, like, rotted or something. Honeydew better than cantaloupe is crazy. No, these are garbo tier. All right, what is that? Jackfruit? Haven't had that. Man, I thought I've had a lot of fruits, but I feel like I'm proving myself as not very fruity. Kiwi. I fucking hate kiwis. I hate kiwis. They taste... Ugh. 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 They have a weird texture. They're weird. But I like the outside. They're fun to touch, but the inside texture is weird. Hope your next bowl of blueberries are sour. Joke's on you. I don't really care too much about blueberries. I just eat them because I can eat them easily. Kumquat. I don't think I've ever had one. What a shame. Lemon. Okay. Lemon has its place, but I feel like I'm gonna stick it in like D because you kind of like lemonade. For lemonade alone, it goes in C. No, it goes in B. I love lemonade. Fucking love lemonade. Limes though? S. I fucking love limes. Not limonade, but like limes make everything better. I love margaritas. I fucking love limes. They're delicious. Blueberries are better when they're a little sour. I eat them without really noticing what they taste like unless they're really sour. Then you'll literally see me go. This is a very normal tier list, chat. I don't know what you're crazy. Like, what? I've never seen a jackfruit in my life. I don't even know what that is. Lime rated higher than lemon. I'm losing it. I love lime. Lime is so much better than lemon. A loganberry. I don't know what that is. Lychee or lychee. I've heard both, and I don't really know how it's pronounced. As a result, I'm going to put it in, I think... Oh, it's hard. I don't know if I've ever had a lychee that wasn't in something. Like, I've never purchased them at the supermarket and, like, opened them. But I love lychee flavored things, and, like, I've had lychee, and it's really yummy. It's very fresh. I think it's going to go in A. Mandarin. I mean, I don't really like oranges or anything associated except for with a handful of exceptions. I think we'll put it in like D because I don't know, because it's okay. Like, I don't like dislike them. They're like rubbery strawberries you peel. They are like that, but the texture when you bite is really weird and juicy. Mangoes go straight in S tier. They are one of the best fruits of all time. They make the best cheesecake. They make the best smoothies. They make the best everything. I love mango. It's delicious. It goes where it belongs, at the top. What the fuck is that? Hang on. Mangosteen? What the shit is a mangosteen? I'm telling you, I thought I knew fruits, dog. To zoom out a little bit. There we go. That's better. Muskmelon? I don't think I've had a muskmelon. Nectarine. They'll go with apricots. Orange. D. I don't love orange. However, you guys are... Okay, admittedly, this might make you think I'm insane, but it's true. I really like blood oranges. We'll put them in B. They're significantly better than regular oranges. I don't like oranges or orange juice. Nectarines can be good, but I've never had a nectarine that blew my mind. Limes are delicious. I love lime juice and everything. Papaya. I'm an enjoyer of papaya. I think we'll put it with, like... Yeah, I like papaya. It's actually quite... It pairs well with mango as well. I like papaya. We'll put it in the C. No, we'll put it in B, because I will actually purchase a papaya. Still can't stop laughing about limes. Bro, I'm telling you, I love limes. I might be exclusively because of margaritas, though. But to be fair, I'm very good. I make a mean margarita. Nectarines are exponentially better if you get them in season. Gamer? I don't buy any of this shit unless it's in season, except for like blueberries. It makes a huge difference. Absolutely. Also, local grown, if you can. Obviously, depends on where you are. Huge difference. I don't even touch cherries unless they're in season, and I get them at the fucking farmer's market. Because they're not worth it. Because they just taste like nothing. Maybe I should try a cantaloupe from the farmer's market. Where do they even grow cantaloupe? I don't know if I can get one local. I thought people only ate papaya, ironically. No, it's really yummy. Passion fruit. Okay, this is a weird one. You kind of have to get it when it's like local. We'll put it in C because I'm not gonna like purchase one, but some of my favorite flavored things are passion fruit. Like I'll get like a passion fruit like iced tea at the boba place. Mwah, very good. Would want to eat a fruit standalone to make S tier. Okay, you're right. Limes might need to go in A tier. Fine. You're bringing up a good point because these ones, every flavor is enhanced by their presence for me. And limes are like, okay, but I do eat just limes. Like if I, you know, you ever squish a lime and it doesn't make any juice, so I just bite it. Like not with the skin, but I get whatever I can out of it. I like eat it. I like limes. Like I'm not gonna like eat them, but like if I can't use it for something, like I will. You know what I mean? Like, who the hell is sucking on lemon? Well, me! But limes. I think this is very normal. They're very refreshing. No, lime flavor is always improved. That's why it was an S, but I put it in A, because you're right. I think that's fair. I think that's more... It's like apple. Like, I love apple, but, like, it's not S. Okay, pineapples. I don't like how when you eat them, they dissolve the enzymes. They like dissolve your mouth and it kind of hurts and they can fuck with you. So I feel like, but I do like them. So I think they'll go in B. Like I'll eat a pineapple and be like, yum. And then I'll eat another bite and I'll be like, oh my God, it's fucking eating me. Apple actually is S. My S's I'm being very particular about. Pineapple complements mango really well. It does, but I also like my mango so much that too much pineapple flavor overwhelms it and then it makes me taste less mango, which I don't like. Plum. They're not my favorite, but we'll put them in C because pickled plums, B. I like plums, but pickled plum is like delicious. So, also one time I had pickled lemon and it was, so maybe I'm about to put lemon lower. No, lemonade. Okay. Pomegranate. We're gonna put plum in C. And then pomegranate goes in B. Yeah, that makes more sense. Triple S pineapple. Okay, I get it. I feel it. I respect it. Prickly something pear. Haven't had a prickly pear before. I don't know what that is. It must be related to lychees. Raspberry. Ooh. Either S or A. I just can't decide. Let me think. I love raspberries, but mainly I love raspberry flavor. It's my favorite jam of all. I won't really eat raspberries, but they make the best jam. For that reason, I think they go in B. It's a cactus. Wait, cactus fruit? Wait. Cambuton? Is this cactus fruit? Because if it's cactus fruit, it's going in a different category, let me tell you. The prickly pear. Wait, that's cactus fruit? Because if so, I'm putting that higher. Literally posted himself eating a banana in Discord. Is this because I put bananas in F tier? Okay. I have not had a prickly pear, but I've had cactus juice, which apparently is made from it. It's fucking delicious. So we'll put it in C, because I haven't had one, but the juice is delicious. I don't know what that is. Soursop. That sounds like a fake thing. That sounds like something they made up. I don't know about that one. Starfruit. Honestly, it doesn't taste like anything. It's a lot like cantaloupe or honeydew melon. So, but it's pretty. So, strawberry, S tier. One of the best fruits ever. I grow my own. They're yummalicious. Makes the best smoothies. The goat. Starfruits are also unironically poisonous? Huh? Oh no. Okay, did I just get chat to eat a bunch of bananas? Like, hey, buy chat, okay. Will you be less mad at me about the banana thing if I tell you that one time I had a... What do you call it when your potassium's too high? I had too much potassium. And I don't even know why, because I don't eat bananas and I don't really eat potatoes. And the doctor was like, if you got any more, you could have had heart palpitations. And I'm like, you could have, huh? So apparently, I don't know. It's personal. It's personal. It's not. I didn't know. I didn't really care. I just stopped taking my multivitamin. I hate bananas. I do. I will never, like, I will eat a banana if, like, forced. Like, you know, people are like, oh, are you hungry? And I'm like, oh, but I don't have anything to eat. They'll be like, oh, just eat a banana. I'll be like, no. You know? I hate bananas. Tangerines, I don't know. All these citruses, you're making things up. They're the same fruit. So you just, you go together. What the heck is this thing? Bogey fruit? I haven't had one. Watermelon, S tier. One of the greatest fruits of all time. It's like a constant battle for me on which is more yummy. Mango, strawberry, and watermelon. All these are just like in every form. I will eat so much watermelon in the summer. It's insane. Like, I think I get my entire day's worth of water intake off of watermelon. I crush watermelon. I don't know what a salac is. I don't know what a pawpaw is. Okay, they're calling this a pine berry. I had these in Japan. They just called them white strawberries, and they were just white strawberries, so we put them there. They were delicious. Plumcot / pluot? What the fuck? Prune? F tier. Red currant? Not as good as black. We'll put it in B. Because they're still good. You cannot, under any circumstances, eat starfruit if your kidneys aren't top-notch. Even if you're healthy, eating about 10 will lead to kidney failure. What? Okay, F tier guaranteed. Hybrid plum apricot? Honestly, it's the absurdity of the concept. I've just never had one, so it's not personal. Mulberry, haven't had one. I've had things with mulberry flavory. I might have had a jam. I don't know. I don't know what a Nance is. I don't know what a rose apple is. I don't know what a salac is. I don't know what a santal is. I don't know what a sapote is. I don't know what a sarguella is. I don't know what a Saskatoon berry is. I don't know what a tamarillo is. I don't know what any of these fruits are. I'm sorry. Satsuma. We'll put it with the other citruses because I feel like this is a good one. I just don't remember so good. These can't be real? I don't know, man. I've seen a tamarillo. Like, I've heard of a tamarillo, but I don't know what it is. Zucchini? F tier. I don't really like zucchini. I understand it's, like, healthy and, like, good for you and low carb and whatever the fuck, but, like, it's... I will use it in some of my favorite dishes, though. It is a necessary ingredient, but I don't really love zucchini. This one just has a picture with no words on it, and I don't know what the picture is. It looks like plums, but we have plums, so I'm going to put those over there. Never had a star apple. Don't know what a longan is. Don't know what a sugar apple is. Don't know what a medlar is. Don't know what a Suriname cherry is. Bell peppers? This is a hard one because red and yellows are really good, but greens are my thing that I'm like, I hate them. So we'll put them in D. Red and yellow are good, but I fucking hate green peppers. Also, fun fact, bell peppers, the color only has to do with how ripe they are, with green being less ripe. And I know this, but nonetheless, they are used for different ingredients and stuff. These are awful. But I really like red, so it's kind of, we're putting it in the middle. That fruit without a name is a huckleberry. I haven't had one. It stays there. Beautiful. Are you wearing a hat to celebrate our friendship? Yes. I didn't finish my cake, by the way. I got distracted. Also, this is one of those scientifically they're fruit things. What is Zemenia? It sounds like one of the lost children of Marika. Cat, what is this? It's not labeled. It's not a persimmon. Hold the fuck up. They made a tier list without... They put... I'm sorry. They put corn and cucumber on this all fruit tier list and they didn't put fucking persimmons? What's the point? They made me deal with fucking medlars and longans and sandholes, but there's no persimmons? Orange fruit is a tangelos. I haven't had one, but there's no persimmons. Persimmons go in A tier. I love persimmons, but we don't have persimmons. So this is, I haven't had this. This isn't labeled, and I don't... Is this a wild strawberry? Or raspberry, I mean? Do they count as a different flavor? I don't know. Tomato? It's not a good fruit, but they're S tier. Squash? I don't know, D tier. This, I'm just gonna... I don't know what this is. Pumpkin, I like pumpkin soup and stuff. Yeah, I think C tier. I wouldn't, like, eat a pumpkin. Wraff hates green things. Limes! Excuse me! Oh, wait, squash. No, sorry, it goes with pumpkin. Sorry. I like squash. But it's, like, not my favorite. Grapes? I like one variety of grapes, and all other grapes are, like... So I'll put them in D. Also, watermelons are green. Yeah, exactly. White currant? I mean, we'll put them with... No, they're a little lower than red. I don't even know off the top of my head what they taste like. Okay, how is an olive a fruit? Well, it's got a pit. Okay, sure. I like olives. We go in B. Peas. I don't like peas. They go in F. Jalapenos. Pretty good. I guess, like, C. Green beans can go fuck themselves. I fucking hate green beans. Eggplant. I don't love eggplant, but paradoxically, my favorite recipe is stuffed eggplant. I don't really know how to explain these things. But it's, like, about the combination of flavors. But, like, eggplant itself, kind of nasty. I think D. I don't really like cucumbers, but, like, I will eat them sometimes, so we'll put them in E. Corn, I mean, it's okay. It's D. Chili pepper. I sometimes will take a bite out of the pickled chili pepper inside a thing of pickles and really, 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 really regret it. But it just looks so yummy. Probably D tier. Yeah, but I like spicy. Now we'll put it in C. Kefir? Haven't had that. Vanilla is a fruit, but you don't have persimmons. I mean, real vanilla, I'm not gonna, like, eat it raw, but it's important in baking, so I'll put it in B. I did grapes, they're in D. I like the purple grapes, though. Your vanilla? Yeah, okay. White sapote, haven't had that. Azuki bean, S tier. fucking love them. It's a Japanese red bean. We call it red bean. They call it azuki. It's used in a lot of traditional Japanese desserts and is freaking yummy. Miracle fruit? I don't know what that is. Don't know what a loquat is. I've heard of monk fruit, but I haven't had it. I don't know what a mouse melon is. Yuzu. I really like yuzu. We'll put it in B. It's the best of the citruses other than blood orange. And by the way, and grapefruit actually. Yes. Beans are fruit now is just this one. They're a strange bean. I don't know why they count. Vanilla should get ranked lower just simply for its slang meaning alone. That's unfair to vanilla. Here's the thing about vanilla. Let me explain something to you. People use it to mean boring, plain, basic, whatever. Vanilla is a surprisingly complex flavor, and it's if you get real vanilla, because most vanilla, if you go to a store and you buy vanilla, it's just flavoring. It's just flavored crap. But real vanilla is really good and very key in baking. My parents sometimes go to places where they grow vanilla, and they get me a bottle as a souvenir. So, and it lasts forever because it's like, you use like a tiny, tiny bit. So I have like real vanilla, and it's delicious. That's why you get it when you go to a country that grows it, and then you use a tiny, 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 tiny bit. Mm-hmm. Miracle fruit. Oh, I heard about that in an anime. It's got a unique chemical that alters the way you perceive taste. So sour foods taste sweet, salty foods taste bitter, among other things. Yeah, I've heard of that, but I haven't had one. That's so cool. So someone called you vanilla, and now everyone is calling vanilla the goat. Okay, you called me vanilla, first of all. Mr. Acting just like Ronnie. Someone killed Godwin the Golden. Bitch, you did it! You think I don't? You think I fucking didn't? You're the only orange name in chat. I remember that. The stuff of mochi. Mochi might have red bean filling sometimes, but mochi is just like rice squished up until it's sticky. So, yeah, I kept the receipts. I don't know what a lulo is, but it looks like a persimmon. So I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna pretend this is persimmon and say A rank because I love persimmons. They're really, really yummy. They kind of are like. Where are peaches? Chat, where are peaches? What kind of fucking fruit tier list is this? Whoever made this. You're fucking high, first of all, because you put corn in, but you didn't put peaches. Peaches are S rank, by the way, but only when they're in season. But still, they're delicious. I love peach. I love peach. I fucking love peach. They didn't put it in here. Or elderberry. That's so true. This is an insane tier list. Oh, purple grapes. They go higher. They'll go in B. I don't like the green ones. I don't know what a Marionberry is. Okay, there we go. Tier list completed. Behold. What do you mean you don't see strawberries? They're right freaking here. At the S rank, where they belong. Very red at the top. Mango. Blackcurrants. And watermelons are green, by the way. It's the insides that's red. It's different. What is a lulo? A persimmon. I'm pretending it's a persimmon. Just roll with me, okay? I don't know what a lulo is either. I did my best. No, it is pretty red. I will admit to you. I like red. Put apple at S. If Elden Ring characters were fruits, Marika would be an apple. Everyone says that they're evil, but they're actually delicious. I don't think that's true, but I love your energy. This cake is so good! It's my favorite cake! Grapefruit is up here and blood orange is here. I think the most controversial ones were limes so high. The chat really lost it for that one. And I definitely got some question mark. I got some like omega lols at limes being higher than lemons. I stand by it. And then I think the biggest was the banana. Like I angered the banana community. I think I'm gonna get canceled by the banana community. Like I'm expecting to see the Reddit posts. Oh, and a surprisingly robust reaction to cantaloupe, which I was like, this is cold. Everyone thinks this about cantaloupe. But apparently we got some cantaloupe enjoyers and honeydew enjoyers in the chat, and I really pissed off that community. You got us eating bananas for that one. Bananas are an actual community, though. Like, apparently... Mikola is bananas? No. Mikola has no reason to exist. Bananas, some people like it. So it's different. What is going on here? A fruit tier list? Hang on, let me do that differently. A fruit tier list, of course. What? You've never come to an Elden Ring stream and seen a fruit tier list before? All things can be conjoined. Heresy is not native to the world. Green beans and peas also slap. I hate green beans. Green beans are like the thing that I'm like, you know, I'm a bit of a kid about them, but like, it's just because I don't like them. And I've tried. Where's avocado, by the way? Where's avocado? Tier list maker. This tier list. Edamame? I mean, it wasn't here, but you're right. I think that would count as a fruit. If green beans are a fruit. Oh, you mean for me? I like edamame. And no pomelos. I love pomelos. Yeah. Banana. I don't know why I said banana like that, like I'm British. Banana Ronnie, as I love banana and married Ronnie. Why is Ronnie a banana? Listen, I don't really want to relate Elden Ring characters to fruit because, like, if you tell me that Ronnie is a banana, that's not fair. I like Ronnie, but I don't like banana. That's not cool. Also, yes, she's blue, so she would be a blueberry. The title does not say surprise fruit tier list, though. Okay, but, like, that's why it's a surprise. I'm proud of this work. I think we did really good. Elden Ring lore run and more. We? Yeah, we. And that I told you the truth and chat attacked me for it, which is crazy. Do you eat grapefruit with sugar or plain? People eat grapefruit with sugar? It's already so sweet. No, I eat it plain. I do not condone this tier list, not... It's so bitter? I really like sour things. It's weird because I love sour things, but I don't like the flavor of oranges and tangerines and shit. But like, I love sour flavors, hence limes. And grapefruit is a really nice flavor. By the way, I said that twice. Grapefruit has an enzyme or whatever. It has something in it. And I didn't know this, and I feel like more people should know this. So this is a PSA. This is actually like serious. Grapefruit has a thingy in it that when you eat it, it prevents the absorption of certain things. For example, medicines. So you shouldn't eat grapefruit if you're taking a medicine of like any kind because it can prevent the absorption of it. So for example, antibiotics, if you have an infection and you start taking it and you just eat your grapefruit because you don't know this, it's preventing it from absorbing. Don't eat grapefruit if you're taking any medicine. It's like a huge dealio. Yeah, one of those is also birth control. Yeah, I do think people should know this more. A lot of people don't know. I found out because know how I found out, actually. Salt on watermelon? That's crazy. That is insane. Don't put salt on watermelon. What? Watermelon's perfect. I don't know about the what else it prevents absorbing. I don't think it's like an anti-poison thing. It has something specific on it. Some other citrus fruits? Really? I thought it was only grapefruit. So like I drink grapefruit juice. I love grapefruit juice. It's so beautifully sour. Nope. Well, actually I say no, but I don't really take any medication, but like I'm always scared that I'll forget and I'll take like an Advil or something and then it won't work. So I often don't drink grapefruit juice, which is one of my favorites, because I'm scared I'll get a migraine and I won't be able to take medication to prevent it. And I don't even know if Advil is included, but I feel like it is. Agin on watermelon? I don't know what that is. It's been 5 years since I've been Twitch partner, but also 5 years of streaming. Pronounced tahine. Oh, thank you. I didn't know what it was. To be fair, you would think it's common knowledge because your name is Thornyberry, and like as a berry, you know all about fruit, right? So I just feel like that's unfair. Like an unfair advantage. Where is Elden Ring? Why is it not showing up? There it is. Thank you. I gotta say, there's something powerful about doing a fruit tier list and like you just hear relaxing Limgrave music while I start talking about how bananas are F tier and chat blows up at me. It was very powerful. Made from a dried blend of mild chilies. Lime? Ugh. On watermelon, though? No. Also, check Steam. You know what's funny? I don't have Steam open right now because I'm playing on... What's it called? Seamless Co-op. What prompted the fruit tier list? Someone said that mango is bad, and I was like, how dare you? And then we got into it, and then there's a fruit tier list. Bananas are nasty? My people, the banana haters, the fellow banana haters. It's like, a fruit should be juicy. Like, how are you going to be a fruit and have exactly no juice? You know what it is? I like juice. Oh my god, I'm trying to climb. Not Night Rain. Okay, so, thank you so much for coming to the Elden Ring stream, and enjoying the fruit, tier list. Thank you for celebrating the streamiversary. And by streamiversary, I mean partnerversary. I said it bad. Anyway, we're getting into lore now. This is very serious. There's no, we're not allowed to joke anymore. This is serious business. Oh my god! Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Turtle Pope fell on the floor, and for some reason I thought it was a bug. I don't know why. I thought it was a gigantic bug. It scared me a lot. He's fine. It scared me. I was like, movement! Turtle Pope mug flashbacks. Oh, why did you remind me? Oh, you guys ever had dried mango? Oh my god, it's so delicious. I love mango. Mango is the ultimate in S tier fruit technology. I don't know where to put them now. Okay, you go over there. You watch over there. Okay. Party hat lore. I'm not gonna wear the party hat the whole time because it irritates my face, but like right now we're partying, so I'm gonna wear the party hat. A bug that big, girl, you in the Amazon. I know, I don't know why. I just saw motion and I panicked. You can still climb a little bit. I remember my first playthrough, I climbed on everything. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Just imagine I'm raising a glass of wine. Cheers to Partnerversary. Hey, thank you. Man, actually, that would have been smart to have like a fake wine or champagne, like a sparkling fruit juice. Oh, but then it would have triggered another thing. We would have had more fruit discussion. I don't really remember what... Like, I remember what we did, but I can't think of what would be the best route currently. Let me just do a little once-over. Oh, to go talk to Roger about the black knife. Hey, Master Obvious, thank you so much for the happy Partnerversary! Welcome back, and thank you for 24 months of YouTube membership. No, not wine. Non-alcoholic wine. Sorry, did I say that part? I meant like sparkling fruit juice. I like wine, but I wouldn't drink on stream. This is very serious. But I would have a sparkling fruit juice. Hundo P. Oh no, there's more bananas in Discord. Okay, what happened? 1 second, please. There really is so many bananas. You guys are like... Okay, I know. That sounds lewd. I kind of forgot about how bananas are phallic. It's not a wiener. It's real bananas. There's a lot of bananas in the Discord. Protest posting banana. Master MPS, also thank you so much for the 20 gifted members. Not members, sorry. Subs. For the stream anniversary. Banana protesting is now a thing. I'm about to get a mango. Congrats on the partnership. I hope you continue your streaming journey until you are the OG grandma that plays Call of Duty. I would love that. I want to be the grandma on stream who is just like, who will talk shit with the best of them. I would love that. Thank you. The Fruit Wars? Everything was fine until the Banana Nation attacked. That's right. I have made the bananas the villain by implying that you are the aggressors. I'm just saying that if we were to describe people in Elden Ring as fruits, I would personally say that the horn scent are bananas because they're oppressive and cruel and their horns are sort of banana-like. That's right. I've made you the villain. Okay, I need to get it together because I'm thinking about fruit jokes and it's gonna be like really, we're gonna get out of control. Yes, I have depicted you as the Soy Jack Fire Nation and me as the Chad Airbender. Oh no. I'm telling you, the whole stream's gonna become fruit now. I just wanted to share some cake. And by share, I mean eat it in front of you guys. Because I thought it'd be fun. And now it's turned into a whole incident. From my point of view, the strawberries are evil. How dare you? How dare you? All things can be conjoined. To be fair, USA companies did go into South America, stir instability, and then use that land to grow fruit. Holy shit, that is true. Also, did you know that bananas are all like clones of each other almost or something? Because there's like... they're like mutants? Also, Rhino Sword, thank you so much for 3 months, and thank you for the happy anniversary. Sorry, I'm very excited, so I'm hiccuping. Inhale. It was a mango cake. That's what started this, was my cake. A mango cake, yeah. Okay, but surely no one hates strawberries, right? Right? Like, we can at least agree there. We can find some common ground, some commonality. Surely no one hates strawberries.
Well, where have you been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all the same. Lay out your arms, then.
People can be allergic to them? Okay, just because you have a genetic debuff, it's not fucking strawberry's fault. They make a great pair with bananas. See? And all in this we can agree. We have commonality. We have common ground.
Back already. No matter. Lay out your arms.
I have just enough. I need to get a bell bearing. Did I get the bell bearing? I think I did. One moment. That means strawberries hate you? Yeah, which means you're a bad person and probably like bananas or something. I'm not doing a better job of ending the brute wars. Yes, I can purchase them and they're only 200. That's so freaking cheap. Okay, perfect. Let's upgrade our weapon. Whoops. Yeah, if they made bananas juicy, I would consider it. Okay, I didn't say defect, I said debuff. And I have a genetic debuff. I have a blood disorder. So, you know, take that. I bet you feel really dumb right now.
No
See?
matter.
You tried to freaking turn it on me and I turned it around on you. You're being ableist right now. Snap! I'm kidding, you're not being ableist. Veronimo, thanks for the happy partner anniversary. And Vera, thank you so. Wow, you guys are like kind of matching names, huh? Thank you for the 100 biddies. Blood disorder. That's what we're calling vampirism now. I'm not a vampire, as far as you know. Okay, so last stream. Hey, Bob of Thunder! Thank you for the 100 bits. The hype train! Oh, there's a hype train. We're about to hit the level. I need to focus up. I need to... Did I finish my tea? Oh, yeah.
Hype train go.
Thank you for the additional 100 bits to finish the hype train. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for partying with me today. Thank you for the happy partnerversary only watch, Wraff. Great name, by the way. Okay, sorry, I need to get it together. I'm very distracted, but like pull it all in. Just okay. I'm not playing Night Rain. I'm trying to. It's not Night Rain. Okay. I remember what we did last. I have to lock in so we can get some lore in today. So I'm very excited about what is this? The Black Knife print. Mark of the Night of the Black Knives ritual. So Roger has been looking for this and Fia told us to go get it. So, do I have a Baldachin's Blessing right now? I don't know. Mango in the Golden was the first.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Absolutely, Fia.
Now, come closer.
Thank you for the happy partnerversary. Did you find it weird? I've never eaten strawberries, but only the flavor. That is a little unusual, I will say.
You are so very warm.
About the Black Knife print.
Dear Roger likes to talk of it when abed. The ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins.
Okay, so this isn't new, so I'm gonna skip it.
along with the impressions they made.
Sorry.
Then good day to you, my dear.
So she tells us that Roger is looking for something. Roger mentions it. But she gives us a map to get to it, to find it. That she says she got from someone else. So it's helpful, but it's also kind of... I mean, she's gossiping, but that's not really the right word. There's something suspicious about her. Because if this was all above board, why wouldn't she give it to Roger? Well, okay, she actually explains that. She says, it would be cruel to give it to him because he can no longer move. And is, you know, dying. So she says, oh, please, can you go get it? So she involves you in this. But there's something about her that's not all above board. You're probably getting that impression because of this sort of sneakiness. Because she's gossiping. She's like, yeah, Roger told me a secret. Also, if you notice, it's talk in secret is the prompts that you get from her. And yet, when you talk in secret, she spills someone else's secrets and admits that. She says, oh yeah, Roger talks about this. Although, presumably there's not like a promise of secrecy, but there is an implication of secrecy in the intimacy, which she betrays by giving you that information. And this is information that presumably helps Roger, so it doesn't seem immediately suspicious, but either way, she's talking about people when they aren't there, and immediately my hackles go up a little bit. As to her character, but also what is she leading you toward? What is she also leading perhaps Roger toward? Or is she really just trying to help? We don't know, but the point is, you're probably getting a little suspicious of her.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
We're gonna give him the black knife print that we got.
This is a black knife print. I can scarcely believe you managed to get your hands on this. You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. A group entirely of women, arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint. Half my body has been suffused with death. I'm certain it will help me see.
Huh, that's very interesting. That the fact that his body has been suffused with death is apparently going to help him get to the truth. That's kind of weird. Isn't it? Fia's character does seem grounded in sex workers throughout history, often being confidants. Yes, and also being spies. A lot of the time, people, like women, were not able to wield power, so they had to do it from the shadows, right? In various ways, and information is power. The fact that throughout history, women, especially, like oftentimes sex workers were dehumanized. People would talk about things as if they weren't even there because to them they weren't there. It's like they didn't exist. It's like they were only for sex and thus didn't have a mind or ears to listen. And thus they became great sources of information that they could then sell and use. So there was benefits to sort of being unseen. It's not dissimilar from, I mean, like, I know this is the thing more in media. I can't really think of any specific real life examples, but beggars are often seen as these like secret sources of information. In video games, you can also get hints from beggars, and a lot of them, because they see everything, but no one pays any attention to them. It's like they're not even there. So absolutely, there is that aspect there that she is not suspected because she's just a deathbed companion. Right? Surely she has no mind of her own, no ideas, no plot, nothing. And that makes her quite interesting, for sure. In the Sherlock books, beggars were Sherlock's eyes and ears in London, especially children. He often paid, in a lot of them, to get information. He would get the street urchin. So yes, homeless and beggars, but also specifically children, because they could run all over the place and he would pay them really well. So there's a reason, yeah. They were very loyal to him because he'd pay them really well. And all they'd have to do is like stand in a certain place. And they could guarantee like food for themselves and stuff. Yeah, and no one would look twice at them because they were just urchins. Yeah, so this idea of those who are pushed to the brink of society and not accepted within it also having unique insight into that society is present. I mean, think of like, I'm reading Jane Austen right now, and there's like a plot point that it's all about like the lords and the ladies, and a lot of them talk while the servants are around. Because they don't even give a shit if the servants are there or not, because their servants are just, like, lesser. And thus the servants have all this secret information that they spread around so everyone knows everyone's doings. Like, it's a known thing. If you act like someone doesn't exist, that they aren't there, very often they might see more than you think they do. Also, side note, besides Fia, we got a huge lore dump from him. We got information on these assassins. They are scions of the eternal cities, which is a phrase that sticks in my mind a lot because they are also, that is true about them, but they also seem to be something a little different. We know from later in the game that they're also all Numen. And this has lots of interesting implications. We can't get into all of them now, but it's just something interesting to keep in mind. They're associated with the eternal cities, which we've heard the phrase, but as of this point in the game, we don't have details on what they are and what they mean. Let me think. Where have we heard eternal cities before this playthrough? I think just the Roger. We don't know much about them yet, so we're not going to get into them too far. There's also the mention of these assassins and a description of them that they wore armor that fooled the eyes, which tracks with the figure that we defeated to get this black knife print. And immediately, when I thought of them, I thought of something else. Also get rid of that. Here we go. The Mimic Veil, aka Marika's Mischief. It is a piece of cloth, a veil, that you wear over your head, and it tricks the eyes. Very interesting, isn't it? An item associated with Marika is also linked to these women, but it's different. It's a different means, but the concept is the same. A fabric that changes what you appear as, how you appear. Later, Master MPS. Nothing from Blythe yet. I know I've heard the phrase. I don't remember if it was an item description. I don't know. It's hard because sometimes I can't remember if I got this information during the playthrough. We'll see.
Oh.
Okay.
Still need something?
Either way, we're getting some insight into the assassins, and also that his new state with his body being of death will help him get information.
Oh, still need something?
Oh, I guess he needs time. I thought it was instant. ED.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Our Claymore is at +6 now. It was at +2, I think. So this should be a lot better. Not that I necessarily want to use it, but I don't have a better weapon for now. So this will have to do. Oh, the mirror hat. That's exactly it. Thank you. It's called the Nox Mirror Helm. And it is from the Eternal City. It is worn by those committed to high treason. It wards off the intervention of the Greater Will and its vassal fingers. So that's very cool. An item from this Eternal City associated with hiding. and high treason. And assassinating a demigod and also one of the ruling family, probably pretty treasonous. We're definitely starting to see some like things linked together, some concepts. We also know that E.G. wears a helmet very similar to this. We don't have the description yet, but it looks very comparable. So we're starting to see things linked together. Also, I want to change my character. I think it's time to take off the helmet, but I can't have this dinky hair. Oh my god, this is Hayeda's face. But altered a little bit. I'm pretty sure I used Hayeda for the sliders. Maybe not, but it sure is similar. Need to keep a notebook? I have been taking notes, just not of everything. Hayeda fixed. The pink pigtails are like really important for the lore, so we'll be rocking this.
Oh.
Alright, so Roger, I think we just need to give him some time. Maybe like a literal... No, go away. Maybe a literal rest.
Ah, hello. I was hoping to see you. My examination is complete. Here's the knife print back, with my thanks. Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Rani. One of the children born to King Consort Radigan and his first wife, Rennala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint. Truly, you have my thanks. But if I might be so bold, I would like to ask something more of you. If Rani truly is the one who plotted that fateful night, then she should bear the curse mark of destined death somewhere upon her flesh. I would like you to procure it for me. And then all will be laid bare. I will have the answers I have sought for so long.
So this is a huge deal. We haven't met Rani yet, as far as we know, but we've heard the name of the Lunar Princess. We've heard that she... we actually already have a lead on her, because we've talked to Blythe. And we saw the Carian, the item. Basically, we know where she is now. We're very close to her. And she's the one who did the assassination. This is a huge deal. Like, they wanted you to find this. It's not too difficult to do this quest. There's multiple avenues to it, and it's likely you'll find this stuff before you find Rani, depending on how you play. But this is a huge deal. Like, we're talking about something that has been a really deep kept secret since before the Shattering War, before the Tarnish came back. This is a huge deal that he just uncovered. And he just casually is like, yeah, Rani did it. And we're like, amazing. He is very smart, for sure. Like, we know that. We get it from D. Even D says that he was a great spellblade, which means he's physically adept, but also intelligent, because to learn sorceries, you must be intelligent. However, he also told us that it's because of his current bodily state of being so close to death that he'll have unique insight. And he has been stabbed with death, effectively. He's been infected with it. We're at this point in the story, we don't really fully understand Deathblight. We've gotten some hints of Godwyn and, you know, something's going on with death. There's tons of signs that something is wrong with it, but we don't get the full picture. But no matter what, we know that according to him, who is very smart, he's able to get extra information because of his state. And you have to wonder something. We were led to this black knife print by Fia. He was led somewhere into Stormvale's basement. Where did he get that information from? How did he know to go down there? He's very smart. He could have gotten it in lots of places. But still, it's a little bit interesting because this might be the point where you're getting this feeling that you're being led. Maybe. Maybe it's just an inkling. But if you're paying attention, you might be getting that idea. Anyway, where is Ranni?
I have some idea of Ranni's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Ranni descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Ranni's whereabouts since the Shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
That's very interesting. Now, why do you want this anyway? Why do you want a curse mark? Because that's what we're doing. We're finding Ranni's body.
I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death?
Yes.
The very notion of life in death defies the Golden Order. By Dee's account, these defiled fiends must
Do
be
I only watch
expunged.
Wraff though?
But truth
But
be
thanks
told,
for the many
I
past
seek
streams
the
keeping
curse
me
mark to
asleep like a
save them.
baby
You may
bohemian.
find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Night of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order.
Huh. So, basically, there is an infection that causes people to live in death, and Dee believes they should be killed, but Roger wants to save them, and that is why they stop being friends. Because they both saw that there was something wrong with those who live in death, but they disagree on the solution. Also, he discovered a flaw in the Order. And Dee probably doesn't agree with that because his order can't have any flaws. About Dee.
Yes, indeed. If Dee knew what drives me now, he would surely boil over with rage. Or perhaps he would even feel some pity. But no need to fret. None of that will come to pass. I can tell a good lie when I need to.
That's a strange thing to say. Strange thing to admit as well. Dono? Oh dang! I missed a dono? I'm so sorry. One moment, please. Hey, thanks, Opt. Crazy guess that the Carian Royal is at Caria Manor. The craziest part is that he's right. Like, it's actually insane. Do I only watch Wraff though? You do. It's in your name. You wouldn't lie, would you? Thanks so much for the $10 Renos. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, thanks, Azure War. Too engrossed in Roger's beautiful dialogue. He is also very handsome. Why did he get infected himself? Was that his goal at Stormvale? So presumably, no. However, he tells you not to mess with the corpse. I think he was looking for something. He was looking... We actually know what his purpose is now. We've gotten some really serious insight from him. He is a... he's looking for the curse mark and the black... First of all, he's looking for the black knife print. Evidence of the crime. He's trying to find who did it so that he can find the curse mark. And he claims that the curse mark will help him save those who live in death. We don't really know what that means or how the saving is going to occur, but we know that his goal on paper is a good one. Like, if you ask me, he's a lot more understanding than Dee. Dee is hard to feel for because he's like, these things are freaks that we have to kill. But Roger is saying it's not their fault. So imagine rather than like a zombie plague. I mean, actually, no, a zombie plague isn't bad. Let's just talk about any disease, any contagious illness. Some would argue that it is best to kill anyone who shows signs of an illness and then to eliminate them and to force them away and get rid of the body, burn the body, just in case the infection will spread. That's not necessarily wrong, but it's exceptionally cruel too. That person didn't ask to be sick, and not to mention, infection doesn't necessarily mean that you won't recover. There's always a chance you'll be able to recover. So this idea of you don't belong, you must be killed the moment you show signs of an infection is kind of extreme. So D has his reasons, but the problem is a lot of them aren't very good reasons, right? Because he treats everyone involved with anything to do with those who live in death with this prejudice. Versus, yes, Roger is very compassionate. He's like, they touched upon a flaw in the order. That's all. It's not their fault. They didn't ask for it. So he was there probably hunting for the curse mark. However, he messed with the Godwin corpse and he's infected now. But there might be more to it than that, and we'll talk about it. The full plot isn't evident yet. Something like leprosy, yes. That's a very, very good analogy, yes. In Resident Evil 9, this is like, I'm not going to spoil the ending, but it's a minor what is happening in Resident Evil 9 spoiler. So, like, warning, I guess, unless it's like the first couple hours. Leon is infected with the T-virus. So D would be like, just kill him immediately. Kill him and burn him and throw him in the garbage can. Roger would be like, let's try to cure him. That's what we're dealing with here. That's perfect. Something like leprosy, yes. Lepers were also despised and forced away from society. So it is also very comparable. Alright, so now let's do Raya Lucaria. I think it's a good time to do Raya Lucaria properly. Hey, thanks, Jolly. I went to the wrong place. I'm pretty pumped for Raya Lucaria, actually. It's a really cool legacy dungeon. An incredible vista right away. If I were to design a wizard's school, it would look like this. It's incredible. It looks like a cathedral, and then it's got like wispy blue. FromSoft kills it as usual. So, gargoyles, a ton of cages, and the cages literally have birds in them. Birds with little mohawks, that's so interesting. Oh no, their eyes are occluded with wax, is what it is. Hang on, let's try to get a better angle. Yeah, do you see that? Or it's plumage, red plumage around their eyes. It's kind of hard to tell because they're modeled sort of, you know, vaguely. Music here is very mysterious, very creepy. Yeah, there really are birds everywhere. It's a part of the sigil of Raya Lucaria Academy. Or the coat of arms, perhaps more. The livery, that's, I think, the phrase. There's two birds with their wings up, so that could be the significance, but it is something I'm not 100% sure on why there's so many goddamn birds. Yep. It looks like a different texture. I think it's wax. All of the eyes are occluded with wax, which is a very weird FromSofty thing they do. Yeah, it could also have something to do with the fact that their knights are the cuckoo knights, right? But why they cover birds' eyes with wax, I'm not sure. And then we see these guys with the stone masks. They literally hit you with books. It's incredible. And their heads. Hey, Immortal Up, thanks so much for 7 months, and thank you for the happy partner anniversary. Thanks so much. Giving up on Colossals? No, but like I think I've seen more endurance. Now, where are those statues? These are very interesting graves. Behind an illusory wall. And these same statues that we see at Raya Lucaria. Sorry, we aren't. The Carian Manor. We only see these statues of hooded woman holding book here and at the Carian Manor. Those are the only two places. The scholars themselves also have stone masks covering their eyes. Covering their whole heads, but absolutely the eyes are included in that. It could have something to do with the birds having no eyes and thus listen to what they're told exclusively. No idea about this illusory wall. Every time I show that illusory wall, there's at least one person in chat who says I've never seen that before. It's like really weird. There's just a rune arc behind there too, but it's cool. But yes, so eyes occluded with wax normally means eyes covered in general. We see it with Duchess. We see it with the Dark Souls 3 level up lady. We see it with the maiden from Demon Souls. I don't remember her name now, or like her term. She's also the level up lady from Demon Souls. Her eyes are occluded with wax. Candle Maiden, something like that. Either way, covered eyes in FromSoft games usually means that they see something else. Like they have vision, that they're in touch more with the spirit, arcane, however you want to refer to it. Because they don't appear harmed by it. They're able to access something deeper so that their apparent lack of sight isn't a detriment. Maiden in Black, thank you, it's that easy. It suggests insight. In Dark Souls 3 as well, you can dip your head in wax, and you find a bunch of scholars in the archives who have dipped their head in wax, and it protects them from the curse that exists in their magical library. So it's sort of a mix. Like, is it harming the birds, or is it allowing them to access something different? Their faith, belief guides them. They have no use for eyes. That as well. So, and then we see these portraits. We're going to be seeing these all over the place. But if you're taking a look at this, you might realize that these are the stone helmets that we've been seeing. So far, there's 3 guys. That guy's upside down. I was the only one that didn't know what the wax is doing, but did it anyway? Nope. I saw a prompt, I clicked it, but I was like, what the fuck is this for? Okay. I wanted to get grabbed for lore, but I kind of wanted to do it a little later. These guys with the blue eyes consume your FP when they grab you. They suck your mana out of your body. And they are hungry. They come out of the ground when you show up wanting to eat you, and specifically to take your FP, your mind. They're the only ones that do this. There are other zombies. They tend to have effects. I use zombies for, you know, a quick term. But like, you know, they're zombies. They're shambling corpse-like beings. We saw some in Caelid. They grabbed me and they infected me with Scarlet Rot. They tried to eat me. They did damage. But these are the only ones, I believe, in the game that take specifically FP. Did he stop early because I had no FP? No, they do two hits every time. Okay. So, FP is governed by the mind stat. Attribute that determines FP also affects focus. So they're basically students who died and were buried and are now coming back because they didn't get a refill of their Adderall prescription. I'm kidding, but seriously, isn't that interesting? They're taking your mind. Second R2, another poke? Let's find out. I wasn't even paying attention. It sure is. Grace Mimic. They're mind goblin. They are. We also are sort of getting an idea through Topes that this academy was very elitist. So I wouldn't be surprised if these are people who dropped out because they didn't have enough mind or intelligence, and thus this is what they're left as. You drop out of this school, you literally fucking die. It's down here. I don't even remember. The primeval current? Hard to say. I'm not sure how much the primeval current has to do with everything in Raya Lucaria. It's sort of like this. Well, okay, we'll talk about the primeval current because that's something, it's relevant. But right now we're just sort of seeing, we're going through it and talking about what we're seeing. But it's effectively true that Raya Lucaria was founded by this game's version of the Illuminati. Like, that is not inaccurate to say. They're a secret society that founded the school and are like, oh, we're totally not doing anything suspicious, I swear. Like, we're just doing the school, haha. But they actually are doing something suspicious, chat. They're lying. Marionette soldiers. Oh, that's awesome. I was wondering if that's what this is. What this is here. Used to summon the spirits of two marionette soldiers. Spirits of marionette soldiers created to serve a sorcerer. These marionettes are archers, each equipped with a pair of bows. On the verge of falling apart, they are ill-disciplined and attack without warning. So marionettes equal sorcerer servants. We've probably gotten an idea of that, but that's confirmation. Sounds like your typical countryside British boarding school. Yeah, is boarding school like that, chat? People who built a graveyard in their school are up to no good. You know what? The graveyard itself is not necessarily a sign that they were sus. Because, like, I feel like a lot of, like, weird old schools probably have some shit like that. I don't know, man. Especially since the front part of the school had a chapel. I should have talked about that when we were there. We'll probably end up back there. You can summon here. That's interesting. Although it is kind of notable that to progress through the school, we go through a graveyard. It's the first part of the school that we see, effectively. Oh! Oh no. It's still happening. The stuttering. That's weird. And bad. Yeah, good point. This is also a very haphazard graveyard. It could be because they were locked away. Death is weird in the landscape. Is what we'll talk about. We already know that. We, as the Tarnished, have come back from the dead. So we know that something is fucky with this place. It is because we are from here that we came back to life. We also heard that there was a first death of the demigods because someone stole a piece of the black blade from someone named Malekith. Like, death was not a thing until one day it was, and after that there was a whole shit ton of wars about it. But we'll get into all the details. This is just interesting stuff to keep in mind. Did I get the Beeble? I did. Spectral Lance. Huh. Skill of the Headless Mausoleum Knights. Hurl a phantasmic spear at foes. Well, that's a really weird place to get it, now that I think about it. That's very interesting. No, you can feel free to talk about whatever. I'm just not going to respond. For the structure of the lore runs, I want to show things as we get them. I'm trying to keep it focused on what we have in front of our eyes as much as possible. And there's going to be a lot of returning to other topics. So feel free to talk about whatever. But I might not respond because of that. I have been baited into some deeper lore conversations, though. Did I know about this? I don't know. That little path? Probably. It's just... once you do Raya Lucaria once... that's a big raid. It's like you have to go through Marika's bedroom in order to go to the royal court. It's true. There's definitely a little bit of... okay, how should I put this? FromSoft maps are very often also about storytelling, not true function. And I think that is a very fair assessment. Oh, they're praying for a Carian knight who is buried here. And they got sick, like, outfits. This is a really nice set. Cool. Okay. Okay. Did everyone who came to the school have to walk outside every single time they walked in and head through a graveyard? Presumably no. This is almost like a fantastical rendition of what this school looked like. It's not practical. Like, if you're like, well, it doesn't make sense. You tell me I have to take a water wheel to class every day? Well, apparently they did. It's like the only way to get through this level is to climb the fucking water wheel. But yet no one's going, that doesn't make any sense. They took the, like, what? That's not logical, bro. Because it's not really meant to be. It's more about the journey of exploring this location. It's not meant to be a functional school. And this makes me think a great deal of also Dark Souls 2, which is, in my opinion, their greatest example of, like, story-based locations, and it gets a lot of heat for this, which is why I'm bringing it up, because a lot of people talk, oh, Dark Souls 2 is bad because development hell and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and yet the game that they created is so good that a ton of people love it and consider it one of their favorites in the series, myself included, because they took a weakness and turned it into a strength. So when I talk about Dark Souls 2 and other people go like, how can you think it's a good game, bro? That one elevator doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, are you seriously going on about the logic of an elevator when the opening cutscene involves us falling into a whirlpool of darkness? That was a wonderful grab hitbox. And falling into it and then waking up in a tree. You know what I mean? We're in Wonderland and people are still talking about geography. Wow, I fucking hate these guys. I miss Night Rain right now with the grab hitboxes being telegraphed. Anyway, my point is, the reason the game is Dark Souls 2 is structured that way is because it tells a story. So we enter an area and we learn about a queen who didn't get her husband's love and was like sad and bitter about it. So she accidentally poisoned the land. And before we even fight her, we find a man who fell in love with her and turned into a goo monster. So first we find the goo monster, then we find her, and then after her, we find the king. And it's sort of like working backwards in a story. And it's really, really interesting. And I think this is one thing about Dark Souls 2 that gets really underappreciated. Now, why am I talking about it now? Because I argue they do something really similar here. Tanamura, the director of Dark Souls 2 in the form that we received it, is also the co-director for Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring. A ton of people who've played Dark Souls 2 say that this game is Dark Souls 2 too. I am one of them. They have so much similar DNA. Like, there really is something to it. So basically, what I'm saying is we go on this journey through this school, not because this is what every student went through, but because this is how they want us to experience the academy as a story. First thing we do, we see that gorgeous vista. We walk through the front door. We see a chapel. We get ambushed. And then we walk heavily through a graveyard. And we see these horrifying zombies. We see what the academy is built up on top of, in a way. The toxic one is the husband who didn't love his wife. However, the reason that he didn't love his wife... No, okay. Just a quick side note on Dark Souls 2, because I really did think this was interesting. He loved someone so deeply and lost her. We don't know if it was death. We don't know if it was he couldn't be with her, but whatever. And it broke him, and it hardened his heart, so he could no longer love. And it turned him into, eventually, a greedy, selfish monster. I'm talking about the Iron King, whose main descriptor is about his greed and his avarice. However, he wasn't always like that. And we can experience that through other parts of his map. So it's actually a really sad story about how a loss of love causes pain for many different people surrounding that one individual. And can also change the person for the worse. It's a heartbreaking tale, all couched in this really interesting layout of kings and queens and magic. But in the truth, in its core, it's just about what heartbreak can do to you if you let it. Hello, gamers. I don't need this. I clicked the wrong button. Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook. So we found one of these before in Caria Manor, which is interesting. And now we see them here. But these places are linked. Okay, let's do some reading. I wanted to get here and then we'll read over all this stuff. So we got the Carian Knight helm at one of those graves. helm of the Enchanted Knights that once served the Carnian royal family. The Enchanted Knights, anointed by the Lunar Queen, were all heroes of the highest honors, but fell into disarray with the decline of the royal family. And some of those zombies were sort of worshipping at this grave, which is very interesting. So this one we don't know about. Also, we've heard about the Lunar Queen. So that's Rennala, and we know her daughter is Ranni. So, yeah, after their leader was locked in a library, they fell into disarray. Gravity well. I was busy talking about other things, but this guy came out of a portal and started throwing a bunch of purple shit at us. What the fuck is up with that? Well, he dropped this, so let's see if we can get some insight. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires a projectile of condensed gravitational force. Those struck by it will be pulled toward the caster. I have to write this down. Hang on. I might have to put my plate away. I don't really have a lot of room here. Okay. I'm taking notes on something that I want to keep track of. So... All right. A gravitational technique studied by the young Radon. His master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone. Okay. Yes, this fits. This fits. Okay, hang on. And we've heard about Radon. He is brother to Ranni. And apparently, he studied gravity sorcery from an alabaster lord with skin of stone. This is a lot of information for us, and this is the type of thing that you just go, huh, and then you file it away for later, and that's what we're gonna do. But this is very interesting, so we will be talking about this more later when we get more information on these characters. It makes sense, Radon, as a sister to Ranni, who is of the Carian royal family, would have learned sorcery, but specifically gravity sorcery, and he was taught by someone who presumably wasn't human. Whoever just attacked us, apparently an alabaster lord with skin of stone, they are someone different. They are... He came out of a portal! Like, this is very strange. Also, for insight on what I'm making notes of, I'm making notes on which sorcery is a push away and a push toward, or pull toward, because there is an interesting distinction the game makes, and it made me come up with an interesting theory for Radon that I want to gather further evidence for. Conspectus Scroll, a sorcery scroll from the Academy of Raya Lucaria, details superior sorceries taught to scholars worthy of donning the stone crown and studying a certain conspectus. Can be given to a learned sorcerer to gain access to the following sorceries: Glintstone Comet Shard and Stone Shower. Star Shower, I mean. It's not a new Radon theory, so to speak. Also, sorry, I get so excited about this one because this is the very first illusory wall I found in my first playthrough, and I was like, bro! Like, I get a smile every time I remember. I was like, I knew it! Even though before this, I think I'd hit about like 200 walls, and I got one, and I was like, I knew it! You know what I mean? It's one of those. I just hit every wall, except I missed the one at the start of Raya Lucaria. Who knows? Anytime an item drops info about Radon, I can't stop myself from thinking, yeah, but I didn't ask, though. True! No, just kidding. I tried to get on Torrent. I forgot where I am. Olivenus Glintstone Crown. Yo, Anonymous! Oh, Lee, we're gonna take a moment to pause the lore run for a minute because we just got 50 gifted subs. Goodness, thank you so much, Anonymous. There was an incident. Oh, I'm good. Woo, okay. I'm good. All right. Woo. Sorry, it was very funny. Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for partying with me. Thank you for celebrating the Partnerversary with me. That's very kind of you, Anonymous. Thank you. Welcome, new butterflies. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Can I get some Wraff donks and other assorted animated emotes? Almost all of my animated emotes are inspired by Elden Ring. Where's the other one? And I say almost. Okay, maybe 2 of them, but that's a lot. I do have other non-animated emotes, so now that you mention it. Welcome, new butterflies. You get access to these and other gorgeous emotes. Thanks so much. Did Anonymous break the streamer? No, I'm clumsy on a good day. Don't get too excited. Side note that I'm gonna mention, we've gotten quite a few Trina's lilies here, and Trina's lilies are kind of all over the place, but they are a rarer item, so I think it is interesting to know. I don't know whether to draw conclusions from that. Like, I think some people are like, if there is a flower here, that character was here. I don't know if I go that far, because in the end, they're just flowers that have become associated with that character. Like, for example, I really like lilies, but you're not going to look at a lily and be like, oh my god, Wraff stepped literally right here. I know I'm not magical or a demigod or anything, but you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm willing to personally go that far. That said, it is very interesting, and it's something that we will be keeping track of. Oh, the stone crown. That was what I was looking for. The Olivinus Glintstone Crown. One of the Glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria. Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence to the detriment of HP. The lineage of the Olivinus Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. Okay, I'm gonna write that down for ease of access as well. All right, so, this is Lusat. We can't be sure of that yet, but this is what Lusat looked like. Now, in order to acquire a stone crown, you have to prove that your pursuits were worthy. So your int needs to be high, and you also need to actually prove yourself in some way, shape, or form, and then you are allowed to get this mask. But what does the mask do? It makes you hide your face, you lose your own identity, and you wear the hat and face of someone else. And I think that that's really interesting. And it kind of has something to do, I mean, Raya Lucaria, it's an academy, it's a school, they have a uniform. There's something about schools that, I mean, they are meant to sort of churn out people with certain abilities. This is a school that was not open to new ideas. They valued talent, but also uniformity. And I think that that's really interesting. We can get that. Think of what that means, to hide your own identity, to wear the face of someone else. Also, yeah, he do be like, which is hilarious. Like, he looks, actually, there is something to be said about why he making that face, though. Taking away individualism, yes. And tradition, very traditional, because it's like you follow in the footsteps of this guy, and thus you shall wear his face. It's very interesting. We'll show more on it, but it's very cool. Monastic tones with the scholar's self being subsumed. Damn, that was a really good way to put that. Dude, freaking monastic and shit. Yeah, 100%. It's like he got frozen when something bad was happening. It's like even his eyebrows are downturned, right? He literally is making like a face. Huh. We will talk about why that is significant, but he does look terrified. That's why Selin got her own mask. Yeah. But we'll get to Selin because they do apparently make a couple of exceptions. Because, yeah, so far we've only seen Selin with that mask. But right now, still, we're early. Selin is interesting. We will be returning to her, actually, too. I hate these masks so much. I played, like, a significant portion of my first playthrough with one of them because I found one and I thought it was really silly. And also, I needed the int. Hey, thank you for the happy Partnerversaries as well. I'll be right back, though. I'm just going to use the restroom. And we shall be back and continue. Also, yes, Burger King masks, 100%. sorry my cat griefed me on the way back. He hooked my ankle and forced me to pet him, and he's so cute. How could I possibly say no? This game does have a lot of silly headwear. It sure does. Okay. Lots of Wraff expressions today. It's the Partnerversary after all. Oh god, I have to take off this horrible helmet. One thing I'm not the biggest fan of, and I understand that I have the pigtails, but like, I hate how it like covers your head. Okay. Is that Lusat? No, I don't remember. Let's wear this to try to remember. I can't tell. No, that is a different crown. I also love how they're still learning, right? They're still just reading books. Oh, another thing. So, of course, stone crown, sure. But the weird thing is that the crown has stones growing out of someone's head. Like, what's up with that? All of them kind of have this, if you're looking at them. It's something that you might just be like, okay, they're wearing stone crowns and they got crystals in their heads. Who fucking even knows what's going on here? But if this is supposed to represent someone's face and just be sort of mostly normal, why are there always crystals growing out of them? This is obviously rhetorical. We mostly know the answer. I always say mostly because we can't be 100% sure, but we're like 90% sure, 95. But it's something to consider. While you're playing this, this is something that you might pick up on. You might be like, what? I forgot about that guy back there. He will be a problem. Welcome to PvP. Why do they have crystals on their heads? They don't have crystals on their heads. They have crystals apparently growing out of their heads. Or they've become crystals. Their head is become... We don't know. Something's weird. Yeah, exactly. That's even worse. It is. Yeah. Microplastics conspect this. Same. Living jar shard. So, yeah, we just got attacked by someone who looks exactly like Alexander. Had to kill it, and we got the living jar shard. Poor thing shattered. And it was very gory. If you weren't sure what's in them, yeah. A fragment of a living jar hardened after its death. Such fragments command a high price due to the magical power locked within. This leaves the living jars unfortunate targets for poachers. Heartbreaking lore. Glintstone fireflies and crystal buds? I would say, in a word, yes. So, do you remember how there is another game in FromSoft that has, in like the FromSoft series of games, where there is a school that studied something forbidden and really bad things happened? You might be, if you're thinking Bloodborne, ding ding ding, you're right. Bloodborne involves a school that started studying alien blood. Pretty much. And as a result of their meddling with things that they didn't understand, some parts of the school ended up floating in the Nightmare Void, and it's the only way to access them. It's kind of strange because Bergenworth, the school itself, doesn't really appear to be so divided. It itself is just... But apparently there was more to it, but we can only access them as nightmares. They've become immaterial. So that's something that's happening here. You're kind of already getting the idea that they messed with something that they maybe shouldn't have. Although Bloodborne's a lot more blatant. There is some serious evidence that the people here may not even have known fully the history of the school. They just attended, but the school founders were definitely up to some serious shit. Ritual pot. This empty pot somehow mends itself when broken. Special item with greater durability than a cracked pot. Essential vessel for crafting ritual pot items. You throw it, it heals. It's kind of interesting, all things considered, with the pots, because the living jars don't do that. The pots mend themselves, but the jars do not. Probably because the jars have living innards and thus shatter when they are killed and can't be put back together again, because it's not the jar that is alive, it's the innards. It's also kind of interesting that you can take the dead and put them into a living jar and they are returned to life. They are reborn, dare I say. Alright, sweetie, I'm gonna need you to die. Because this is a really, really, really cool room. So we see crystals, mostly drained of color. They were also mining crystals here. That's what that water wheel is about. Not from the beginning. I'm not using the claymore from the beginning, but close to the beginning, yeah. School of Mensis. Ooh, wrong school. Yeah, pretty much exactly, except Bergenworth. Here's a difference. And like I said, we don't have the evidence for this, but we will find it fairly soon. So, you know, just follow with me here. Bergenworth, as far as we know, was not founded to study the weird shit that they started studying, right? So Bergenworth sort of became corrupted after a discovery, let's say. They found this forbidden blood and they started experimenting with it, and this led to everything bad, largely, that happened. And a lot of crimes. But Bergenworth wasn't founded on the principle of we're gonna do fucked up shit with aliens. However, we have evidence that this school basically was founded with that. So the founding of the school itself has already been imbued with this sort of corruption. They had this goal. The founders, Lusat and... I don't remember the other guy's name. The other guy who turned into a rock. Azur. Right, Comet Azur. Yes. Azur were the founders, and they were interested in something forbidden and something that they probably shouldn't have been. And they founded the school in order to further it. But they were like, no, we're not gonna do that. But they did anyway. And here are all the masks. So they're duplicated. But we have, well, not all the masks. Most of them, though. There's Lusat right there. It's interesting that they're here. There's many of them. Probably, maybe this was a ceremony room, or this was like a storage room for like people who've graduated or something, because the founder, or it's not the founder, sorry, the current leader is depicted here. Along with a wonderful staff. In a place of honor. They're not death masks, no. Well, okay, they could be. I don't think they are, though, because, well, we know that people at a certain point would be honored by being granted one of the masks. So that's sort of my impression. But it's possible these are students who have died or something, yeah. The principal, yeah, it's the principal. Possibly even the founders themselves. Oh, you mean death masks as in they were created from their fate? Possible. However, Azura and Lusat are not dead. So... Comet. So, I think there are no illusory walls in Stormveil. This is most likely the second legacy dungeon you're going to do. The game, of course, you can go anywhere you want, right? But generally, the game definitely funnels you through Stormveil, and then Stormveil is hard, so normally what a lot of people will do is they'll end up being like, dang, I can't beat Margit or Godric, I'm gonna go explore. And then you go to the Weeping Peninsula, it kind of leads you down there, and then you head to Liurnia. That's not to say you can't go to Caelid, the game also does guide you there, but generally progression is through Liurnia, and most of the game will sort of gently push you here. So I think a fair number of folks will find this to be something they do pretty early game. It's pretty interesting that this place has illusory walls. Illusory walls are consciously created by someone who has something to hide. This is a place with secret passages. It fits with a school full of mysteries, but the implication of it is beyond that. They're hiding things here. And one of the things they hid is this. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria fires a great magical comet. The greatest of the Carollos Conspectus' sorceries that only a very few sorcerers have ever mastered. Okay, I'm gonna do that. This is a secret room. Also, we saw one of these at the very start. Unfortunately, when I zoom in, my light turns off, so it's harder to see. It's in a position almost like an altar, as if of worship. Count Emir kind of looks similar. In fact, that was my first thought when I saw Emir, was this. With this exact figure, but I don't know if I link them now. That's something we'll have to talk about in the DLC. Preference on us pointing out things you might miss since it's a lore run? In terms of items? Yeah, if there's something significant, feel free, because, like, you know, thorough as I attempt to be, I don't have every item in the game memorized. Nowhere close. Oh, right. You can jump. Sorry. I was like, how do I get over that? I get into Night Rain mode, and sometimes I get into Dark Souls mode, and I forget we can platform. So this is even more hidden. Graven School Talisman. Then we get jumped by little jars. Little baby jars. Soul jars of fortune. A talisman depicting a school of graven mages, the nightmare of the Academy. Raises potency of sorceries. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into seeds of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. Very big Bergenworth vibes here. Experimenting with others, collecting them, turning them into a mass of heads. We've seen one of these already. Only one, and it was huge, first of all, much bigger. It was right here. Sorry, here, in the Witchbane ruins. In front of Sorceress Selin. Or some part of her, because we also see her over there. Which is another mystery that we don't fully understand yet, but we will get to. And she's going to give us some interesting insight. I always wonder if this was Selin's room. I personally think... Oh, by the way, just in case it wasn't blatant... Oh, great. I forgot. Skeletons. Tons of them. And crystals. Tons and tons of skeletons. Just all over the place. Personally, I think this was Selin's room, yes, but we'll get into why I think that once we get more information. That's why they need living jars. The living jars there are interesting because they jump you when you get the item. Living jars were used as ingredients. So as for why they're there, living jars are strange because we see them in odd places. I'm not sure if they were using them or if they like got some on their side somehow through magical means or otherwise. Because if they're important ingredients, wouldn't they need them like whole? I'm gonna go rest. Oh, here we go. Lusat is right there. And then we have these guys. We don't have confirmation on which they are, but we also see this one for the first time. They're twins. I think I have a, I do. Twin Sage Sorcerer Ash. Spoiler, there's some that have two heads. And it's the Twin Sages, so they are depicted as one school. Hey, thanks for the happy partner anniversary. They're willing to study glintstone, but not its origin, as implied by Primeval. Yes. I also think it's a case of... Okay. The one who leads the school can influence it. And there are signs, we will get into them, that Rennala changed the school when she was here. However, that doesn't mean just because something is forbidden... Oh my god! Dead birds. Yeah, their eyes are occluded with wax for sure. So they cover the eyes on purpose. That's a strange... kind of cruel, but I'm not sure why they would do that. I never noticed there was the dead birds here. Right outside of this arena. Interesting. Behind Garank Sanctum? Oh yeah, the Cincadea. No, I remember that. I just don't want to do the whole platforming puzzle right now. We will do it when we get further with the beast. Yeah. Doesn't mean it was always forbidden? Yes. Okay, so just to sort of summarize my thoughts on this, like I said, we'll be able to back this up soon. It's just, you're going to have to sort of take my word for it at first, I guess, until we get all the evidence. And then we'll talk about every facet. Generally, there's evidence that the school was founded to study the primeval current because the people who founded it wanted to do that. But it was likely, nonetheless. The academy was also like gatekeeper school. so that not everyone was able to actually learn it. They wanted only the best and brightest. So perhaps what the primeval current even is was kept secret until they proved themselves. Sort of like, think of like a secret society, because this is how it's structured. You come to school to learn magic, and then you'll learn of the primeval current once you prove yourself, sort of thing, right? However, Rennala has her own motivation, and she... Hey, what up? Chat, I think I'm getting mogged. Oh, I'm so scared of your sorceries. All that brain, and they just can't figure out walk left to right. No, those are the Cuckoo Knights. Red Wolf of Radigan, everyone's favorite dog. Oh shit, I forgot this one has a different moveset. I'm not used to this one compared to the ones from Night Rain. I'm already trapped in a corner and can't see. That's pretty much how I expected the Red Wolf of Radigan to go. So, Red Wolf of Radigan. Radigan's link to the red-haired MFers in this game is something that I think about a lot, and I don't know if I personally have an answer that I'm fully satisfied with, but generally I think we can agree that this is his dog, that he left here for a purpose. The dog learned magic. However, it also uses a red sword. Kind of interesting, isn't it? I forgot about that. I seriously forgot because of Night Rain. Nice true combo, doggo. Damn it! I was trying to avoid the... I knew that would happen. I was trying to avoid the sorceries coming toward me, so I dodged. But then I was like, fuck, but then the sword's gonna hit me. Yeah, one or both were gonna hit me because of that.
I had a super big brain fart and mistook the Red Wolf of Radagon for Radagon himself. So there was a portion in time where I thought this was Ronnie's dad.
That is incredible. Thank you so much for the 100 bits and for sharing that. I don't know how much the voice came through. So you mistook that dog for being Radigan himself, and you thought that was Ronnie's dad. So you thought we were just like doing like Ronnie's dad, then killing Ronnie's mom, etc., etc. Incredible. I'm surprised. I'm sorry. Did you? I'm just curious. Are you a fan of Ronnie's ending? Are you a Ronnie fan? Like, are you one of those like Ronnie is the only good ending people? I'm just curious. I have a reason for asking. Don't worry. I think most of us are. Oh my god, that is incredible. Like Ronnie's ending, it's not your favorite? Okay, I was just wondering, because if you're one of those like, oh my god, Ronnie is my queen people. I was like, so did you do another playthrough and come in here like, excuse me, sir, I would like to marry your daughter? Like, oh dang, it's always really stressful to meet the in-laws. Woo! Could you imagine though? Like he's like a dog and he's like fucking confused. Hey, you think that's bad? I mean, mine isn't too bad. I love that, first of all. Mine is a sign of how bad I am with voices. I was calling Rennala Ronnie for a very long time. Because I thought Ronnie was a nickname for Rennala. Because in the cutscene where Rennala goes phase 2 and Ronnie talks, I didn't recognize that that wasn't Rennala's voice. So I was like, okay. I was very confused. Also, if you watch my first playthrough, I didn't find Ronnie for a very long time because I had the weirdest fucking routing ever. So that explains that. Never question why her dad is a dog. I love that. Yeah, long story short, it made sense as to why I did that, but yeah. I'm gonna try to lock in a little bit because I was thinking, and I played badly on this fight, but I also fucking hate this fight, so. He's very squishy, but he's very hard to hit. And lock on, please. Holy shit! Oh, god damn it. Memory Stone. A black, lightly beguiling stone prized by the sorcerers who produced them. Said to be a fragment of the black moon that once hung above the Eternal City. Also, in practice, they give you more spell slots. You can equip more spells. You can remember more spells when you have them. Okay. Wolf is worse or better than the Night Rain one? I don't know. I think I hate both. Also missed Ronnie at the church? Yes. That's another thing. That's sort of what I'm talking about. I never saw it. That's what when I say I didn't see Ronnie, I mean it. I didn't see Ronnie until like super late. Possibly the Academy also studies jars because they grow to a natural amalgamation of warriors like Alexander. Graven masses are an artificial amalgamation of sorcerers. Okay. So wait, when you say study, you don't think they make them, but you think they study them. That could be... Oh, that's interesting. It's like symmetry. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Study of the same idea, but split. Ooh. Hang on. That is actually really interesting, considering the graven masses are seeds of stars. Is the phrase, as if they will grow into a star. But... And the initial purpose of the jars in the DLC, when they were used by the Hornsent, was to, dare I say, seed of gods. They were meant to grow to gods. There's something there. I think you might have a point, yeah. They might also, it might be as simple as, okay, hang on. Jars made by the School of the Erdtree, not the school, the House of the Erdtree. I think that's inarguable. They have the Erdtree stamp on them, whatever. So, Marika or her people made them. We don't really know the process. Specifically the magic used to make them. Although, did she even, or did she just recycle the ones from the DLC? Either way, the seal is by her. Her and her people are the ones who made them. So this might have something to do with the exchange of ideas. When Radagon married Rennala, he was there for secrets. Perhaps that involved sharing of some of the details of their own magic. Okay, I have some thoughts on this. But like I said, this is deep lore, so it's harder to get into right now. Bell Rob, also thank you so much for 9 months, and thank you for the happy partnerversary. Can I get the rat donks in the chat, please? Oh, and of course. I think I'll make the cutoff for making that sound midnight. So we have 2 more hours to make noise. I love you, Moonwife. Here, look at my funny little jar guys. Yeah. The thing is, we learn a lot about what Radagon got from the marriage. Because, well, okay, we know he truly didn't care for Rennala. Or, okay, we don't know. It's strongly implied that he married her for a purpose, not out of much affection. And that was not true for her, that she loved him, he did not love her. There's a fair bit of evidence for that, but of course, it's not like it literally says, Radagon did not love Rennala. So we can't be 100% sure. But if the marriage for him was an exchange, we know what he was getting out of it. We don't really know what she was getting out of it. In other words, she probably actually loved him while he was there for a purpose. Bet the neighbors love that sound. Do I want to read something? No, we got the memory stone. Okay, we're all good. Oh, I want to talk about the room. This is the debate parlor. Also, I don't know what to think about this. We see this iconography on the statues that I pointed out at the bottom, but it's purple and gold, which is really strange because those aren't really colors that I know what to associate with anything else, except maybe gravity sorcery, Trina. I don't think that's related here. But it could also be something with the primeval current, but that's still normally depicted as blue. It's just interesting. I'm not sure what to think about this. Also, yes, a lot of bones in here. Believe it or not, I don't think I ever noticed how many bones there are all over the place. However, these we can probably chalk up to the dog. What is the dog doing here? Well, if it's of Radagon and Radagon was here, presumably the dog is to protect Rennala, ? But if that's the case, then why did the dog not prevent her from being locked in the library? Some people have a theory that the dogs are sort of like Radagon's eyes. I don't know if I'm 100% with that theory, but it is something I think is good to put forth. Because, like, yeah, why the hell? It's protecting Rennala in practice, but is that really the purpose? I am still wearing that. That's true. So that's sort of the thing. That's why, yeah, some people, he left the dog to protect her. I'd like to think he at least cared for Rennala. That's fair. But the dog doesn't really protect her. Because what happened to her... Well, I have a thought on this. Okay, getting stun locked by a freaking jar. I wonder if the purpose was not to protect the egg that he gave her. Structurally, it's very similar to Stormveil Castle. You walk into Stormveil Castle, and although that one's a little more blatant, immediately upon entering, you get accosted by Margit, the Fell Omen. So in a way, Margit, as he calls himself, is protecting Godric. but he's not really protecting Godric so much as he's protecting the Great Rune. Morgott, or Margit, I guess, doesn't care about Godric. Well, he does in the sense of him being like one of the lords, but the main thing is he doesn't want a tarnish to progress. So his purpose there is to prevent us from going forward. He's not sitting there like, my lord Godric, I will protect you. Like, he doesn't give a shit about Godric. So I can't help but compare it. We come in here, we explore this place, and then as we get closer to Rennala, we encounter this dog, ostensibly protecting her. But what if it's a little bit more complex than that? That's sort of what I think of. It's totally possible that he has some affection for Rennala. The problem is, there is zero evidence of Radagon's affection for Rennala, Ranni, Rykard, or Radahn. None. We know that he had a relationship with one child, and that's Miquella. Other than that, there's nothing there. And what we do know is he left Rennala to become Elden Lord. And it didn't really seem like he regretted it in any way. There doesn't seem to be anything in his nature that was like, oh no, I'm so sad. Now, he left her the egg. So maybe that was a fond parting gift, except what the egg does to her suggests that isn't true either. But like I said, we will get to this. Radahn is Rennala and Radagon's son, yes. I think that was her doing. Renala's, I mean. What was her doing? This is a very important item I'm going to get over here. Getting locked in the library? No, that was not her doing. She very specifically... it was a revolt. We know already from Muriel, and I think a second source, that there was a revolt against Caria Manor. Oh, Iji as well. So, just for a timeline of what we know so far about what happened here at Raya Lucaria. Rennala ruled the academy. She was the principal, lack of a better term, the leader of the academy. I forget the exact title. And she was also the queen of the full moon and of the Carian royal family, which was their seat of power was here. And then one day, the Raya Lucaria rose up against her, presumably because she was weakened in some way, but I'll get to why we can say that, and forced her into the library, locked her in there, and then shut its gates. And this is when the Shattering War started, according to Topes. When the Shattering started is when he says that happens. Now, Topes may not know everything, so I think we'll have to take like a slight grain of salt on the exact timeline, but we do know that the gates were shut for sure, and there was a revolt. We get the revolt information from Muriel, who really does know a lot, more than most, because of his... he married them, so he knows a lot more about them. He doesn't know everything, for example, about Radagon. And then from Iji, we learn that the Cuckoo Knights assaulted Caria Manor. So presumably there was a plan in place to overthrow Rennala and her entire family and presumably kill everybody here. But even though they weren't ready for it, the Cuckoo Knights were fought off. So we know all this happened. I love this room with this big old thingy in it. I don't even know what the heck this is, but it sure is cool. Those knights have no loyalty? No, the Cuckoo Knights are loyal to the Academy. So they do have a loyalty. It's to whoever rules the Academy, which is why there are signs that the Academy itself was trying to turn on Rennala for a while. However, just as a side note, we'll get to this even in more detail, there's signs that Rennala was also ready for a revolt. the Radigan icon. A legendary talisman depicting the Elden Lord Radigan shortens the casting time of sorceries and incantations. As the husband of Rennala of Caria, the red-haired Radigan studied sorcery, and as the husband of Queen Marika, he studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. This is one of the most important lines in the game in terms of understanding Radigan. You aspired to be complete. This is a fucking huge deal and gives us insight into most of his behavior. Now, if you're reading this, you're like, what the fuck? But since we know what we know, you might get some insight as to why this is the case, which we will get to. Oh my god, Saint! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How was Tomodachi life today? I popped in. I felt genuinely like I was walking into someone else's fever dream. Like everything was normal in my life. I'm hanging out and then I tune in and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It was incredible. Also, thank you for the happy partner anniversary. Thanks so much, Saint. I know you gotta go do your thing after stream. Thanks for sending your community over. Welcome. We're doing an Elden Ring lore run. We're getting into some seriously cool stuff now. I told him his game is like Nickelodeon version of David Lynch. Holy shit, that's so true. Also, it made me want to play Tomodachi Life, which I already wanted to play, but like, I really got to play that game. It seems like super, super fun and absurd. Okay. Radigan wants to be complete, and he studied sorcery first and then incantations. Actually, that timeline is really interesting. So what else do we know about Radigan? He was a warrior who apparently just kind of came out of nowhere, and they don't know why he was important enough to become the second Elden Lord, or at least Muriel says this, and Muriel, like I said, knows a lot of stuff. So if he says that, it's like, okay, you're right, why was he important enough? Something is strange about Radigan, both in terms of that, but also where he came from. He just kind of appeared one day, from all intents and purposes that we can tell, like that's what happened. Makes sense as to why Golden Order spells require both int and faith. It represents his completion. A complete understanding of everything. So we don't know what this thing is. That was great. But there's one here, which is weird and cool. Randa flowers growing out of his back? Oh, that's not good. But it's a cool animation, and we get an insight into what those things look like inside. Those are freaking snakes all over it. The hands that grab you are snake heads. It's just a mass of snakes on the inside. So that is an iron version. We have heard them mentioned, but we haven't seen them yet. Patches told us about them. And there's a special one in this basement that we're going to go acquire. If he learned spells because of his first wife and then incants from his second, I would go so far personally as to argue that the reason that Radigan married Rennala was to learn spells. There's a weird crab in this corner, covered in crystals, and it drops the Carollo's Glintstone crown. Another crown. One of the Glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. Increases intelligence to the detriment of stamina. The Corollos Conspectus is the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, begat by the sorcerer Azur. Scholars who follow in his footsteps pursue the mysteries of comets. Okay, I kind of forgot that it's Corollos equals Azur. I'm gonna add that. I don't remember all the names of the conspectuses. So they study comets. We also got the spell comet already. And comets versus Lusat studies meteors. Similar but different. Honestly, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you the exact difference between them. Okay, flowers. I'm gonna be real, those look more like carnations to me. They don't look like Miranda blossoms. Do I have any depictions of Mirandas? They couldn't be meaning to, like, represent them. This is presumably what Mirandas look like, although it's, like, all dried. I just feel like the petals aren't, like, thick enough. But there is one thing they look like, sort of a little bit more to me, because it's coming off of branches, blooms off branches. It makes me think of the, what's it called? You know those statues, the ones that we pointed out? There's one at Stormvale, and there's one right outside Raya Lucaria on the way to Altus, of a figure that looks burnt, standing on a stump, question mark, with a ton of little offshoots growing, and then one is cradled. We've seen a few depictions of that. It reminds me of one of those, because it looks like a bloom. Also, side note, if you haven't figured it out, Radagon had red hair. Pretty much every single description of Radagon, both verbal and text-based, says that he had red hair. Red hair, red hair, red hair, red hair. Like, you cannot forget that he's redheaded. It's, like, insane how much they repeat it. They don't want you to miss this detail. So, this crab does sleep buildup. Uh-oh. And that's what falling asleep looks like. Falling asleep takes your FP as well. Okay. Comets are giant balls of ice hurtling through space, which typically don't come down to Earth. Meteors would definitely fall to Earth. Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Comets leave debris in their wake that can be seen as the tail of a comet. Comets are also often called shooting stars. That's my own little addition to that. George R. R. Martin to mention hair color so much? If you say so. I believe it. When you fight Radagon in the end, he parries all spells. Except for night sorceries. Yeah, night sorceries. The reason he doesn't parry night sorceries, though, is because of how they operate as, like... They're coded that the enemies don't respond to them. It's why they're so strong on people like Melania, who dodges spells, is because they're like, they don't respond to them. They're assassin tools. They're sneaky. But yeah, we'll get to that more. Right now we know that Radagon was like amassing knowledge, and specifically spell knowledge, to become complete. We also know that before he fought Rennala, or before he married Rennala, sorry, he fought Rennala, and, well, we get this from Muriel so far, but Rennala was impressed by him, and apparently fell in love on the battlefield with him. But they were both fairly, presumably evenly matched. Or, Rennala had an edge. Because it's her that gave up fighting. Because she's like, yo, you want to get married instead? Meteors are actually the ones commonly called shooting stars. Oh, dang, really? That's very neat, thank you. I don't know that much about space stuff. Night sorceries were developed entirely outside the academy, so Radigan also has no way of knowing them. Yeah, although... Is that why, or is it simply because they're, like, specifically stealth sorceries? I don't know if that's something they thought about. Also, giant balls. I love doing PvP here, by the way. Look at that thing. It is summoning them. Over and over and over. We saw a similar seal appear when the Graven School attacked us. It wasn't there the whole time. It like emerged from one. Another portal, but a different sort than the one that we saw the weird stone guy come out of. The Alabaster Lord. Wonder if it's the same ball? You're right, actually, now you mentioned it, it is probably the same one. Also, this is a bit of Wraff lore. I love doing PvP right here because it's freaking hilarious, and I called this the ball pit. So you all have to fight here, and then various people get run over by the ball, and it's hilarious and very fun. So this right here, this is the ball pit. It's a rich history. I did a lot of fun PvP here during the charity stream that I know Saint also was a part of a couple years ago, where we were getting invaded, and I was like, I am the host. We shall fight in the ball pit, and it was incredible. How the Nox summon sentient boulders. Oh, yeah, so these boulders don't chase you, but we have also encountered boulders that chase us, although I was running from them, so we didn't see them super clearly. Okay, one moment, because I just happen to have some insider knowledge. I know there's a shortcut here. Ow. Also, I should level up. I just realized I have a lot of runes. PvP'd in the Ariza hero's grave. No, but now you're thinking about it. Now you're mentioning it, I should have. I've done a lot of PvP, but this was a rare interval where I'm inviting invasions, and thus I got to control where we were. But I'm very opportunistic. If there's an elevator or something silly that I can fuck with in an invasion, I do try. Moongrum. Ugh. Hey, thanks, Telemar. Yeeting people off the water wheel with great bows was pure joy. Oh, I've never done a water wheel PvP. I'm sure there is lore about the abductor versions. There is! We just don't know right now. Okay, you're doing a great job, gamers. Good job. Perish. Speaking of elevator fuckery, oh man, I have so many fond memories of yeeting people off of this elevator and various other shenanigans. Moongrum, the Carian Knight. Bro is like the ultimate input reader. It's insane. Did I run out of stamina? Also, I need to take this off. I was just doing it for comparison's sake. Well, that's awkward. You're out of juice, silly Billy. He put the shield away, so I knew it was safe. Carian Knight's shield. fuck, I forgot it requires int. A teardrop-shaped, medium-sized shield embedded with blue glintstones. Carried by knights who serve the Carian royal family. Excels when facing magic or holy attacks. Just who are these knights preparing to fight? That's pretty much word for word was what I was going to ask. Thank you. Holy attacks make sense because they were initially against the Erd Tree, the people of the Erd Tree, right? Marika's people. So holy attacks, that makes sense. But they were also ready to face magic. This is what I'm talking about as for evidence that Rennala was clever enough to foresee that the Academy would potentially turn against her and was preparing for it. Her knights were ready to deal with it. Also, sorry, I forgot the reason I'm excited to actually possibly use this is... oh wait, it doesn't have Carian Retaliation on it. Sorry, I thought it did. I always get confused because in the network test, the starting class, they give you a new starting class. They changed it on the full release, but your starting class was Carian Knight, so they actually gave you his set and like the Carian Retaliation skill, and it was on that shield. So I always am like, oh, I'm so excited, and then I always forget it's in the base game. It's not like that. Almost always bait him into falling down the elevator. Yes, he's very stupid. He will fall down the elevator with ease. Also, his name is Moongrum as well. They were ready for revolt? Yes. Hey! Thanks for the happy Partnerversary. The library. A very important place for nerds and whatnot. And quite possibly one of my favorite cutscenes in the entire game. Basically for this right here at the start. Just what the fuck? So first of all, what the fuck?
Hush, little Calva. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting, fresh and pure.
Her eyes look gold. They're not, but they look gold here because they're reflecting the amber egg, and I think that this is really significant in Phase 1. She cannot keep her eyes off the egg. So this is a really sick fight with a lot going on, so I'm gonna try to talk about it and show some stuff off. It's not necessarily a gimmick fight, but definitely something of a puzzle fight. The environment itself tries to kill you. And these little guys are the ones doing it. Notably, they don't have feet, or their feet are malformed and they're unable to walk. They're a lot like Aldinarics. So I can't fully understand the lyrics because there's a lot of noise. And they're also extremely British. But basically, they're singing a lullaby. The face is kind of cursed. Wait, did I already get 3 or was it 2 the whole time? I was not ready for that. I thought I needed 1 more.
Come, sweetings.
Chad, this is so obvious in retrospect. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is very cool. Wait. She pulls them up. And what happens to them? They turn into floating gravestones. Which if you wait approximately a decade, she will fire at you. Very few people have seen that because why would you stare at that? Really? Okay, I have noticed something just now that is so obvious in retrospect, but I just never thought about it. She doesn't fight back. This is basically like... Phase 1 is a bit of a gimmick, right? She's protected by a golden aura, and the only thing she does is use an incantation.
Time to be born anew.
She uses gold. It's like Wrath of Gold. She doesn't use any sorceries. This actually suggests that I'm correct when I think you are not fighting Rennala here, you are fighting the egg. I know, it's so obvious to think of now, but the reason I never thought about it is because, well, I never think too much about magic. I'm always like, yeah, sure, magic, magic. But no. She's only using gold. You're fighting the egg! They're singing a lullaby, and the words that I can understand are like something, something, sleep tight, something about mother. Like I said, I haven't listened to it outside of the game. But they're keeping her asleep!
Time to be born anew.
And it's gold magic. Yeah, I'm taking my time so we can show this off, but I think we've seen everything important in phase 1. Also, she's floating in a cradle. A rocking cradle. She's very infantile. Wouldn't you say? So close. I'll have to do 3. That's okay. She doesn't even really register. She's just like, come here. So she's a mother who's rebirthing them, but she's also floating in a cradle. She doesn't move. She just floats. This isn't really Rennala, presumably. It is, but I swear we're fighting the egg. This actually fully confirms what I was thinking. I'm blown away. She's regressed as if to infancy. I've used up a lot of healing in phase 1, and I don't remember phase 2 very well. I might die, but that's okay. I want to... Ooh. I just realized we kind of want to get the death dialogue in both phases. Let's take an intentional L. I just realized this.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew. Little Culver.
Culver is actually not a word that I'm familiar with. Let's look it up. Pigeon. It's an archaic or poetic English word that means dove or pigeon. It's from Old English. Huh. That's so neat. She calls you her little dove. It's a nickname. Although, realistically, I don't even know if she's talking to you. It's kind of hard to tell. Because it's as if she reacts to you, but it's more like everything else reacts to you too. It's as if the egg itself is reacting to you. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, someone pointed this out already, but thank you for the reminder. This is one of the few bosses that has a bit of a run back. Like, barely, but it has a little bit of one. There, in other words, there's no stake of Marika here. Nowhere near Rennala. Is there a symbol of Marika? Phase 1 is the egg and phase 2 is actually Rennala? Well, that's the thing. It's not actually Rennala either. We don't fight Rennala. Not really. It's why she survives. Oh, we'll get to that when we fight phase 2. Looking at the animation, it's like the egg is the one controlling her, pulling her back up into the sky. She's cradling it as if it's her child, while she herself is in a cradle. I know she doesn't actually die. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that though. Personally, I believe that what we fight in phase 2 is a representation of Rennala at her strongest, created by Ranni as sort of a protective mechanism to protect her mother. I also think there's something pretty symbolic about the fact that the child is protecting the mother in that context. So it is Rennala at her strongest, but it's a depiction, it's not actually her. On black screen.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
Something dark comes out and coalesces. It looks like the night, doesn't it?
Upon my name as Ranni the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Rennala of the full moon.
I get frickin' shivers.
And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
And her eyes are blue. This is Rennala. Oh my god. Excellent opener. It's the staff that we saw hung up outside of the library, isn't it? Okay. We don't want to kill her too quickly. A, we want to show off what she does. Woof. And B, we want to get the death dialogue, so we are gonna die intentionally, but I'm gonna try to stall. Here we go. Wolves. Summoned. The moon! Oh, mistimed it. A bloodhound knight.
Come, oathsworn dragon.
A freaking dragon? Oathsworn. So she doesn't have dialogue for all of them, but only the important ones.
Come, oathsworn giant.
And this is a bit weird because she summons a giant, but summons an actual troll, and there is a difference. But I think there's... Wow, she actually comboed me there. Well, we got exactly what I wanted. We showed all of the summons, at least all the ones I can think of, in order practically. And then we got the death dialogue. Mwah! Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. She didn't call herself Ronnie? I mean, you know when the voice said, "By my name is Ronnie the Witch"? I thought that was Rennala's voice. The voices sounded the same to me. You have to remember, I saw it, and there was a lot to process, so I wasn't really paying attention to voices. But yeah, I didn't tell that the voices were different. So that's why I thought that... I didn't think that Ronnie was Rennala. I didn't know who Ronnie was. It got a little confusing. I thought they were... I think I thought they were both named Ronnie? I don't know. People who've watched the first playthrough more recently than me can tell you. Oh, the first time you hear that voice. Yeah, I hadn't met her before. That's another thing. So even if I had heard the voice, I'd been like, wait, I recognize that. I wouldn't have... I didn't, so I had no idea. So that's part of the confusion. Does not confirm the trolls are descendants, or at least related to the giants. Okay, so the whole troll giant thing is a little interesting. In brief, giants and trolls seem to have a culture that it's similar to the Hornsent. I'll have evidence for all of this. Height is the most important thing. I'm gonna take off this hat. Height is the most important thing. So there is evidence that the trolls / giants despise those who were shorter. Giants are taller than trolls. So it's possible that they're sort of like a subset and thus were despised because they were shorter. However, I also vaguely remember something that I can't place about the trolls siding against the giants. So it's possible that they were considered different. A comparison I will make is the dragons. The ancient dragons despised the dragons that were more wyvern-like and considered them lesser. So there's something in that. Hornsent were also similar in that more horns and bigger horns equals better, and those with fewer smaller horns were looked down on in their society. So it does get a bit confusing because yes, I thought that the trolls sided against the giants, which is why they are often allied with the Erdtree folk, although they are also sort of just used as manual labor. But the Oathsworn giant extends to the troll. So it could be that not all trolls sided against the giants sort of thing, right? Because astrologers, for example, sided against... they were allies with the giants, and they were against the Erdtree, but some astrologers were tarnished, which means they fought with the Erdtree. So basically it's not as strict as all trolls are on this side and all trolls and all, you know, any, you know what I mean? I guess. So that's where the confusion lies. Sleep tight, bound tight by mother's amber. Sleep tight, find life in mother's umbra? Is it really umbra? Interesting. Yeah, I also remember reading that item about the trolls siding against the giants, but presumably not all. We know the giants were killed, save for one, but possibly the trolls are sort of what's left. I don't know, because like I said, it's confusing. She calls for a giant and summons a troll, and there are also trolls that fight in Rennala's army. So yeah. Umbra is the shadow made by the moon. Umbra is the darkest part of a shadow. But presumably, yeah, the one made by the moon. Rennala's staff looks like the Godskin greatsword? The spiral? Let's take a look at it after. There are multiple factions of trolls. Presumably there's multiple factions of everybody. That's actually a big thing that Elden Ring does really well. It teaches us, hey, these guys, the blue guys were against the yellow guys. Oh, except for this one blue princess named Rellana, I mean, who sided with the Erdtree way back when. Factions are not as clear-cut as they may initially seem. There's tons of evidence for this, but it's part of what makes it so complicated to talk about lore. Is there's exceptions to every rule.
Come, sweetings. Time to be born anew.
Realistically, it may be just because there's only one giant enemy. Is a very important boss fight. They didn't want to spoil it. I also think it's the fact that the fucking giant is giant and it wouldn't fit in this arena. Really, imagine you had to... Oh.
My beloved, have no fear.
Really, though,
I
the
will
giants...
hold thee. Patience.
I'm scared, even though I love this cutscene. Ow. This arena is amazing. It's also big, ROM vibes. Also, allying with the dragons is so interesting. Specifically, the wyvern-like dragons.
Giants.
Oh, thanks, giant. Saved my ass there for a minute.
Little Rani, my dear daughter, weave thy night into being.
Great rune of the unborn. I actually am so sad because, okay, so first of all, that is, I often call it an automated defense system, because it's pretty accurate. If you hurt Rennala, that activates, and Ronnie created it in order to protect her mother. She specifically says to protect mother's rich slumber. In other words, her mother is sleeping and at peace, and Ronnie considers this the best
Where
thing.
did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and light aplenty, dither not. Come out, say I, or will ye be gravestones, to be better born anew?
Rennala's a dirty, shattering crystal spammer. So we learned quite a few things here. Bloodhound Knight allied with Rennala. She summons it. The wolves allied with Rennala. Very interesting. 4 of them. Giant, Rennala. They have an oath sworn to her. Dragons as well. Dragons lived on the mountaintops as well. Basically, these are all the people who lived on the mountains, and we'll prove that later. But it's pretty cool. Is there slumber from Saint Trina? I don't think so. A lot of people had a theory that like Trina is Ronnie, is Mikola, is like everyone's another half of everybody. It was like a whole thing. I think the egg has made her lose it, but she is at peace and happy, and thus Ronnie considers it best that she simply sleeps. Because she is at least at peace in her dreams. I don't personally get Trina out of it. Not all sleep is related to Trina. Because here's the thing, there's no sign of anything directly Trina related here, but nonetheless, even now she is sleeping.
Thou, is it thy wish to be born anew? To become a sweeting, reborn of my beloved egg? Be not alarmed, nor afeared. I would birth thee as a sweeting, fair and fine.
Trina is literal sleep while Rennala is only asleep metaphorically. Yeah, like Trina is not all sleep. I had this whole theory about like a world of dreams or whatever. Trina's sleep also equals death. Yeah, although to be completely fair, oh my god, I can't talk about this. There's so much like deep stuff, but I can't talk about any of it because it's like endgame. Trina's sleep is death, but that's because death is just the deepest form of sleep. Because sleep, you wake up, but if you never wake up, you are dead, and thus you are sleeping eternally, and thus it is the deepest form. Also, side detail that is sort of something that we have an idea of in base game, but is confirmed. This is deep lore. I know, we'll get to it. Trust me. Death, the counter that says we'll get to it goes up by like 500. Trina has at this time been separated from Mikola, and there is evidence that this is sort of to do with the concept in alchemy of dividing the separate parts so that while they are separate, they can become more pure versions of themselves, and then later they can recombine and sort of create the completed being. I'm describing this very vaguely, basically because I have a vague understanding of it, but this is a key component of alchemy. And there's evidence that at some point in time, Marika and Radagon were separate. Many people are like confused, like why were they separate? Were they one at that time? Were they not? I think this was a period of separation that led to purification, and then they recombined. However, Mikola does not want to recombine with Trina, and as a result casts her off fully into a one-way trip down a pit. And at this time, she becomes a pure version of herself, and thus her sleep becomes deeper and her already present nature of producing sleep in others becomes a poison that kills. Basically. Yes. So I think that's why. It's interesting, though. Anyway, back in the here and now, Rennala is very different. I love this fight, but it really is so tragic on multiple different levels. One, the first phase is definitely us fighting the egg, right? All gold, 0 magic, 0 sorcery, although she doesn't have her casting tool. It's out there. We saw it before the dog. So presumably that's why. But she has no interest in fighting you. You do not fight her. You fight the sweetings. You fight the egg. But you don't fight her. She doesn't even look at you. Her eyes are only for the egg. She looks up for like a millisecond when you come talk to her. And even then, her eyes are still on the egg.
To be born anew.
This is also a good time to mention that amber is the fossilized... It's fossilized tree sap, is what amber is. And amber also often contains things within it. It's a little hard to see, but you can see it very well in the opening cutscene. There's like... Or her cutscene, I should say. Her opening cutscene. Her introduction cutscene. There's stuff inside that egg. It's fossilized. It's kept there. It's a very weird egg. Also, calling it an egg is very interesting because eggs are basically... They represent new life, rebirth, and potential as well. Because it's always going to be an egg. We don't know what it is until it cracks. This is not an egg that will crack. Also, women holding / being obsessed with eggs. Angel's Egg, Dark Souls 3. FromSoft loves Angel's Egg. Miyazaki loves the Angel's Egg movie. It is about a girl who finds a giant egg and she tries to protect it. It's like this post-apocalyptic, warm, like a lot of fucked up shit's happening. It's very like artistic, very little dialogue. And she's protecting this egg with all she has until eventually it breaks and she dies. But out of her final breath, many eggs spawn and new life is created or something. It's very fucking weird. It's very weird. I'm explaining it very poorly, but it's one of those like artsy fartsy films that are very kind of confusing. Miyazaki credited that movie as one of his inspirations. It's very cool and worth watching. So the idea of the egg is a symbol, plus the amber also links it to our beloved tree. Really need to watch Angel's Egg? I like to watch it at least once per year. It's beautiful. Okay, so amber. Do I have any other amber items? Amber is basically the blood of trees fossilized. I don't have the amber medallion yet. Oh, I have the cerulean amber medallion. Here we go. A medallion with cerulean amber inlaid. Boosts maximum FP. The Erd tree's old sap becomes amber, treasured as the most precious of jewels in the Age of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. A primordial life energy resides inside. Primordial life resides inside. It's locked in there. This one also, like, eternally. It's a power that will... Although amber's actually pretty soft. But anyway, it's a fossil. Great Rune of the Unborn. And we know this from Gideon, that she does not actually have the rune. The egg had the rune. Used to perfect rebirth. Amber egg clutched by Rennala, queen of the full moon. Great Rune of unborn demigods. Perfects those who have been born anew. Children born anew by Rennala are all frail and short-lived, imperfect beings, each and all. Now, why does she have this? Why did Radagon have this? Why did Radagon give it to her? I have approximately a billion questions and a billion answers, but one thing we can kind of figure, this egg has an effect on her. So I think this answers why Radagon gave it to her. She's completely captivated by it. She's lost. She is not Rennala anymore. And then let's go back to our boss fight. We don't fight her, we fight everything else. She doesn't even look at us. Even when we knock her to the ground, she's still crawling toward the egg. Her mind is gone. She's like a child again. She's like a toddler. She doesn't even walk anymore. Phase 2, this dark energy coalesces and a new voice. Ronnie speaks to us. Ronnie, her daughter. It's an automated defense system to protect her mother, right? Went over that. And this is so sad to me because it's also like a perfect form of Rennala. It's Ronnie's, dare I say, remembrance of her mother. It's Rennala at her mightiest, at her best, using all of these spells. Some of it, like the moon spell, that's her signature, requires like 70 int. It's crazy, the requirement. Like, Rennala was a powerhouse. Rennala was a massive threat to the point that the Erdtree had to send a whole army to fight hers. And fortunately for them, it ended in marriage instead of all-out warfare. So the thing is that it's also that Rennala was quite a threat. And the best way to make her not a threat was to create peace. So they did. And that just goes to show how crazy impressive she was. And we see a fragment of her majesty there. And that is Ronnie's memory of her beloved mother. Did Ronnie expect somebody specific to attack her mom? We don't really know, but she just cared about her mom. Also, her mom got locked in the place in the first place. Okay, so we've gone into how this is so sad that because this is like her... Actually, let's read her description while we're here. Remembrance of Rennala, queen of the full moon, hewn into the Erdtree. In her youth, Rennala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. So, this is what I'm talking about when we talk about the last Queen of the Full Moon is the phrase that she uses. But we also know that she was the first queen. Because she literally made herself royalty. Now, prominent champion, charmed the Academy is a really interesting phrase. And there's also evidence that the moon is beguiling. So there might be more to it than just she's charmed them like, oh man, that's so cool. Nah, dude, she charmed them. Her magic had a power. The Memory Stone, which is also made of a different moon, is said to be lightly beguiling. So she had a power, and she used it to rule the Academy. That said, she also totally deserved it because she was, like, the mightiest of them. Her spell, her signature spell, requires the second most amount of int in the entire game. The stat requirement is the second highest. The first highest is Ronnie's moon, which requires just, like, 2 or 3 more. It's, like, literally 70. It is a massive requirement. These were powerhouses. And the smartest people in the game by far. Yeah, they were under her spell. There's also something to be said about some lore we learn eventually about how the moon guides the fate of the stars, but we'll get to this. Either way, the moon charmed them. She led the Glintstone Knights, we knew that. Although I think they call them Carian Knights. But, you know, and established the House of Caria as royalty. So she was a queen because she started it. When Ronnie says the last queen of the full moon, it's a sign that she's not going to continue her mother's tradition, but still respects her mother. There's a lot that we can glean also from Ronnie's relationship with her mother. They were very close. They cared about one another. Ronnie's going her own way, but there is no malice or disrespect intended. She just is doing what she thinks is best, but she is not going to become the next queen of the full moon. So I love that line when she calls her Rennala the last queen of the full moon. Ronnie's is 68 and her moon is 70. I might be misremembering, but I'll have to check when we get them. Most expensive? Are you talking about the FP requirement or the stat requirement? And then here in this library, we see a statue of Radigan, and this is pretty much our first. Unless I forgot one. At this point in the game, we haven't seen a depiction of Radigan in statue form. This is the first one. He's doing the T-pose, and he's got this lattice behind him. He also appears to be standing on these trees, very similar to his icon. But these are blooming, which this one is not. It's a little sad that the room that she is locked into... Also, think about this, like this view, the moment you walk in here. You see Rennala sitting alone, cradling this egg, and sitting in a cradle herself. And then we see Radigan behind, towering over. Literally actually mogging. One in a church in Weeping Peninsula? Oh, we'll have to go look at it, because I must not have clocked that. But no, seriously, she is perpetually getting mogged by her ex-husband who left her because he didn't actually love her. So, we talked about the dog, the Red Wolf of Radigan, right? We talked about how it might be protecting Rennala. However, like I discussed, it didn't protect her from being locked in the library and her rule being overthrown. So if it was meant to protect her, it would presumably be maybe A, in front of her, and B, stopping that? I don't know. However, I have another theory. It's meant to prevent her from being messed with, not to protect her, but to keep her in this state. To prevent anyone from perhaps breaking the spell cast on her by the Amber Egg. Why did Radigan give her this egg? Because of what it's done to her. Literally, look at her. She will not stay away. Look away from it for a millisecond. Everything in her life is about this Amber Egg, and she's apparently sleeping. It's like she's not even here anymore. She's having rich slumber. And she's become obsessed with rebirth. Nothing else is her interest anymore. That's why Radigan gave this to her. Because he knew this would happen. Also, to go back to what we talked about with Rennala having been such a huge threat, such a big threat, she could not be defeated. She needed to be turned into an ally through marriage. Well, Radigan wouldn't want another enemy. So, why not prevent her from becoming an enemy again in the first place? By leaving her, she could have potentially become an enemy again, perhaps out of malice for being like, you know, you left me. But also, to divorce her dissolves their alliance. And as a result, she could very well be like, okay, let us fight again, and she would become a threat to the Golden Order. He couldn't let that happen, so he brainwashed her with a fucking egg. So yeah. That's Radigan for you. There is no way that he loved her, because even if you love someone a little bit, you would never do this to him. To them. It's really messed up what he did. Like, look at her. Look at her face too. The memory that Ronnie has of her, and look at her now.
Thou art thou now assured of thy want to be born anew?
Sucks thinking she loved him only to find out he didn't love her and see him leave for someone else. Yeah, and like there's a little bit more depth to it because he also left her for like his other half. But the thing is, he wanted to do that. So, you know, his main goal was to become complete. Is she blonde here? She really does look blonde, but I think it's the lighting. She looks like she has light gray hair, or light gray, light brown hair. Can Ronnie even wake her up? I don't know. Ronnie doesn't seem to want her to wake up. I think she just wants her mother to be at peace. She sees this as peace. I don't know. It's a weird thing. But you have to remember Ronnie is pretty focused on her goal. And if her mother was functional and awake, she might try to either stop her or potentially help her. And helping Ronnie leads to your death. So maybe it's one of those. We really don't know. The T-pose is a regression. Her skin looks great too. No, she's pretty, like, porcelain. But yeah, like I said, there is some stuff that's open to interpretation. But the facts are Radigan left his wife, his first wife, and gave her an egg that brainwashed her and took over her mind. I really can't see much. Like, maybe he didn't know, but does Radigan really seem like the type of dude to be stupid? Like, literally like, whoops, I didn't know! Or does it seem more like a effort? Especially since we also know that he represents control and order. And he would do anything to keep that control. This egg controls Rennala, even when he isn't there. So, yeah, I think he planned it top to bottom. Use a larval tear to accept rebirth. No. We can also change our appearance here. Worth noting.
I would birth.
Yes. Everyone reborn is short-lived and frail and imperfect. However, if we have this rune, we can be reborn and we are okay. And this is sort of the main thing, is that by defeating Rennala, we unlock respec, but we also become immune to what happens to anyone else if they get reborn. It's very convenient. Radigan is extremely devious, yes. He is merciless. So even if you argue he loved Rennala at one point, but he had to leave for his duty, so it's sort of like he loved her but loved his duty more. If you love someone, you don't do that to them. To me, there is zero argument that he loved her at all. Because even if you're... I wouldn't do this to like, my fucking worst enemy. Alright, I wouldn't even do it, like, to an acquaintance. I wouldn't give him a brainwashing egg. Fucking Radigan. Okay. Yep. Still more to do, baby. Church of the Cuckoo is what this is called. That's so interesting. There's a church for them. Nothing says love like a glorified lobotomy. Mm-hmm. He's definitely villainous, especially in the sense of like doing this sort of stuff. But he truly did think he was doing the best for people. Although, well, okay. I don't even know if I can go that far. I'm trying to really show all sides of characters, because Radigan is pretty close to all bad is the problem. We don't get a lot of good that he does, except for like maybe having a relationship with Miquella, but at his core, he's exceptionally selfish in how he is depicted. So it's hard, because yes, he has a relationship with Miquella and they exchange gifts, and he guides him, but it's also because Miquella is the only child that lacks his own cursed red hair, and thus he sees as the perfect vessel. We'll talk about this more later. Sorry, I'm getting into it. The point is, Radigan is tough to defend. Because even if you want to argue he's doing what he thinks is the best for everyone else, he's also kind of doing what's best for Radigan. First and foremost. He aspires to be complete, and that is his #1 goal. Everything else is secondary. Wife, children, secondary to his own completion. Yeah. The whole red hair thing we'll get to, but the reason they keep on going on about the red hair is because it's significant. They want us to know this. Evidence of disapproval was planned for Marika. So, as discussed, we know that there was a period of time when the two of them were fully separate and they became purer versions of themselves. There's evidence for this. We'll get to it. Marika was most likely, well, okay, pretty much near guaranteed, not a part of him at this time. He was becoming more the pure version of what Radagon is. When he returned to the to Leyndell and became the second Elden Lord, and they recombined, Marika has the line, "Leal Hound of the Golden Order, thou wert yet to become me." It's a very interesting and mysterious line. She literally calls him a dog, first of all. A lapdog, specifically, pretty much. But says, "Thou art yet to become me." It's scathing and insulting. She does not want what he wants at this point in time. But also, you are not me. This is right before their marriage. So, like I said, this period of division allowed them to complete, in a way. Meteor bolt. These are very cool. Enchanted work of craft made in tandem with the full moon crossbow. The tip is embedded with glintstone. Like a shooting star, these bolts leave a beautiful trail when fired. Deals magic damage. And it's a meteor, hence meteor being a shooting star. Thanks, chat, for that insight. Leal Hound is just old speak for loyal dog. Yes. Loyal dog of the Golden Order. The context there is not positive. Definitely could have possibly given him the plan to do it. Yeah, she sent Radagon to fight Rennala. And to be fair, she might already have known that the Full Moon sisters have a little bit of a weakness for red hair. It's possible. In terms of going to make peace, whether by war or by marriage, I definitely think that that was the plan. But I definitely get the sense that Radagon's behavior at that point was his own choice. All of it. He saw a means to gain access to sorceries. Yeah, I'm talking about Rellana and Mesmer. So, a weakness for redheads is not a crime, but apparently it could be used against them. Anyway, like I said, we're talking about this, but I can't really get... I don't have the evidence right now, so you're just gonna have to continue the patience. But yeah, that's mainly the reason. Oh, here we go. Imbued sword key. Stone key shaped like a sword, a special item imbued with rich blue magic. Breaks the seal on the imp statues guarding the sending gates enshrined in each belfry, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning can only be used once as an item. Think well before using one. It's a bit interesting. I think you also have to remember that, like, from what we can tell, despite sharing a body, Marika and Radagon differed in mind. In fact, there's tons of evidence of this in base game, but also continuing into the DLC with Mikola and Trina, with Mikola discarding Trina, in part because it's something he had to do, but also because she represented his doubts. In other words, he says, we have to do this. She says, no, we don't. So that's sort of the thing, is two halves differ. But it doesn't mean they don't care for each other, because Mikola and Trina seem to have. At least, well, here's the other thing. One half cared about the other, right? This is DLC lore. I can't talk about it too much yet, but it's just to sort of express general ideas that I'm referencing. But we, once again, Trina cared about Mikola because she represents love. We know this, but she also represented doubt to Mikola, and thus he discarded her. Can you love someone if you don't have love as a part of yourself? Can you care about someone but also discard them so cruelly? I have my thoughts on the matter. Maybe your thoughts are different, but I think these are fair questions to ask. All the summons are Rennala's allies that Ranni would know of? Oh, you think they're specific summons? Like, you think they're specific people? Yes, I also think that they're, like, yeah, we see Smaragd the dragon, we see E.G. The thing is, they would be shared allies because they are sworn to the crown. So Ranni wouldn't just know about them. They would be her allies too. And there's evidence that Darawil, for example, was her ally until he betrayed her, which is pretty telling because Bloodhound Knights aren't supposed to be able to betray people. So they became her allies, and then Blythe had to get vengeance on him, and that's part of her story too. So they share the same allies. I wonder if the wolf represents something like Blythe. Her summons are not spirit ashes. Actually, no, they could be, but we don't know. Because you have to remember that entire world, we're literally standing on a giant lake with a huge moon in the background. We're sort of in an illusory realm. Academy Glintstone Key. So remember we were looking for a second key for Topes, or he asked us to find one? We got it. Key to the seals binding both gates to the Academy of Raya Lucaria. This glintstone key is still brand new, unused by anyone. Wolf to me is for Radagon's wolf. Definitely possible. The wolf is an old symbol of Caria. Do you know where that information is stated? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember it. Like, they are because of Blythe and whatnot, but, like, I didn't know that there was a historical reference other than that. In a shield and DLC, the Crystallian spell. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the spell. Shattering Crystal. Sorcery of the Mysterious Crystallians. Creates a massive crystal, then shatters it in a forward burst. The Crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers. Holy shit. I totally forgot about that item description. That's very, 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 very interesting. Wolfcrest Shield from DLC. It's from DLC, that's why I don't remember it. Thank you. This is very important information. We will be getting further into this then. Like I said, I don't remember DLC very well. Which is why I'm so looking forward to getting into it and doing it again. It'll be like brand new. Might as well be another first playthrough. Thank you, Sanazuli video. Bloodhound Knight, the Rennala summons, was meant to be a speared version copy of Blythe at some point in development, but it was cut. Interesting. Yeah, it was cut. So we have to sort of... Either way, we have Darrowell. There was a Bloodhound Knight loyal to them. Not to mention, I think... Is Bloodhound Knights loyal to a lot of the... to folks associated with the others as well. You guys done? Cuckoo Glintstone. Do I have that? Yep. It is very interesting, yeah, that it was supposed to be Blythe. Though we don't know if that means that Blythe's role was changed or what. Correct time to do DLC? Kind of whenever you want, really. That's the fun of DLC. A Graven Schoolmass again. Azur's Glintstone Staff. Staff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Azur. Only those who have glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. Reduces casting time of all sorceries, but consumes additional FP. I love that it has a buff, but also a debuff. There's a cost. And that's a big thing about Raya Lucaria, by the way. You've probably noticed when we've been picking up these items, I don't have all the masks, and I have to go get a couple more. And I don't remember where all of them are. Either way, they have a buff, a detriment, and a positive. There's always a price to be paid at Raya Lucaria. It's very Faustian, isn't it? And this is where we find that staff, in this weird, twisted, glowy room with sort of a illusory night sky? I think it also signifies that they're dealing with something cursed. Cursed, not the right term, but something maybe they shouldn't be dealing with. The primeval current. It's also the fact that we find the staff in like a field of dead bodies, you know? Twin Sage. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy greatly increases intelligence to the detriment of HP and stamina. Scholars of the Twin Sage Conspectus were the elites of the academy, permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds. Makes sense. We don't get their names, though. At least as far as I know. You must beat Radon and Moog. Well, that's how you enter the DLC, but that doesn't mean that that's when you should do DLC. In Bloodborne, you can access the DLC directly after fighting Vicar Amelia, but Vicar Amelia sort of marks a transition point. She's like a pretty early boss, relatively, but you should not do DLC at that point. It will kick your ass. So just because you can enter doesn't mean you should. That's part of the fun with these games. There's not really a right time to do anything. Also, yes, that's one thing. Thank you for reminding me. I wanted to talk about the colors of the crystals on the helmets. So we have this green and we have this blue. Azure is... Oop. So first of all, this requires 52 intelligence. You're not going to be able to run this at this point in the game. And it's this green hued crystal. Yeah, I mean, you can do the DLC then, but it's just, you know. Same color as... Oh, interesting. Corolos is sort of this muted stone. Colorless, comparatively. So this represents Azure. Interesting. Okay. This is Lusat's color. They do match, though. That's interesting. If you can beat Moog, it's okay to go into the DLC. Yeah, but I think people are asking more from a perspective of lore, right? Because that's sort of like the purpose of the run-through today, is when is the right time? And, I mean, yes, you have to beat Radon and you have to beat Moog, and Moog is pretty difficult, so if you can beat Moog, you're probably good to enter the DLC. But it doesn't mean you have to do it right away. In terms of lore, like when you're supposed to, really, the game... It's sort of a bit of a bummer, but it is also something that FromSoft hasn't done, so it's interesting to see them experiment. The DLC responds to you. It's very much a story that's occurring in the moment that you are playing, which is not something they usually do. And that's cool. So as a result, it waits for you. Base game does this too with Ronnie. Ronnie waits for you. So... This one might be better lit. It sure is. I'm gonna take a screenie of this. It looks very much like Amir's garb, especially the helmet. Also, that looks very much like one of the eyes of the what is it, with Falling Star Beasts? Like the full-grown Falling Star Beasts? It looks similar. I can't tell if it has the same texture though. Now, this guy doesn't have a beard. He looks very different from everyone else. Like, we don't know necessarily who this is. At least I don't really have any particular thoughts on this, but it is still very interesting. I like doing DLC post Halig Tree. I think we'll do DLC after the game. Because, like, the whole purpose of us going there... Another bit of a shame, but the DLC doesn't affect base game at all. Like, I know people are like, oh, I expected another ending or another cutscene. No, 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 I didn't expect that. I expected, like, one line of dialogue from somebody somewhere. We didn't even get that. In other words, you can beat the game and then do DLC. If it'll wait for you. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I also think that makes the most sense because our purpose is to end Miquella's journey, and he's gonna wait for our ass to get there to do it. Miquella calls you Lord of the Old Order. I said that poorly. Miquella calls you the Lord of the Old Order, so it assumes you've already become Elden Lord. Yes, that's also another thing. I think that's no, it's not everything here. No, 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 it's not. There's a few paths on the rooftops that I don't remember how to get to, but like the full moon crossbow, for example. I'd like to be able to get there. I was hoping for new Melina dialogue. I was also hoping for new Melina dialogue. They literally told us there wouldn't be, but I did New Game Plus anyway, just in case. Someone is destined to be a lord, you can address him as lord, I think. Yeah, but even then, how do they know that? My ankles. What if, like, Melina dialogue when she realizes the Tarnish has chosen to go with Ronnie? You mean in the ending? Or at what point? It's here. I have to run. I thought that was closer. Well, at least I remember where it is. But I forgot I thought it was a little later. Whoops. Melina reached like 1/4 of her narrative potential. I think it's just, once again, it's the scope of the game, man. I think a lot of characters could have a lot more potential in terms of the narrative, but it's because the narrative nursed them because it's so goddamn big. And they don't want us to miss things. So for example, Ronnie in lore is like a fucking beast, total badass. Conniving genius witch with all these crazy plans and power and potential, but in game, because they don't want us to miss her quest, she waits for us to do everything, right? Like, she is completely ineffectual. She spends her whole time napping and waiting for us to solve her problems for her. She does one thing at the end, and that is kill her 2 fingers. And even then, she needs us to take her there. We need to give her a fucking piggyback ride all the way there. It's one of those situations. The story suffers because it's a game first, and they want us to have these experiences. So unfortunately, yeah, e.g. the genius blacksmith who assists Ronnie. Whoops, I didn't even think that Radon could be freezing the stars could have something to do with Ronnie. Holy fuck, it's like I'm dealing with goddamn Scooby-Doo villains. He's supposed to be the smart one. Wait, Radon froze the stars? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Motherfucker, you've had nothing to do but consider this and its implications for like 1,000 fucking years, and this is where you're left? Oh no, that's a one-way. Shit, I was supposed to jump the other path. Ronnie can kill you with a thought if you cross her, but in practice it's like, can you give me a piggyback white tarnish, please? I don't know how to get to the 2 fingers. I'm just a widow guy. I'm just a widow baby doll. I don't know where to go. So anyway, I think a lot of characters suffer from that, unfortunately. Celavis is the only useful guy there. Yeah, I mean, Blythe helps you fight Radon, but I'm not complaining about Blythe. Blythe is meant to be a blunt instrument. He's meant to be like the perfect counter, the perfect balance to Ronnie. So while she is very smart, he is a himbo and very sweet. Like, they are adorable. I think I did find it. Maybe that wasn't the jump that I was thinking of then. Full moon crossbow. About bows. Equip a bow to fire arrows. Thank you, game. One-of-a-kind enchanted crossbow of exquisitely detailed craftsmanship, made to celebrate the matrimonial union and reconciliation between the houses of the Erdtree and the Full Moon, Leyndell and Raya Lucaria. The two rings dance when reloading the weapon, reveals true worth when used with holy infused bolts. Bro, Rennala was so fucking happy to be married to him. She made a whole fucking bow. She gave him the fucking engagement sword. I tell you what, heartbreaking stuff. 2 rings, a ring of gold and a ring of silver. Being divorced broke her mind? No, she was heartbroken by Radagon leaving, but the egg is what broke her. That's the other thing. The egg is what allowed the Academy of Raya Lucaria, the sorcerers, to overthrow her, presumably. Because, like, it's like he left, she was heartbroken, and he left the egg. So, okay, being sad is not what broke her. The egg is what did it. Okay, I think that's everything here. Like, I could be very well forgetting something on these rooftops, because I don't really need any of these items, so I don't often take the rooftops on my playthroughs anymore. But as a result, if there's something important that you think I'm missing, feel free to mention it, but I think we got most important stuff for Raya Lucaria. Meteor bolts were specifically made for the crossbow. Yes, yet it's best with holy bolts. Oh, the meaning there. They can't create holy things. They're a sorcery school. They don't know how to do that sort of stuff. So they made meteor bolts because they're the Academy of Raya Lucaria, and that's what they do. Imbued sword key's done. Azure staff's gone. Full moon is gone. We're good. Let's go talk to Topes. It was a nod from George R. R. Martin's Song of Ice and Fire, the Sun and Moon in Union. But the sun is not the Erdtree. Gold in this game has nothing to do with the sun. Like, okay, sure. Sun and moon, gold, silver, sure, but that's not what it is in this game. Whether it's Martin or no, they're doing something different with it, and I think that's a little bit of a stretch, personally. Because, like, the idea of, like, putting gold and silver together, bro, like, sometimes I wear my gold necklace and I wear a silver ring. Like, I'm not, like, fucking symbolically talking about a Song of Ice and Fire, you know? How many times have you completed this game? It depends on what you mean by complete, because, like, I don't often, like, beat it, but I've played it a lot.
Back to learn another? Why, of course.
Let's read his spells. Okay, I don't think I've actually read his spells, which I should have, but I think I was just talking about him and other things. Glintstone Arc, one of the Glintstone sorceries from the Academy of Raya Lucaria, granted to sorcerers who depart from the Academy to embark on journeys in order to fend off large groups of would-be adversaries. Fools often roam in packs. We've read this one. And then Starlight, one of the Glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, creates a small floating starlight that illuminates surroundings. Granted to sorcerers who depart from the Academy to embark on journeys. Even during the blackest nights, sojourns underground, or imprisonment in jail, the stars are never far from a sorcerer's side. So basically, they sent him on a journey, presumably to get stronger, because he was a disappointment to them. He doesn't have a stone crown. He is the only sorcerer we meet that doesn't have one, because he was a failure. The way that they talk about him, The way he talks about himself, more accurately, is very insightful. Radigan isn't related to the sun, though, or fire? Yeah, exactly. So, no. Martin tried to slip in things as well into the game as he helped with the writing. Okay. I know Martin wrote the backstory for this game, but don't get it twisted. There is no fucking way that he wrote the full moon crossbow into the game. It's a weapon that FromSoft wanted you to use, so they created... Like, they did the bulk of the work. Alright? Listen. Like, no shot! Martin was involved with, like... And then they made a crossbow together that represented their... No, dude. He probably wrote, like, The Shattering or, like, a short story about that. Bro does not do... He's not a big content guy anymore. He doesn't really write so much anymore. I'm guaranteeing it was, like, some backstory. Some basic stuff. Like, maybe a few paragraphs or something like that. That became, like, the backstory that they then built upon and also changed. But there is no way that he did that. FromSoft did the bulk. And this is very much their thing. Seriously. It's like I get it. It's sort of like... Okay, let me give an example. In the Pokemon game, Scarlet and Violet, Toby Fox, the very well-known creator of Undertale, wrote 2 songs, I believe. I think 2. But technically, I think one was like... He wrote it, but then it was redone. What do you call that? Anyway, point is, he wrote like 2 songs, right? But we didn't know... We just knew that Toby Fox worked on the soundtrack. If you go to the music of Scarlet and Violet, so many of the early comments are like, holy shit, this has to be Toby, it's a banger. Holy shit, this has to be Toby, it's a banger. Holy shit, this has... They gave him credit for every song in the entire game! He wrote 2. And they're bangers. And I actually clocked one of them, guaranteed. It's got Toby written all over. But the point is, they gave him credit for the entire goddamn soundtrack when he wrote 2 songs. That's how I feel about George R. Martin. Bro's sitting there getting all this praise. He wrote, like, a few paragraphs. Guaranteed. Probably also stuff that wasn't even put in the games because it's so far behind. I think that's really neat, though, about how they have so many layers in this game. But let's not forget who did the work. George R. Martin was there for marketing. Anyway, we bought all of his spells because I wanted to know what he has to say about this. I think he actually comments that now he has nothing to offer us, but let's find out.
Thank you, kind soul, for learning my paltry sorceries. I never imagined that a bluntstone like myself would have the chance to play teacher.
It's actually so sad. Give a scroll.
Oh. Did I not mention I'm a bluntstone? I don't even have a pebble's worth of power, so I'm afraid I can't help you decipher the scroll. I'm sorry I'm so useless. I truly am.
So, I was holding on to my scrolls. I haven't gone back to Selin yet for a reason. I wanted to get this dialogue. He literally cannot teach you other sorceries because he's not good enough. However, is it because he isn't good enough or because he was told he wasn't good enough? Because his quest is actually sad but interesting. He didn't fit in with the school because the school was trying to funnel people in a specific direction. So he was sent away from the school. He was sent on a journey. He knows 3 spells, and that's literally it. But it doesn't mean he's useless, but it does mean he thinks he is. Let's give him the key.
Are you certain you're willing to give your glintstone key to me? My, oh my. Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. And the very stars.
Erudition.
Back to learn another? Why, of course.
About the glintstone key.
Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
It's so sweet to hear him so happy. It's sad though. His VA sounds a lot like Crestfallen Knight from Dark Souls 1. He's very... Crestfallen Knight from Dark Souls 1 has this like super gentle voice. I adore it. Martin gave backstory as far as the character's name and relation. Yeah, also probably stuff that happened way before the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the Glow-Eyed Queen was his doing, but it was altered. He also... We know that a lot was changed. That happens when you give someone else free reign. So like Miyazaki said in interviews that he thinks that Martin would be very surprised by what happened to some of his characters. And even then, he probably gave like the general family tree. I would expect him to have written something like the Knight of the Black Knives in the backstory. Or maybe events that occurred way even prior to that. But even then, I don't know. He came up with the name The Lands Between, since Miyazaki said it's one of the only things Martin told him not to change. That's extra hilarious to me, because The Lands Between sounds a great deal like Things Betwixt, doesn't it? And Things Betwixt is the starting zone name in Dark Souls 2. So it's also like... FromSoft does this stuff. They have... Like, people are like, oh, dude, the reason that this game is so much deep lore is because of Martin. I'm like, no, dude. I promise you. Even the previous games have this depth. They really do. You can read this far into them. It's just there's often less volume. And that's only often. I think Dark Souls 2 matches this game for sheer depth of content. It's insane. Lore. I'm talking lore. It's been there. Where am I going next? Ah, Ray Lucaria, because now we have to get hopes. Middle Earth? Yeah. I definitely think there's a lot of, like, Lord of the Rings-iness in here. Like, a ton of it. Numen, and then Numenorians, the Elden Ring as being a ring. But I should also mention that the concept of a ring... think of what a ring is, like a circle. It's a perfect circle. It's eternity, right? Dark Souls 1 was originally going to be called Dark Ring. And that's why the sign is like the eclipse, the circle. But they were like, don't call it that. So they changed it to Dark Souls. But the point is that idea of it being a ring, that's something that FromSoft's been wanting to do since Dark Souls. I think that's really interesting. Yeah, they just changed it. No more Dark Ring. Either way, give me just 1 minute. I'm gonna use the restroom and I'll be right back. Master of Yes, thanks so much for the resub. What timing? Thank you so much for 32 months. And the tier 3 support. Thanks so much. Seriously. Enjoy your very special tier 3 only emotes. Time to flex. Where are they? Hang on. Gosh, I have so many emotes, don't I? There's also that. That's an Omega Flex right there. Why can't I see my tier 3 emotes? Oh, there they are. The dab is tier 3. I gotta add more and change them. Don't call it Dark Ring. Yeah, there's a reason they changed the chat. Wraff Gravity is a bit emote. Okay. And my brain's a little cooked today. Lore really takes a lot out of me. I feel like I've been a little slow today, but we also had a fruit tier list, so that was very special. Now, Rennala, Raya Lucaria, Vare, Dialos. There's something important that I wanted to... Oh, I remember. Oh, I doubly remember. Okay. Erudition is the emote that we received from him, and I'd like to... Is this what I think it is? I think it's this. The belfries are here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. No, Wraff Gravity is a bit emote. It's not a tier 2. Ooh, these enemies are very, very cool. They are people who are also trees. Gotta wonder if the tree is growing on them or growing out of them. I definitely think the latter. Oh, Marlowe's great. He accosted me and demanded some pets. Marlowe's doing very great. He's actually been, like, especially adorable lately. Remind me to show the Radigan statue as well, the one in the Weeping Peninsula that I forgot was there. Ooh, yeah, let's do this while we're here. This will be fun. Whoa, that took a lot of HP, actually. All right, it's fine. Minor Erd Tree. This is our very first Minor Erd Tree. And you'll notice all these jars. There's a lot of cracked jars, but a lot that are just, like, placed here. Oh shit. Oh, that was very dangerous. Oh, the stupid rock. Erdtree avatars are very interesting. They look like a living tree, no head, and they're avatars of the Erdtree. They are very interestingly placed to protect Erdtrees. Minor Erdtrees, generally, they protect the tree. And that's actually one thing I wanted to mention is all the different enemies and bosses and factions and things that protect the tree that we're encountering. Erdtree Avatar, Ulcerated Tree Spirit. We've also encountered these weird treeple, as I like to call them, tree people, also known as guardians, who guard the trees as well, and Crucible Knights. I believe they are in the same category, but we haven't seen those yet, so we won't talk about them too much. But either way, it's cool. We're seeing that there are things that protect the tree. Its roots, its boughs, and its base. A crystal tear forms slowly over the ages where the Erdtree's bounty falls to the ground. Can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic. The resulting concoction restores half of one's maximum FP. I also think it's really cool that we can kind of, in a way, do alchemy in this game through the flask of wondrous physic. It definitely is something that we're meant to think of. Like, it's practical because it works for the game, but it's also the only time we've ever been able to do that. It's very cool. This game has alchemy built into its DNA. A defective crystal tear which possesses absolutely no medicinal qualities. A lesson said to be learned the hard way for some. Faith can be a volatile matter after all. If you drink this, you explode. However, you also explode and can take other people with you, which is very, very fun in PvP. I haven't done it myself, but I've seen videos and it's hilarious when it works. What's the deal with the minor Erdtrees? They're spawned from the golden seeds of literally mini Erdtrees that just inevitably die off. Okay. The golden seeds, which I don't think I have any right now, unfortunately, but I read them before. They say that when the Erdtree, when the Elden Ring was shattered, the golden seeds shot off everywhere. And I think the line they use is something like even life itself knew that the end was coming, something like that, something sort of like vague. But the point is that the tree, life never ends from destruction. Destruction begets creation. By the destruction of the Erdtree, and this is the type of thing that you have to we realize when we play, the shattering was not necessarily a bad thing. It's the fact that what happened after the shattering was warfare between all of the squabbling factions, but that no one was able to take over the throne. No one was able to rule, and the reasons for that are multifold. And we'll see them as we play, but that is the main aspect. When we first play, we probably buy into the, oh, shattering bad, but then eventually we realize what the shattering represented. It's the end of one age and the start of another. But that's where we come in, because no age has started. They've been stuck with an open wound in the lands between since the Shattering War. No one has been able to end the previous age because Marika isn't dead. So, now what does this have to do with Erdtrees? Well, destruction, the shattering of the Elden Ring created all this potential new life. But none of them replace the Erdtree. None of them come to fruition, just like Marika's children. All of them are mighty demigods, just like these trees. This is a gigantic tree. But it's not the Erdtree, and it will never become the Erdtree. And that's sort of what's happening, is we have all these different groups, all these different factions. It's not just symbolic, it's also the fact that it's been that long, that out of those seeds, out of those events, these trees have managed to grow. I think it also is meant to give us an aspect of time. So it's multifold. But that's basically the principle. Is that they're stuck in this age of stagnation. Oh! You just shoulder check me and poison me? That was really cool. They wear gold masks. And if you notice, they have buds, but they're not blooming. Will they become new Erd trees? Well, it's hard to say what would have happened if things had turned out differently. Because what the Erd tree is also a complicated matter. But it really is, from what we understand, another form of the Crucible, the primordial bed of all life. And it won't die. 90% of the people seem either dead or not in their right mind. Yeah, that's what happens with stagnation. FromSoft games always take place in a weird era, and that's actually another thing I really want to talk about that's really cool when we get more of a full picture. But another reason I love FromSoft games so much is because they turn fantasy games and RPGs on their head. In any other RPG, we would be starting the game during something like the Shattering War. Like, that would be when the game begins. We get a cutscene. Marika has shattered the Elden Ring. All is bad. We must pick a faction. Become the Elden Lord. And then we would be like there. And then Radahn would be like, hey, I'm Radahn. Be in my faction. And then you could like pick what you do. And like that's what every other game would do. This game takes place so far in advance that the Shattering War is an ancient memory, but they're still in it. And everything is lost and different. And these people are shadows of their former selves, and that's where we begin. That's where we come in. Okay, so I wanted to come here for a reason. Multiple reasons. Converted tower. There's a Marika statue here. That's so interesting. Erudition guide thee. Well, it's a good thing we just got this really cool gesture called erudition, huh? What? So, multiple things. Number one, doing the gesture reveals this ladder that we can climb up. But the reason I put this head on was because if you wear any of the stone crowns and do the erudition gesture, they glow. Isn't that really cool? Also, I have to also think of this in the context of DLC. This is a statue, and you have to do a gesture and something happens, and it's in front of Marika. It's a little tricky, but it's also a little mischievous. This tower has been converted. Marika has been placed here, and a puzzle has been put here. I really think that Marika was a mischievous character. This is a very mischievous little puzzle. Also, yes, you can jump up here and not have to do this at all. I didn't do that, but that's because I don't think I had the erudition gesture, but I also am a bit of a jumper, so I just, you know. Yeah, you can climb up right up there and just jump up here with Torrent. So, like, you don't have to do that, but that's the intended way. However, they're also, like, aware because they they made this as well. There's another way. We'll get to Mesmer, but let's not talk about that yet because that's very deep lore. And remember, another purpose of this playthrough is to try to find the lore fresh and maybe have a different perspective. And one perspective I really, really, really want to confront is this absolute demonization of everything to do with Marika. So please try to keep an open mind. I think it does a great disservice to the storytelling if you just think this character pure evil, everything she do bad. Because there's very, very, very few characters like that in the series. Most characters are just doing the best, the thing that they think is best. So, we'll get into this. Is there a reason the helmet glows? So, the crowns... the crowns... Erudition is kind of like, think, Eureka! The crowns glow when you get this Eureka moment because your mind is aglow. They've tapped into something. Also, I think it's really cool that we get that from Taupes. So I wanted to showcase that. Now we're gonna go get Taupes. I'm not even talking about a morality like, oh, this is a different world. No, 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 no. These are just people. These are just people and they do people things. It's just rather than like, what do I eat for dinner today? Their problems are like, how do I stop these people from killing my family? You know what I mean? Like, it's really just about people. Don't let all the fantastical magic stuff fool you. This is a game about people and families. And all the complexities that tie to that. We're going to do the Sorcerer's Isle as well. I want to get some more memory stones. But yeah, most people are good and bad. Like, 2D, Roger is evil because he's siding with these corrupt, pure evil beings. Right? It's also about perspective, and that's kind of why I want to show every character, the good and the bad. Because that's how you get true understanding. It's easier with some characters than it is with others. It's the light bulb from thinking. Yeah, yeah, it's like a representation of when you get an idea and you get the light bulb over your head. Yeah. Yeah, so when I talk about like pure evil characters, Celavis and Dung Eater. Other than that, pretty much everyone does good and bad. Not to mention, the Tarnished is not a good guy. We come in there and we kill everybody. We genocide all the demigods. And that's pure, inescapable. You say you're a bad guy. Are you? Or are you just trying to fix this broken world? Shabriri too, yeah. Seek 3 wise beasts. I don't remember this one, so like I think I kind of remember, but we'll see what I can do. I remember one being in a tree, and I was like, how dare you be in a tree? That's not where turtles are supposed to be. A lot of people say that killing makes you evil, and it's always bad to kill, and we do a whole lot of killing. Rennala doesn't attack us on sight. We knock the shit out of her, don't we? Why are we doing this? The world needs to be put to rights. Everyone agrees on that, but everyone has a different idea of what that means. I don't think the Tarnished is evil, but we do evil things. We kill a whole lot of people. We consume their runes out of their bodies and strengthen ourselves with them. Some people would describe that way. There is the freaking one in a tree. How do I hit that one, though? Nailed it. Killing is only good when I do it. Yep. The sorcerers who built these towers hid their treasures in them, so they have a puzzle for you to access them. And the Carians saw turtles as wise beasts. It was just a little puzzle. Pretty simple, really, there. We also learned that some people consider eating turtles barbaric, and that's most likely the Carians and their people. The game does a fantastic job presenting each faction as relatable, flawed in their own quest for survival. Yes, survival, but also rule. They're not just fighting to survive, they're fighting to prove that they are right with strength and to defeat their opponents. So it's a type of survival. They're not just trying to live. They're trying to defeat their enemies because they think that their path is the right one and that everyone else's path is wrong. And that's the thing. That's why it's also such a tragedy. You're meant to feel sad when you fight a lot of these bosses. You're meant to kind of feel this loss. Okay, so I remember the one off the edge, and I remember the one that's in a tree. I don't remember the last one. Chat, if you see it or remember, feel free to let me know, because I don't really want to spend too much time on these. And yet I probably will. Hey, thank you for the happy Partnerversary. Don't see anything redeemable about what Rykard did? Rykard was a recusant. He sees that, well, we'll talk about Rykard. When we get to him. Chat made me say that, chat made me say that, but the sentiment is the same. Thank you. Even if chat made you. Think of Bernal. Turtle. The pond? I don't remember the pond. Is it like down here? I got the one that's sort of on that middle level. I don't know if there's any down here. Maybe an invis one? This one doesn't have any invis ones. This is an introductory one. It's just to find all three. It's not like that. One down the cliff? I did the one that's on that middle platform. Do you mean on the side of the cliff? Because that's possible. I didn't find that one. It could be on the other side. I didn't check that one so much. Godric is another objectively evil character. Yeah, I want to stay away from terms like objective because I agree. He's cruel. And cruelty is definitely akin to evil. But he's also a weak man. And wants to be stronger to compete with all these others, and he does cruel things to those who are weaker than him. He is a bully who's been bullied and thus responds in the same way. Like, it's not justifiable, but that's sort of the explanation, right? There's context. He doesn't just come out the womb being like, I'm gonna be a fucking evil motherfucker today and I'm gonna cut off a bunch of limbs, right? It doesn't justify it, but it at least explains why he's doing these horrible things to people. And I think that's what's interesting about this game, is you can be like, that's a fucked up thing to do. Maybe you shouldn't cut people's goddamn limbs off. And be like, yeah, okay, true, but that's what Godric does because he thinks he has no other way. He's pretty desperate to go home, too. Like, he really is just like an overgrown kid. It's fucking sad. Hidden in a bush. Yeah, I'm looking so far up, but I think that there's got to be one that's easy, and I feel it's right there. I knew it. I knew it'd be an easy one because I remember the hard ones that I took forever finding, but I missed the one that's just chilling. Also, I got a comment that the remember we talked about the tarnished hanging, the crucified tarnished? Someone in my YouTube comments was saying that they think it was Morgoth that did it with the purpose of breaking the tarnished mind and body. Like psychologically, you see this, you see what happened to people who came before you. I definitely think that's possible, that Morgoth was the one who put them up there, considering they're also by the Tree Sentinel. Personally, I get the vibe that they were from Godric, though, because we know he has a penchant for cruelty. And he doesn't graft everything. Only things that he thinks will make him stronger, so I kind of thought that anything he considered rabble just went up there. But it is also possible that Morgoth did that too, so I think it was worth mentioning. You know Godric runs tarnished hunts. Yes, that's kind of what I thought was happening there. But it's still interesting. Like, I didn't think to mention that, so I thought I would mention it here. Because, yeah, no, it's totally possible. That's another thing about Laura, too. I'm trying with the best of my ability to, of course I give my opinion, of course I have my own thoughts, but I'm trying to give all the information and all the possible sides to see something, and of course I have my own lean, but I really am trying to give all the information with you guys and show it to you guys, because I know everyone will come to their own conclusions with the same information, and that's part of the fun. I disagree, but I respect it. That's lore. We can talk and be like, you think this? Okay, that's cool. I think this. But it doesn't matter because you're not saying, fuck you. Lore is alive. We can't be sure, and that's part of the fun. That's why we keep talking about it. Because if one day Miyazaki just gave us a book that answered all our questions, we'd never talk about it again. It'd be like, oh, okay. So keep that conversation alive. I do think Morgoth has bigger things to worry about. But it's a big enough deal for him to have one of his clones isn't the right word, but you know what I mean, like one of his little long distance guys over here to guard Stormvale. Make a book that answers a couple questions? Yeah, he did. It's called Elden Ring. The game answers plenty of questions. For reals. Look at Radigan. Right after Topes. Thank you, though. Right about Godric not being evil inherently, but he's pretty despicable. Yes. Yes, he is. But that's what I mean. Godric is not pure evil. Very few characters are pure evil. And even the characters that are pure evil, Celadus and Dung Eater, maybe Dung Eater has some secret fucking trauma or something. We just don't know about it. He's still a motherfucker, though. Celadus, no justification for being a man who turns people into sex puppets. Zero. But, you know, that's kind of why he's one of the biggest evil bitches alive. Is anyone pure good? Very few characters are, like, pure good. And even if when we talk about this, and I know a couple people will be like, oh, Trina, these characters... Roderica, she's probably one, which is very interesting, and we'll get to this, but, you know, even Trina is poisonous and kills people, so it's like, and asks you to kill Mikola. The point is, what is good is also very difficult to quantify. Anyway, Topes is dead. I would say Topes is, because he doesn't do anyone any harm as far as we know. Topes Bellbearing, Academy Glintstone Staff, and Topes Barrier. Topes Bellbearing. Sorcerer Topes Bellbearing found upon his perished flesh. Basically, this, in case we didn't buy his spells, it gives us access. Staff of the Academy of Raya Lucaria, embedded with a turquoise glintstone. Only a recognized sorcerer is permitted to wield this staff. So we got into the school. That's what we learned from this. And then, a spell with his name on it. Topes Barrier, the lifelong pursuit of Topes the Bluntstone, creates a magic force field that deflects sorceries and incantations. Hold to continuously create barriers. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. He put everything into the spell to the point that it killed him. he cradles it lovingly. Look at him. He died looking upon what he created, but it killed him. There's a big thing in FromSoft games as well, in that creating something will kill you. Like, once they achieve their goal, they expire. This was such a creation that bringing this spell into being took his life. Dude, the spell can absorb... sorry, not absorb. The opposite. Deflect sorceries and incantations. It is an extraordinarily powerful defensive tool. It doesn't work, like, in terms of game, it's not like the best in the world, but think of what that means to a sorcerer school, especially considering the power of Carian Retaliation, which was used to fight sorcerers as well. Loss of purpose is death. That is more of a Dark Souls thing, but I definitely think there's something to be said there. However, I'm gonna say that in Elden Ring specifically, there is something about creating something that takes so much out of you that it kills you. Birthing something, for example, the mending runes. All of the characters who create mending runes die creating it. This is to that level. I hope Topes realized what he created before he died. Like, I think he knew. I think, and yeah, future generations will learn. They called him a Bluntstone. They sneered at him, but he was worthy. Even if they didn't think so, even if he never said so until he did this, he was right all along. And he did it so quickly. They just didn't see, and once again, we learn about the school. They didn't care about talent unless it fit their ends, presumably. Anyway, we will see the statue, but I wanted to talk to Selen as well. Millicent felt wholesome. Millicent is very sweet. Okay. Hi, Selen. It's been a while.
There you are, my apprentice. Shall we commence the lesson?
Glintstone stars.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well. I have time aplenty.
We often get dialogue when we buy everything from them, so that will be another goal as well. I just don't have enough runes right now. I don't want to use one of my items. About Glintstone sorcery.
Our art draws upon the powers embedded in Glintstone. But what is the nature of such power? Glintstone is the amber of the cosmos. Golden amber contains the remnants of ancient life and houses its vitality, while Glintstone contains residual life and thus the vitality of the stars. It should not be forgotten that Glintstone sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein, a fact lost on most sorcerers these days.
One of the most interesting and insightful lines in the game, and it comes from a character who has a deep understanding of sorcery. It's the amber of the cosmos. And what is amber? It, oh my god, I already forgot some of the phrasing. Glintstone contains residual life, versus ancient life is contained in amber. So they're like mirrors to one another. But Glintstone is basically space amber. They operate very similarly. And also, yes, the study of life itself, which is lost on most sorcerers these days. Now, it's because she has a deep understanding of sorcery, but also there's something really sinister there. You remember the Graven School? Remember the nightmare of the Academy? Yeah. The primeval current is a forbidden tradition of Glintstone sorcery. To those who cleave to its teachings, the act of collecting sorcerers to fashion them into the seed of stars is but another path of scientific inquiry. So they become seeds of stars. This is what that looks like. And it's the stars are the source of the life contained within the glintstone sorceries. So they're using life and to cast sorceries. And the school, and she is implying that a lot of sorcerers don't know this, but it's the study of life. So creating these uses life, and thus is a further part of the study. Basically, the Academy has some fucked up shit going on behind closed doors, and she's aware of it. But the thing that's so interesting is that we also know from Topes that Selin did something so twisted that she was forced out of the Academy. However, there's also something to be said about a timeline. Rennala, and this, we will get this information, but, you know, we don't have it confirmed right now. Rennala was against the study of the primeval current. She was of a different, not school, but basically school. Once upon a time, there were astrologers, and those astrologers became different factions. And one of those was the Carian school, which studied, or less studied, followed the moon rather than the stars, because the astrologers looked upon the stars. And then there was another group that founded the school. And then eventually Rennala took over the school. So you kind of see what I mean? The school was founded to study something. And then Rennala was like, I'm going to rule the school, and we're not studying that anymore. So it's most likely that Selin was kicked out of school by Rennala because she did something forbidden under Rennala's teachings, but not under the school's. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So the school itself would have been very A-okay, most likely, with what Selin was doing. The sorcerers might not have been, though. Like the people who were put in that. We ever find out what she did? Yep. Yep. It has to do with the Graven schools.
You wish to continue the lesson? Very well. I have time aplenty.
We're gonna give her some scrolls. Academy scroll.
Ah, is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
Swift Glintstone Shard, one of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. The glintstone serves as a conduit, launching swift magical projectiles at foes. Those unworthy of the stone crown typically end their brief journey into sorcery here. Large magical projectiles. So this is swift, this is large. So this is, if you're not good enough, you learn this, and then you're out. Selin does have a really neat quest. I wanted to get that Amber of the Cosmos line, and now let's go check out that statue of Radagon at the Church of Pilgrimage. Yes, 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 yes. I forgot this was here. So, rather than Marika, this is a church of Radagon. Same depiction, same pose, and the lattice behind him. It almost looks like everything about him is very... like he's blocking something. Like if I were doing a pose like that, like what would you think? You would be like, okay, she's T-posing, first of all. But to me, it also looks as if he's like standing proudly, tall, straight. It's like he's blocking access to something. A cage. Yeah. I definitely get the impression of a cage. But remember this lattice behind him. Protecting. You see protecting. That's very interesting. Crucified? Fair. But here is a comparison to a Marika statue. Protecting the order. Ooh, yeah. this to me is more of a crucifixion because she is, just like in the opening cutscene, we see this depiction of her crucified. She's head down, hanging. Her arms are like hung by something, and she herself is dangling. It's a pose of sacrifice. At least to me. A lot of smooth lines in Marika's, a lot of hard edges in Radigan's. Yes, definitely. Also helped along by her outfit, like very smooth. And the hair. 2 braids, one shorter than the other. Very notable. And behind her, these rings. Rounded, soft, gentle, as opposed to the harsh lattice behind Radigan. An interesting comparison between the two. The thing is, we know that Radigan isn't crucified. It does give that impression. Like, that's a very fair vision, but we know what the pose means. It's Radigan's symbol. It's not a crucifixion. In fact, now that we've done this, I want to show off some depictions in the Round Table Hold. His feet are firmly planted. Yes, yes. Okay. So we have some insight into these characters now. Godfrey, the lion eternally over his shoulder. He looks as if he's sitting, leaning back in a throne, judging. Like there's an air of strength. When I see this, I immediately think strength, power, ruler. And fierce with a roaring lion. And then we have this. We've seen the red hair enough now that I think we can safely... And now we've seen the statue. Same crown. Now we have the talisman. Bare-chested. Same crown. This is Radigan. We now have enough information to confirm that this is a depiction of Radigan. And look at the pose he's doing. I know we can only see one arm, but his hand is out like this. So presumably the other hand is out like this. He's doing the same pose as his statue. Rapture gesture? Sure. Rapture refers to the belief that believers will be caught up to meet Christ in the air. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like, come to me. I think in the context of Elden Ring, though, it's more like, come to me blessings, waiting for blessings. Perhaps, it's also worship, 2 fingers. We get this from the 2 fingers. I think that's very notable. Anyway, Radigan. He's doing a pose that is his signature. We don't have the details on it, so I won't go into too many details, but it's interesting. He's doing the same pose as a statue. And, I know it's going to turn the lights, but look at his face. When I see this, I think pride. It evokes strength. Not quite as much as Godfrey's with his like roaring lion and all this battle armor, but definitely regal, strength, confidence. Also, yeah, I mean, I do definitely see a little bit of a smirk. Like, I definitely, when I see this face, I want to smack it a little bit. But I'm trying not to put my bias into it, and I'm not sure how much of that is my own personal bias of Radigan. But he do be looking like a very slappable fuckboy. Sorry, it's true. But anyway. Also hot. Yeah, he is hot, but that's part of the problem. So that's Radigan. And presumably they sat for these portraits. I know they're just like artistic depictions, but these are the poses that they presumably chose to feature them. So we get a lot of their personality. Godfrey is hotter. I gotta admit, he's not really my type, but like, I do like him in some ways, but also he does scare me a little bit. Are they wearing the same crown? Yeah, I think they are. Oh no, it looks a little different on the side. I can't tell. The picture's not perfect. But they're both Elden Lords, one after another, so that makes sense. And then... So we have the Elden Lords sequestered together. And then we have... the Erd Tree. No question. Right? And look at this. It's like pure gold. Everything in this land was gold. And then we have... Marika. It had to have been Marika. Because Marika always dresses in black, but we've never seen her depicted like this, with her hair loose. Her pose is ambiguous. Her hair is pin straight. Graceful, gentle. And sad. I definitely see sad. Head downcast. Even in her chosen depiction, her head is down. Binoculars don't help, because if I zoom in, it turns off the light, because this video game does that. That is not what you'd expect from a god queen of the land. Yeah, it's also very interesting that Marika always wears black. This is a robe, or something like that, with gold inlaid. It's very fine, but her normal garb is that dress with the open back, but it's always black. Black is a color of mourning. She's worn it from the very first time we've ever seen her. Anytime she's ever depicted, it's in black. If anything, other than gold, I would say it's her signature color. It's just interesting. She does look like she's going to a funeral. Yeah, compare with Radagon looking upward while she looks down. But there's a grace and gentleness, too. I also love how they're depicted the two Elden Lords here, and then the objects of worship. The god, and the tree, her symbol. So yeah, now that we've seen some, you know, confirmation, I thought it was a good time to show that off. These statues are here as well. So this... Sorry, Dia, I wasn't actually trying to talk to you. This flower, this bloom, this golden bloom, is more, to me at least... where's Radagon's? There it is. What's depicted here in this image, because look, even the branch parts of it, also in this icon, he's not doing the T-pose, but he's still doing something similar where his arms are up and back, and perhaps this represents what he's protecting. Facing opposite directions, Radagon is looking to the top right, Marika to the bottom left, like a mirror. Like a mirror. Yeah. Both the Elden Lords are looking to the right, while she's looking to the left. They're pairs. But Godfrey's also looking down. I'm telling you, there's a lot of symbolism in these portraits. They're beautiful, but it's also really cool to see how they chose to depict these characters when they were at their full majesty. We don't get many shows of what they look like. Also, side note, I talked about this, you never get a single hint of Marika's eye color. You can't see her eyes at all, ever. Not even a hint. Radagon's, we can at least see his eyes, but we can't get the hue because they're just, you know, black. But hers are never even shown. Black clothing became a regal, classy color in the Victorian era because of Queen Victoria. But Queen Victoria mourned her husband her entire life. So the wearing of black as mourning was a big thing because of Queen Victoria. She basically decided the fashion herself, but she never left mourning and thus wore black her entire life. And because she did it, it became associated with royalty. But yes, black is a color of mourning. Every time we see her, she's been in mourning. It's pretty cool. I definitely think she was mourning her village and her entire family being killed. I love this depiction as well. Okay. Marika? Okay. If Radagon is protecting the Order... Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, chat, I have this theory that Marika is the Erd Tree. Oh, well, like I said, I can't really get into all the details. But here, it is literal. She is... You can't tell where Marika ends and the Erd Tree begins. It's also burning. Side note. I love this painting. It's beautiful. Another portrait of Marika. It's a very cozy room. Okay. There's several depictions of the Erd Tree burning, but there's one right in the Round Table Hold. It was burnt before us? Yes, we can see it burnt when we get closer to it, which we'll show off. But yeah, I'll talk about this theory more. It's one of my newer theories, so it's one I uncovered while playing Night Rain because of various things, which I will also talk about. But that's why I've never talked about it while playing Elden Ring, so it will be a new theory. And I'm also looking for evidence for and against. All right. I think that's everything in Liurnia. Like, I'm thinking... Well, this, but I don't want to... I'm not going anywhere near Altus yet. I'm saving this stuff. So we're going to go up here and do the Ailing Village, or whatever it's called here. We still have to finish Raya Lucaria, which we can totally do, but I think I'm going to step into Caelid a little bit, because I've been doing some symmetrical exploring, and I think it's time to meet one of my favorite NPCs. I'm going to try not to be too biased, but it's not my fault. She's perfect. It's Millicent, and I know that everyone in chat's going to be like, oh yeah, of course, she's the perfect princess, pretty girl, and we love her. So this is one bias that I don't think anyone can argue. Stop smacking me! So Celia has ghosts of the Academy folks. Is how people find out stuff and decrypt stories in these games? Yep. Well, someone asked earlier, like, how did I get my deep love for lore? I don't know. I've always been very curious, and I love stories. So games like this are just a match made in heaven for me. I love deep diving. I love fixating on something like this and just getting every ounce of detail from it. I like when a game tickles your imagination and allows you to deep dive like this. There aren't very many. Maybe. Also, yes, we have heard of Celia before, but now I'm blanking as to where, unfortunately. But Celia is the home of... Oh, I remember. Hang on. It's a spell. Ambush Shard, one of the night sorceries of Celia, town of sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. So they hunted sorcerers. And there are a bunch of sorcerer ghosts, question mark? that are now defending it. It's very similar to what happened in the Lucaria Manor, where those who attacked the place became its defenders, the Cuckoo Knights. After all, why kill an enemy when you can make your enemy fight for you? And yes, they were specifically sorcerer hunters. They were assassins who went after other sorcerers. It's very interesting. Lore analysis in these games is very similar to real-life primary source historical analysis. That's why it's so cool. Okay, I'm so sorry, I forgot to read the sorceries that I got from Selene and that I gave her. Glintstone Stars, a sorcery of the Olivinus Conspectus, which attracts sorcerers from Celia, town of sorcery. Oh, that's interesting. Wasn't Olivinus Lusat? Yes. That's very interesting. Scholar's Armament. Enchants armament held in the right hand with magic affinity attacks. Taught to the Knights of the Cuckoo by the Academy as payment for their contract. Ah, so they did learn spells. Always assumed they were the residents, but if they were, that they would probably use night sorcery, so I agree with you that they're puppets now. Yeah, it's hard to say, because you're right, there is precedent for the people here died and they haunt the place as ghosts, but that doesn't happen too often without a purpose. So, like, let's think of the ghosts that we've encountered in the story so far. We got the spirit summons, which you summon after a stake of rebirth, or whatever it's called, is nearby. That's a little different. We have the Wandering Mausoleum Knights, whose bodies are attached to the Wandering Mausoleum, their skulls, so that their spirits can continue to fight and protect it. So they underwent some sort of ritual to keep their spirits there. Okay. We have those who live in death. Not really ghosts, but I think we can kind of relate, because there's something... You have to hit them once they're down to prevent them from respawning. So there's something ghostly. We have the Wraiths, which are summoned from the bell. But they don't have form. They just are like angry, vengeful spirits that chase after you. And then the Royal Revenants, which, while ghost-like, are still corporeal. And then we have the ghosts that are triggered as, like, protective measures in places like Caria. Am I missing any ghosts that we've met so far, chat? Because so far, it seems like someone has to put them there. So maybe these are just the residents who are brought back as protectors. That's possible too. Let's take a look at their hats when we fight them. We didn't get that hat. I don't know. I don't remember where that one is. It's not... Is it? Oh, it's Corollos. Yeah, so that one was a Corollos sorcerer. Player phantoms? They're called phantoms, but they're not really ghosts. They're people from another world. That counts, though, absolutely. So they went to school to PvP better. I wasn't expecting the dog. Oh shit. I thought that was Pebble. I didn't hear stars. That's a Lusat. So they don't use night sorceries. None of these use night sorceries. Now, is that lore, or is it just they're reused? Or is it reused, but they're also lore? I don't know. Fringe Folk, Hero's Grave. There's some ghosts there too. I haven't been there yet, you're right. I would like to, though. Thank you for the reminder. That is something we'll have to go back to Limgrave for. But yeah, that's a grave. Close to death. Full of spirits. Shard Spiral too. Okay. No night sorceries. Oh god damn it, the dog true comboed me. Well, not true comboed, but with them and the dog, yeah, there was an incident. Underground and Shofar? We haven't been there yet. But that is still a depiction, yeah. Did say Mausoleum Knights, yeah. So there's no one left in Celia, and the town has fallen into disrepair. Okay, chat. This is an open thing. Please remind me to talk about the result of, like, what happened in Celia here. Like, what, like, the state it's in when we talk about Radahn's lore. Because sometimes I forget to talk about Celia and its state with Radahn. But I think it's going to be very significant to mention. Radahn is an essay character. There's like about 100 billion. Like, we're going to have to talk about him way more than I'd like to. But the fact is there's a lot to talk about, so... There they are. Ha! Aeonian butterfly, my first one. Great, great, great. Okay. We have some stuff to do in there. I don't remember where all the seals are. I just remember the ones necessary, but I would like to open everything to get all the items. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, hang on. This dog has a collar. Do you notice it? Clipping through its frickin' face. Now, it will attack you if you get close, but it doesn't aggro the same way the others do, where they just, like, start frickin' going. It's his watchdog. This person called us to him. He left a sign over here. I showed it quite a few streams ago now, but it basically said, come to the shack outside the gate. Like, come here to me. And it had his... ghost pointing, like a mimic of him.
Oh, a pleasure to see you. A pleasure indeed. I am Gari, a great sage. In my day, anyway. I'd hoped to ask a favor when one of your ilk came along. A strapping young tarnished, able to cross the scarlet swamp of Liurnia. Don't fret, I'll provide fine recompense. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Celia, the town you see there.
No.
Ah, my apologies. I rather got ahead of myself, didn't I? Well, no matter. I'm accustomed to waiting. But if you should decide to hear my offer, whenever that may be, do come and speak with me again. I'll wait as long as it takes.
I'm exploding his crusty bug ass with my mind. 100%. I'm like... So, yeah, I mean, bro really wants you to talk to him. And he's just sus as hell. He's just sitting here in this shack. talks about waiting's no problem. He's doing one of these. Like, he's weird. He's very suspicious.
Ah, changed your mind, have you? If you are willing to undertake my request, I'll gladly share with you the secret of Celia, the town yonder.
That's how I sit. Sounds like a banana enjoyer. Yeah, that's right. We're going back to the fruit wars at the start of stream. Also, he calls himself a sage. We haven't heard that. He said he was a great sage in his day. And we haven't heard that term specifically, but sages tend to be very knowledgeable, wise leaders. So he has a great deal of knowledge, and he's offering you some of that knowledge. We will hear the request.
Ah, then you are willing to lend a hand, are you? I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Celia, resting at the church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness.
He wants to heal someone. Well, maybe I misjudged him, because that doesn't sound so bad. But with his suspicious bearing, you gotta admit,
the rotting sickness that afflicts Millicent has no cure. When the Erd Tree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects, despite their nigh godhood. But Millicent's suffering can be ameliorated. For this, you are to find a certain needle. Seek the deep, scarlet swamp of Aeonia outside Celia's bounds. The needle, made from unalloyed gold, is lost somewhere there.
that's a really interesting phrase, unalloyed gold. We've heard that before. We've heard that very specifically. It's associated with Mikola. Because to say unalloyed is a choice. They're synonymous. Pure, unalloyed, they really are. But unalloyed in this context is very, very notable. Also, I forgot to read some of these. Hang on. Read that. That's not new. New painting, but not new lore. Toxic mushroom. A skilled hand can repurpose its toxic mold into an effective ward against scarlet rot. Oh. So that's so interesting, to use the poison as a cure. And the Aeonian butterfly. So let's talk butterflies. We're going to do a little segue here because I've been waiting for the butterflies to have all of them, or all the base game ones, before we talk about them. We have the smoldering butterfly, the Aeonian butterfly, and the nascent butterfly. And these are the three that are in base game. An eternally burning butterfly found near wildfires and elsewhere serves as the kindling for a number of items. So, all of these butterflies are linked to Marika. Okay. Okay. Where should I begin? There are 4 butterflies. One of them's only in the DLC. All 4 of them are linked to Marika's cursed children. There are 4. Now, I know before you say, oh, but what about Moog and Morgoth? They're differently cursed, so they're not specifically... They don't have a butterfly. But it's really interesting to see, like, what the differences are and how they're all linked to these characters. This one is eternally burning, and it serves as kindling. This one is Melina. We had some theories that it might be someone else, but the DLC gave us the 4th butterfly, so we know this is Melina. Serves as kindling and is always burning. The Aeonian butterfly, a butterfly with withered scarlet wings found in the swamp of Aeonia. According to myth, these butterflies were once the wings of the goddess of rot herself. And then we also, you know, see this butterfly and a goddess with wings like that sort of later. Melania. Nascent butterfly. An arcane butterfly with translucent wings. This butterfly appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. The curse of nascence is Mikla. We don't know that for sure yet, but it is. It's just neat.
First, you must find the unalloyed gold needle. It's hidden somewhere in the deep scarlet swamp of Liurnia. Then I will tell you, as promised, the secret of the town of Celia.
The stupid, dumb baby curse. Yeah. Alright, so, I said we'd be getting Millicent. I sort of forgot that this game, like, I know how to get, Millicent, but I want to do the questline sort of the way that they're intended, so let's listen to his instructions and pretend we don't know the secret of Celia and find the needle. We're gonna need the needle anyway. Oh no. Pot throwing trolls. Oh, flashbacks. This troll is not so good at aiming, it's true. It's not that bad at all. I don't normally come from this direction, so I'm like forgetting where the freaking grace is. There's a grace here somewhere. But I'm also looking for other stuff. Like these flowers that bloom when you walk by and spew goo at you. There's also a phantom I want to talk to. There's items over here. Like, there's a lot. So... there it is. Oh, I forgot about another ghost, chat. The ghosts that you can talk to that sort of speak about something that they were thinking of as they died. That's another form of ghost. Oh.
Yes, right this way. Right this way.
These guys are so creepy. I love them.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium. Please, buy something. I'm hungry. I've been hungry so long. Please.
Same dialogue as the creepy one. Nothing too interesting, unfortunately. Poison stone, a small stone with a poison core. Miners employ these stones as tools for pest extermination, but have long forgotten how to craft them. You don't have anything good. Not gonna buy from you, weirdo. Bye. Where is the... I feel like the ghost is somewhere over here looking over. Unfortunately, this I don't really recall. Maybe it's, actually closer. It's supposed to give us a hint to the whole blooming Melania thing. React if you sell him meat? I don't know, but probably not, because the other one who talks like that also sells meat. I forgot to mention there. Oh, I forgot about something. No, we can't do it yet. Never mind. Sorry. Don't let me forget the basement of Raya Lucaria and the water wheel, but I can't do it now because it counts as going to Altus and it'll progress quests I don't want to progress. So I didn't forget. I just can't do it yet. God, that looks hilarious. Ah! Well. Yoinked me straight out of the air. Give me my money back. I kind of forgot that iron versions are like pretty vicious in this game. Mushroom boys. Show me that again. Do it again. Do a spell. No, do a spell. I want to see the crest. Poison guys. These guys are consciously using spells. Yeah, I think Night Rain made me forget that these guys are actually real threats, the iron versions, because in Night Rain, they're like, you know, yeah, level 2 fort boss. They're really squishy, so I'm like, oh, I'll just swing at them. And then I'm like, oh shit, it's not dying. I don't have all the sigils for the spells memorized, unfortunately, but that's why. The ghost! Uh-oh. Chat. Should have got my runes back, but that's okay. Well, these things happen. Like, I'm just trying to showcase lore, man. Can you stop killing me, please? Rude game. At least it was funny, though. I don't want to get hassled while I'm trying to talk to the ghost guy. Meh. Was looking for him. Sublime, I tell you. The very first flower of Aeonia bloomed on this very spot. Melania, may you blossom into a goddess. So, and look, he's like rotted. People, despite it sounding absurd, there were even people who worship the rod. The first phantom we see is like, oh my god, look what has happened to Caelid, bro, this sucks. But that guy's like, oh wow, it's beautiful. So, some people support the rot. It is beautiful, but it's also terrible. And also isn't what Melania wants. Oh my god, goo cave. Extreme goo cave. Stinky, super goo cave. I can't even walk good. Ugh. It hurts real bad. Oh my god. Broken down iron virgin. Another one. Very interesting that there's so many here. Oh my god, it does so much just damage by being here. Bro, I need... does it look like I need more problems? My brother? Okay, I'm poisoned and I'm rotted. This is very good. I actually had to use a bolus. This cave sucks. I love it. Yo, frick off, dude. No. Oh my god. Jump! Poison that follows you? They knew what they were doing with this cave, chat. This is FromSoft at their most FromSoft, and I love it. Ooh. There's still more cave to explore, too. Clean Rot Knight. Who are you? Clean Rot Knight and more! What the Night Rain is this? Okay, well, they don't get to play the game, but we'll maybe find out what they're up to later. Oh shit, the gold scarab? Might be worth running, actually. Actually, I think I will. That would be helpful. Because then I'll get more money. A talisman facsimile of a scarab, the carrier of treasures and precious things. This golden scarab increases the amount of runes obtained from defeating enemies. See what else is in the cave. Dragon wound grease. Solidified grease made from a gravel stone mixture. Coats armament, granting an anti-dragon effect. When the dragons were born from their ancient kin, they lost their stone scales, which can now be used to cause them mortal harm. Dragons with stone scales. So dragons were born from their ancient kin. That's very interesting. This is so Dark Souls, but still different. Serpent bow. Malformed bow in the shape of a pair of poisonous snakes. Imbues arrows with poison through pagan magic, revealing its true worth when used with poison-infused arrows. Used by assassins known as the Formless Serpents. Oh, Jesus Christ, chat. Oh, I forgot. Like, there's another faction of assassins. Okay. Recusants, Bloody Fingers, the Crow Assassins, and now we got these motherfuckers. Poison's gonna kill me. We're gonna restart. That was a strength game moment. You see what I mean? When you play as a strength gamer, it is a different game. They didn't get to move. So, I talked about this before, but it is fucking crazy to me that there are this many factions, all of whom are assassins. It's like, who were they? And then we got Celia. It seems like half the factions in this game are just assassins of various kind, which is so funny, because, like, you gotta wonder, like, there's this many people who are killing others, serpent arrow. Oh shit. More lore. Also, the crow assassins, which we met through... Oh, shit. Yura was hunted by them. They dress as birds to evoke death birds. So who are they dressing as? Snakes? To evoke snakes? Oh, okay, this is just a big room. Okay, I thought there was another path. I just wanted to make sure I got everything here. And now I really wish I hadn't come back. Jesus, the tracking is so good! I'm gonna die. Drink! Try to kill this one. I don't really think it's worthwhile. I'll probably die in the event. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Okay. I need more flasks. I'm gonna switch because I'm not really using too much Lion's Claw. So I don't need 2 flasks of Cerulean Tears that are preventing me from healing when I encounter poison and rot. Get the Venomous Fang? No. Is that in here? Has that spell thingy that clears poison? I do, but I don't think I have the stats. I don't have very much faith. I have a lot of int, but not a lot of faith. Hey, thanks, Manda! For the happy Partnerversary. Wait, is that a stake of Marika? Why didn't I respawn there? Because I cleared the box? I don't know. 5th year as a partner. Same as the Streamiversary. It was the same year. Okay, just wanted my runes. No, please. No, please. That's what I get for not killing the rats! Fuck! Take a mark at the summoning thing? Don't they look the same? Dodge the rock at the start of the cave? No. I know I'm not supposed to roll because the rolling gets me gooey, but I don't care because I kind of love it. You notice how we actually have rot on our bodies, by the way? I should talk about that because it doesn't really happen very often in this game, except for in the Lake of Rot. But like, it's where we roll in it, and when I roll, the proc goes up. They're teaching you not to roll, but I'm refusing to learn because I don't care that much. Dark Souls 2 does that. It's very cool. The poison sticks on you. So even when you leave the source of it, it inflicts the status effect on you, and it is very cool. Like I said, they're merciful. They don't use it too often because it would be messed up. But it happens in the Lake of Rot and it happens here. Yes, that's what soap is for, actually. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. That's very neat. All right. Okay. Lots of stuff. So, we want to head here. Into the heart of the bloom. The swamp of Aeonia. Managed to miss Millicent's invasion, unless I didn't. I'm just remembering it wrong. There it is. Ah! Except now I got 2 Clean Rot Knights on me, as well as Millicent. Oh my god. Not ideal. Damn it, Millicent! Look at her eyes. Look at her. She looks so freaking cool. Also, I totally forgot about Torrent. If you're wondering why I didn't just ride Torrent, literally forgot. I was like, man, traversing this land sure is slow. Yeah, it's because I forgot about our traversal tool. That's my bad. What sword she using? Wait. Shit. There's something I wanted to show. Shit. The Shamshir. I need to go get it, but I don't remember exactly what cave it's in. But it's a very cool lore cave that we have to explore. Oh wait, I think I remember. I'm missing a ton of caves in Limgrave, including caves with death root in them, by the way. I am gonna get all the death root, but I'm sort of like waiting a bit. Okay, Millicent, where the frick are you, baby girl? Millicent! There. Sorry, I forgot the exact trigger point. Also, wait, why am I still on my... Fuck. Seamless! That's why I was so confused. I forgot. Remember, I have the seamless... Oh, look at this! Oh, what a crazy move that was, huh? No. Really? No. Ah! Okay, we got a lot of presents. We get it. Ibby. It's a Limgrave one with the golem. No, it's in Limgrave. I remember because it's one cave that I missed on my first playthrough and didn't think existed until I found it in a subsequent playthrough, and I was like... Anyway, we got invaded by someone. Simply Millicent. Just Millicent. We'll have to remember this for later. Also, there's these guys. The Clean Rot Knights. We know their names. Because we fought them as a boss. Didn't know she invaded you. She does. Also, yes, I'm using the seamless co-op mod for stability because I was having some frame rate issues. PC Elden Ring is not very stable. So, apparently. So because of that, I was running around on Torrent hoping that I would get kicked off of Torrent and that would tell me when I've been invaded, but on Seamless you can have your horse while being invaded, so it confused me. Yeah, that's sort of why that happened. Ever explain why she invades? We'll talk about it when we meet her, because right now that's our first introduction to Millicent. Is as an invader who doesn't speak. Pollyanna, adopted daughter. Let's summon her. For lore, this is neat. Boy, she looks a lot like the girl who just killed me. Commander O'Neill. Oh shit, I forgot. He buffs his soldiers. I think he says glory brave knights. There aren't many bosses who talk, but he is one of them, which means that he still has a semblance of his mind. He's not lost it like most of the others. Oops. By the way, he talks. Halo slop, yeah. I don't know what weapon she's using. Oh, look at that. That is a strange spell. Whoops. We haven't seen anything use that yet. But we'll have to keep an eye on what enemy uses that. Oh shit. No, it's not Millicent, it's Pollyanna. But she sure does look like the girl who invaded us. Interesting, isn't it? Earthsteel Dagger? It's too curved. It wouldn't be an Earthsteel Dagger. Earthsteel Dagger is not like that. Only saw it for a second. I'm not familiar with every dagger in the game, surprisingly. Commander's Standard and the Unalloyed Gold Needle. A beaten red battle standard is furled around this time-worn halberd. Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle, the sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride. Unalloyed Gold Needle. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold snapped in half. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods, it is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Sage Gowry has designs for this needle. Why is this girl helping you fight the commander? All we know is she looks like the girl who invaded us. She's got red hair, and she is someone's adopted daughter. Well, this is definitely something that we can't be sure of. So, you know, this is because we have knowledge. But Sage Gowry wanted us to do this. So potentially this is someone who has the same plan or same wants as Sage Gowry. Sacred Ring of Light. Skill used by the commanders of the Cleanrot Knights. Gather a sacred ring of light in the armament, then fire it forwards. Interesting. Commander O'Neill couldn't be bothered to participate in the Radon Festival. I mean, okay, the Radon Festival is for killing Radon, but which would be something that Commander O'Neill would be into, but it also is what Radon wanted, which might be something that he's not into. Either way, he's basically the type of guy who sits in the last place he fought and he protects the Broken Needle, which is a relic of his fled lord, and I think that that's like the most significant part of it. He doesn't want to leave. O'Neill was Melania's soldier, so he doesn't leave his post, which is very interesting. Hey, Oro, thanks so much for 56 months. Take my Twitch bucks. Absolutely. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. Hope you're well. We're doing some serious lore. Only civilians who believe the heroic propaganda about Radon participated. True, but many people couldn't fight him. But yeah, no, O'Neill wouldn't have been involved with that anyway, because he wouldn't care what Radon wanted. Serpent Arrow. Arrow carved to resemble a flying snake, used in tandem with the serpent bow. Loyal minions of the formless serpents, their fangs are daubed with deadly poison. This is so confusing because the formless serpents are the assassins. So it's like... Also, sacramental bud, sorry. Oh, this is so huge, sorry. When we fought Millicent, the invader, we got a gold rune 3, 5, and 10. But we also got 5 sacramental buds. This is very important. I was just also fighting a Cleanrot Knight at the time, so I couldn't talk about it. An immature bud containing fresh blood, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful, sacramental blood. Now, the reason this is significant, and we'll talk about this more, but there are 5 sisters, and this is a hint to that. Hey, enjoy your first playthrough. Please be careful though. I wouldn't want to spoil anything for you on your first playthrough because the first playthrough is sacred. Redmane soldiers clearly wanted nothing to do with the Radon Festival. I wouldn't say that. Okay. Listen, I'm all about telling the truth about Radon. But I think this is one thing that we shouldn't assume from his soldiers not being a part of the fight. The Redmane knights and soldiers are still fulfilling their purpose. They are still fighting against the rot. They're trying to protect Caelid as best they can. They haven't abandoned their posts. They only leave Redmane Castle when Jaren is there to start the festival. Because their purpose is not to take part in the festival. They are there to help protect the land. They're fulfilling what their last orders were. Also, Jaren is definitely one of the higher ranking commanders in the army because he was like Radon's right-hand man, very trusted by Radon. There's 2 NPCs that we know of who are very trusted. One of them is Jaren, one of them is Freya. Freya's in the DLC, so we don't have her here. But his soldiers are just doing what they were told, which is fulfilling their last goal. I wouldn't read into that personally. Radon definitely inspired quite a bit of loyalty in his soldiers because look, even when this place is long lost, their lord is long lost, everything is rotted, they're still doing their best to fight the rot. I think that's very telling. So there I will disagree with you. He definitely inspired loyalty in his men. Which lore through is this now? I don't know. I don't really count. Yeah, if they just left Caelid, then for sure. But no. His men were loyal to him. The Clean Rot Knights were very loyal to Melania. All of the soldiers were generally very loyal to their lord. All of them agreed with their lord. Except for, and this is pretty interesting, I would say Godric's. Godric's were exiles. They didn't really have anywhere else to go. So Godric took people with nowhere else to go because he was a man who had nowhere else to go. So he kind of collected the dregs of everyone else. Nonetheless, also, Gostock is important enough that when he calls out to open the gates, the soldiers listen, right? So Gostock is about the closest we get to the highest ranking in Godric's army. Really, he's the closest that we get to someone like Jaren. And he is a sneaky snake who tricks you so that he can steal your runes when you die. And the moment he gets the chance, stomps on Godric's head and talks shit. We learn a lot about Godric by the people who serve him, and that is the type of loyalty he receives compared with Jaren. Compare with Finlay, right? So, no, listen, Radon inspired his men, for sure. Loyalty, or were they afraid of him? Loyalty. Definitely loyalty. Godric soldiers were probably afraid of him. But the thing is, we know that Radon lost... Well, he didn't lose here. He sort of did, he sort of didn't. He is consumed by the rot, and yet his soldiers stay. They are not scared of him, because if they were scared of him, the moment that he lost his mind, they would leave their post. That's not what happened. They believed in him. They were loyal to him. The only one whose people turn on him is Godric, and that's very notable. No one really likes him.
Oh, you found the unalloyed gold needle. As promised, I've detailed the secret of Celia right here. Go on. It's yours.
Celia's secret.
Now let me have a look at the needle. Well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life. Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
So, whoever made that needle is a meticulous and bold craftsman who understands the essence of life. I love that line. It gives us some serious insight into Miquella, and is the basis for a ton of theories that I think are pretty confirmed. Miquella is a craftsman. He made the needle, the unalloyed gold needle, thus linking it to him for sure. And we'll get more evidence that it was him who built it. We haven't gotten like verbal confirmation, but yeah. And this is and I already talked about how there's signs, really early ones and subtle ones and vague ones, that Marika was also a craftswoman who she created things. Like for example, the Marika's Mischief. Or the Mimic Veil. It's called that for a reason, right? This is the type of thing you would probably need a lot of dexterity and talent to create, because it's something that turns you into something else. And it's very smart. Because it only turns you into objects from the area that it's in. So it's an adaptive tool. It's not just you turn into a barrel. Also, Celia's secret. A piece of paper given by Sage Gowry. Note given by Sage Gowry detailing the secret he promised. The town of Celia hides the source. Light 3 flames atop the candle towers to break the seal. Always assumed the nickname implied it was created by Marika? I agree. I think it's a very safe assumption. But the point is, a lot of people are not... I don't want to dive deep into the theory yet, but I mentioned that there's signs that Marika created things, and we know that Mikola did too, which is very interesting. Just put it on my bar because I really like it. A pile of rotted flesh with mushrooms. You only become this in Caelid. It's a very, very interesting tool and very advanced. Like, every FromSoft game has one of these, so it's one of those, they put it in a different form. But I think it's very important that the significance of this one is that they gave it the credit to it to Marika. It's a veil created by Marika. Yeah.
Can you give me some time with this? As well made as it is, it won't be much use snapped in half, will it?
You have to remember that Radon, first and foremost, was a warrior, right? He believed probably very similar things to what what do you call it? Godfrey believed, because he modeled himself after Godfrey. Right? So yeah, I agree. He fought in wars, he got his people killed, right? Especially, we'll talk about this more later once we get into like the details of that fight. But he believes in fighting for fighting's sake. So if you are someone who believes in him, you will never turn down a fight because you are similar to him. You think that, like Godfrey, if you fight someone and you defeat them, you prove that you are right. Combat is the best way to show strength. So listen, I'm not the biggest fan of that type of thing. Like, I'm a peace gamer, so like I don't love war for war's sake. I sure don't. But from Radon's perspective, there's honor in it. And for his soldiers' sake, there's also honor in it, and they believed. So, like, look at Freya, right? I know I said I wouldn't talk about her yet, but he found her in a Colosseum, and she was a fighter in the Colosseum, and he was so inspired by, or she was so inspired by him that she became his loyal knight. Jaren was a witch hunter who worked for the Carian family, but was so taken with Radon that decided to serve him specifically and exclusively, right? Like, he attracts people to his goal. A lot of characters, a lot of these demigods, people were interested and agreed with what they had to say. But yeah, I don't love the idea of someone born in peacetime craving war and violence. I don't love that either. Volinor was founded on waging war against every other culture and lands between and glorifying it, so it tracks. Yes and no. This is going to be a hot take. No, I can't talk about this yet. No, we can't talk about this yet. I'm just trying to say, don't fully demonize Radon. As much as I think he deserves more criticism, because like, oh, he likes his horse. But like, nah, dude, he inspired a real loyalty. His people agreed with him. I think, like, I don't want to go too far there. But like I said, we're in his territory, but we haven't met him yet. We haven't even met the characters I'm talking about, so we'll get into all of this. Also, as for the purpose of the Golden Order, it wasn't just waging war for war's sake, as much as it appears that way. We have to remember, I mentioned this earlier in brief, but this idea of like every other, if any other studio made an RPG, we would start when the Shattering War happened, right? This is so far after that. The world is stagnant. FromSoft does that. But there's also something to be said about another whole ass game could occur way back in the time when the Age of the Erdtree was just beginning. Or not even beginning, when they were fighting for the right to exist. Because that's what the war was at the start. We have to remember that we're dealing with eons of time here. Right? We're dealing with, there was once a kingdom of the Hornsent, and then that kingdom fell. And then a kingdom of the Erdtree fell, and then that kingdom fell. And this is it now, 1,000 years later, approximate. We don't have a real timeline, right? So think about that. How many games could you put? You can put a game in the shaman village with Marika. You start off with an invading army comes and kidnaps your family, and you have to get them back. That could be a whole game, but it's not. It's a story. It's a memory. We could have a story of the Hornsent fighting someone else against the giants, because they also fought against the giants. All of these could be games, all with their own perspectives. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because the POV changes so much depending on where you start. At one point, the Erdtree was not a mighty force. They were not a kingdom. They were a small group of people fighting for their lives. They were the underdog, fighting against a culture that wanted to see them raised from the earth. But the difference is that they won. So now we see them as this force of great violence. Do you know what I mean? Oppressing all the other societies around them and killing all of them. They weren't always like that. And that's the beauty of this game, is these stories can be told from so many different perspectives. So never forget that. Always hold that in mind when we're talking about these stories. Is, yes, they decimated everyone else around them, but those people all wanted them dead. And they never would have stopped. In fact, they never did stop. And that's sort of the thing. If someone comes to your home and says, I want to kill you and everyone you love, like, what are you going to do? Just go, I'm a pacifist. Or do you fight to protect the people that you love? Because that's really all this is a story that started like that. And it's heartbreaking. No one comes out of this story with their hands clean, but that's the beauty of it. And that's why we're still here. 4 years after Elden Ring came out, still talking about it and still hunting for things in this game. Try to keep that in mind as we play, because this is supposed to be renewal, and it is awesome. I've already found things that I forgot or didn't think about with it in a new light. It's amazing. It's incredible. Anyway, you need some time.
I have awaited your return.
Oh wait, no, we already left.
The needle is repaired. Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent?
Millicent?
I will reward you in kind.
Oh. That's so interesting.
Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Celia, the town
She's the girl who
yonder,
invaded us.
tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed. The poor girl, she never wished for any of this.
That is very sad. So the needle is fixed. An intricately crafted needle of unalloyed gold. Once snapped in half, it has been repaired by Sage Gowry. A ritual implement crafted to ward away the meddling of outer gods. It is thought capable of forestalling the incurable rotting sickness. Now all you need do is deliver the needle to Millicent, convalescing in the church atop the cliff, just beyond Celia. Oh my god, I certainly wouldn't argue all of them were enemies. Ancestor spirits, nomads. Yeah, they're a little bit of an exception to the rule. Yeah. People talk as if there's going to be an Elden Ring 2. I know. I don't think there's going to be one. Also, one of the things that separates Godfrey from Radahn, he was a guy who loved war during a time of war. Yeah, but less that and more he's a product of where he grew up, right? I'm not going to moralize on violence with Godfrey when he grew up in a place where there were not enough reasons. Well, okay, presumably. He comes from the Badlands. We don't know the details, but presumably this is a place of... there isn't enough to go around. So he grew up in a place where you have to fight for the simple right to continue to survive, and he thrived there, he succeeded, and he became the chieftain, right? That is very different from growing up in a time of peace and craving war, right? But we'll talk about this. Godfrey is a very fascinating topic. All these characters are fascinating topics. We're just too early in the game to get into it. Consider this like a little sampler plate of stuff that we will be getting into. Always working on games though? Yeah, but they don't like sequels. I really don't know. They made sequels, but that was pressure from Bandai Namco. We kind of have the background on that. They made Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3 despite not really wanting to. And when FromSoft is left to their own devices, they make the games that they want to make. They don't make sequels. They make Bloodborne, they make Sekiro, they make Night Rain and Dustbloods. And even Night Rain was kind of an oddity because it's an expansion of Elden Ring with new themes, but it's also a completely different genre. It's so experimental and has a new director. A man doing his directorial debut, but he's worked on the team since Dark Souls 1, so he's like a veteran. So anyway, the point is, it's like super cool that he got his shot, but Night Rain itself was very much just meant to be like offshoot, right? Not a sequel, but it's still really cool. And when they do that, they really do their best work. So I don't really know, like, yeah, sure, they could make a sequel, but will they, based on their nature? Probably not. Also, Armored Core, that definitely counts as sequels, but I think it's rather interesting that Miyazaki doesn't direct those anymore. So, but yeah, it's true. He doesn't really do sequels very much. FromSoft makes the best games. It's because they're allowed to do whatever they want. Like, she literally, not she, sorry, they get to do whatever they want. And I love that. They have the ability to do that. Marga's story is so familiar. Yeah, man, that's very real. I think that that's why these games, this game especially, like the stories, I definitely... Everyone has their niche with lore. I definitely think I like to focus on the psychology. Like, it's simple. I'm not like trained or anything, but just simply like when someone experiences this is how they develop, sort of thing, right? And the people, and a really human focus, because even though they're all gods and this, they're really just people. This is really just about a family, a damaged family. And everything else is just background noise in the end. Okay, so we have to get through Celia. Try the needle again on Melania to try and cure her. Oh, I forgot to mention something. The needle has been changed. Do you see that redness within it? The one who fixed it, we don't really know much about Sage Gowry, but I think we can agree that he's suspicious. I don't trust him. I don't like him. He's not asking us to do anything bad, but nonetheless, his intent and his purposes are suspect. Just cure a girl. I want to help her. She has a wretched fate indeed. He's done something to this needle. Now, it needed to be fixed. But that bead of crimson in the center that sealed it, I don't trust it. But it's all we can do. I think it's worth noting as well that Millicent invaded us, but someone who looks just like her helped us get the needle. Never thought it would correlate to reality that well. That's the thing. So, as an example of something, Dark Souls 1 has, gosh, it's been so long since I've done this, I don't even remember where to go. Dark Souls 1 has 3 children. There's more than 3, but let's just talk about the main 3 of Gwyn. And all of them have a different response to how Gwyn treats them. So Gwyn is very much a narcissist, both in like listen, I'm not a clinician, but like I'm sure he would be fucking diagnosable. But at the very least, he has the personality traits of someone who's highly narcissistic. He is the ruler. He names all of his children after himself. Gwendolyn, Guinevere, and he treats all of his children accordingly in relation to like how they fit in with what he needs from his children. So for example, Guinevere, she is the goddess of sunlight, she is gentle, she is healing. He approves of her because she fits what she is meant to do. And thus, as far as we can tell, she never suffers any ill effects necessarily of his parenting. But there's probably the knowledge that he would turn on her if she didn't fit the mold because she has a brother, Gwendolyn, who was born wrong. His legs are snakes and he is unsightly to behold, so he's hidden away. On top of that, he was born with moon powers, and moon powers are associated with women, so Gwyn decides to raise Gwendolyn as a daughter, dresses him in feminine clothing. The reason this is significant is that Gwendolyn does not choose this. Gwendolyn himself uses male pronouns to refer to himself, but he continues to dress the way his father, made him, because he is the child who is desperate for daddy's approval. And this often happens with abusive families, where there is one child who will do anything for approval and tries to be the child they were meant to be and tries to be perfect, but will never meet because Gwyn will never approve. And then we have the child who leaves because they know that their dad won't change, so they disagree with him fundamentally and leave. That would be the firstborn of Gwyn. It literally actually tracks with how abuse happens in families. Like, it makes real sense. We can see real examples of this. Damn it, Torrent. And this was in 2011. Also, I think that, and his dad erased him from history for leaving the family and pretends he doesn't exist. To the point that we don't even know his name. I think his name was Gwyn Jr., though. I think that's part of why his name was erased, is because he literally was named Gwyn, and Gwyn could not handle someone with his name betraying him that way and not following in his footsteps and obeying his every whim. That's a different game, but I think I like that example to show that FromSoft has always kind of been like this, you know? He invented psychology. No, he used it. Thought his name was Faram. That's Dark Souls 2, which in canon, the lore of Dark Souls 2 is that it's been so long since Dark Souls 1 that no one knows their name anymore. No god shares the same name. And a lot of figures that are considered deities in Dark Souls 2 are just legendary figures from Dark Souls 1. There's lots of hints of this. It's very interesting. It's most likely the same guy, but he lost his name. So perhaps he didn't really care what he was called. That's my headcanon anyway. Some people think his name was actually Faram. Personally, I read it as that was just his, like, response. He's like, because he didn't want daddy's approval. He's like, okay, bro, my dad sucks. If he wants to take my name, then he'll take my name. You can call me whatever you want. That's my personal interpretation, because I think that fits both with the firstborn's character and also with the lore of Dark Souls 2. Although, like I said, some people think his name was just From. That makes sense too, but like, it sure, maybe Gwynom? Okay. Acquiring the light of the first flame made him an asshole, or if he just chose to be a piece of shit leaning toward the latter. I definitely think it was his choice. There is sort of a history with the leaders from Souls games kind of being conquerors who destroy what was there before them by choice, which makes Marika quite an exception in that regard as well. It's very interesting to compare the leaders. So I will be talking about Dark Souls 1 and 2 during this lore run. Now we can access Millicent. Gowry's a good guide for a quest, but he's also very suspicious because he wants you to cure Millicent, and to cure Millicent, you need to open the gates, but he doesn't tell you how to open the gates until after you've gotten the needle. So it's like, hey, can you do me a favor? I'll do you a favor after. Oh, you've done me a favor? Thank you, I'll do you a favor. But, you know, it's also a favor for me. Sneaky. Clever. Church of the Plague. Alright, I'll be right back, gamers. Just gonna use the restroom. 1 minute. Is Millicent Melania's daughter? That is a very interesting question. Yes and no. We will get to the truth of the tale. And it is very interesting. Wait a second. Okay, no, there's 6. I was like, is there 5 sacramental buds here? Nope, there is 6. Wait, music is so good. It's Blues in the Velvet Room from Persona 3. One of my favorites.
Who's there? Well, it matters not. If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot. It is a curse. Not to be meddled with by man.
That's a very interesting phrase. She tells you to leave. So this is the girl that invaded us, Millicent. But first of all, she used a Shamshir, which is a very interesting weapon, and I will pick that up because there's really cool lore in it, but I don't have it right now, and right now we'll focus on this. But she had both arms. here she is missing one. And yeah, she's in a lot of pain. All she does is moan in pain. When you talk to her, she still tells you to leave. But yeah, a curse not to be meddled with by man is very interesting.
If you are wise, you will leave immediately. My flesh writhes with scarlet rot.
Give an unalloyed gold needle.
You ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the scarlet rot. But how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment?
He does this.
Well, that was easier than expected. But why do I feel so...
Eepy sweepy. She stabs it into her heart. Also, needle. Needles are very interesting. They are for two things: sewing and healing. Like, well, okay, sewing is also a form of healing. You use a needle to sew stitches and stuff. But needles, of course, can have something within them that, like literal, like an injection. So this one's multifold. It does both. It's very interesting. There's an association of Mikola with spinning, and I noticed it earlier. They didn't really do much with it in the DLC, but whatever. Still think it would have been cooler. And look at her. She pulled her hair back. She's feeling better. Millie! Hello.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. Everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now,
the rot causes
though I can
nightmares.
scarcely believe it myself. I can move as I please. Not that I could ever truly repay you, but I would like you to have this, by way of thanks. A token though it is.
Prosthesis wearer heirloom. So, Millicent is a very interesting character with a fantastic quest. And I'm going to say it right now, her journey is meant to evoke Melania's. I'm going to tell you the big picture, and then we'll explore why that's true as we play. She is and isn't Marika's daughter. Now, how does that make sense? Well, Melania's daughter. Melania, did not get pregnant and birth her in the traditional sense. She is a product of Melania's blooming. Now, oh my god, the fact that they're plant people. We'll get to the plant people. Oh my god, I want to talk about 500 billion things. Not right now. Okay, I'm getting frenzied. Millicent's journey is meant to evoke Melania's, where we learn about Melania as we journey with her. There is cut content that the whole twist was supposed to be that Millicent actually is Melania, but she's lost her memory and you help her along. They changed that. It's cut. However, the core, I think, remains the same. We're supposed to learn about Melania as we play her quest, as we help her along her journey. Now, in Dark Souls, this is in Dark Souls 2, there are 4 daughters of Manus that they're referred to as daughters, but they are not daughters at all. They are, well, they are, but they aren't. They are actually fragments of him. He is one being who has been split into 4, and each of his daughters represents a facet of not just Manus, but humanity in general, because Manus is meant to represent the very essence of humanity. So, what this means is that daughters in FromSoft can also sometimes mean aspects of another character, and that I argue, is what Millicent and her sisters are. Millicent represents a specific aspect of Melania, specifically her pride, but also her sense of self, who she is when she fights against the rot, which she is born with and cannot control. It's also very powerful in this journey of like a character who is born very ill by no fault of their own and dealing with like a body altering illness from youth. Like there's a lot in it. It's very interesting. And yeah, Millicent has a ridiculously cool quest. The content version of Millicent sounds so much cooler. I disagree. I think, hey, you met this person and they turn out to be a boss. I think that's way less interesting than meeting a character who is her own person and gets to have a different journey while also teaching us about a different character. I think this is also similarly done with Roderica. I believe that Roderica represents Marika. Sort of like a similar idea here where her journey teaches us about a different character, which is why I'm bringing this up now. But yeah, here we go. Millicent. Fantastic quest. Love her.
I'm considering leaving. On a journey. With the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
So, there's also the aspect of the needle. We know it was made by Miquella, and we know that Miquella has the ability to, like, control people, right? So, you could argue that Miquella, or Millicent, is now being mind-controlled. She is charmed by Miquella. Personally, I disagree, and I also don't think there's much evidence for that being present here. What I see is a girl who is basically bedridden, in too much pain to function or live her life, who suddenly gets a chance to do that. She isn't sick anymore. She can move. She's so happy to even stand and move. She has a new lease on life, and she does what she's always wanted to do, whatever has called her, and she wants to go do it. She's adventurous and bold, but she hasn't had a chance to show that, because when you're sick, like really sick, like she is, all you can be oftentimes is the sickness. It takes over who you are as a person. The fact that this happens to be a sickness that has a sentience only adds to it. So, in other words, what I mean by that is if Millicent isn't controlled by the needle, then I don't think Melania was controlled by the needle. However, that doesn't mean Melania wasn't controlled, but still, it's significant. And she's gone. Well, let's go tell Gowry. Commander O'Neill holding the needle hoping to heal Melania. No, I think it's more likely that he held on to it because it was like a relic of his lord and he thought that he should. So he stayed in the place where she left and continued to sort of fight there. And protect it. It is a very important relic. He's not here.
Oh, hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit. Hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps, before my departure, I needed someone to say farewell to. Well, never mind that. I must focus on my journey. For which I have you to thank. I must stay strong. Well, I must focus. I must...
And there she goes. She will be gone. Yeah, you can't really talk to bosses most of the time. You're there to fight, baby. Helping her fight her sisters, thought that was in the rot area. You are right, yeah. Millicent also only appears in the rot sections? I mean, she appears in Altus. So, no, In terms of appearing? No, she appears in Altus. She appears in another spot in Altus. She appears in the mountaintop of the giants. And then she appears in the Halic tree.
Thank you kindly for giving the needle to Millicent. Now she too can begin her journey. And stare her fate straight in the eye. You've been a saint through and through. As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Descendants of the Eternal? The Eternal Cities? Well, that's lore. Glintstone Stars. Night Shard. Not new lore. Celians were assassins. It said they often hunted their fellows. It's a really good spell, though. Night Maiden's Mist. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, releases a life-sapping silver mist before the caster, dealing damage to all caught within, including the caster. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maidens of that place. Well, isn't that interesting? Millicent paid a visit.
Oh, you noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
Interesting point of view. I forgot to read the prosthesis wearer heirloom. A talisman engraved with a scene from a heroic tale raises dexterity. Though born into the accursed rot, when the young girl encountered her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. It's Melania meeting her mentor. It's definitely an artistic rendition because we get a hint as to what sword her mentor, Melania's mentor, used, and it was not like that. It was the Shamshir. And there's tons of evidence for this, but I don't have it right now. We will get it. Wings of unparalleled strength.
Please make certain that little Millicent goes unharmed. Like her mother, she has the stuff to be a great warrior, but commands only one arm and is yet preciously young.
I'm also very troubled by the fact that he said she too. Remember how he talks about waiting, and he's very patient and he's waited a long time and he can wait some more? And I think there may have been others that he sent on a similar journey. At least one that we know of. Okay. That's it for this. There's something I want to do. But... no, we'll wait. He is a bit of a secret, and he's very interesting, but I don't want to do it now. I want to do it at a better lore time. You have to continue, and then there's another path through here that leads to Fort Ferrith, which is my usual path on the first playthrough. Okay. Let's go back to the round table hold. It's been a while. Is the dog outside conscious? Yes. It will attack you if you get too close to it.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need?
Okay, nothing new.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
Yes.
Now, come closer.
I forgot to go consult her after we gave the black knife print to Roger, but I was wondering if she has anything to say about it, so let's find out. You like Elden Ring more than Dark Souls? No. I like both a lot, though.
You are so very warm.
About Roger.
I heard that you lent a hand to dear Roger. He seemed positively elated. He must be possessed of great mental fortitude. It anchors his will and sustains him, despite his grievous wounds. You truly are a champion to dear Roger, and myself too.
A sacrificial twig. That is so
And good day
interesting.
to you, my dear.
Truth is, I love all the games. Like, I definitely have ones I prefer more than the others, but I love all of them. If I didn't love them, I wouldn't play them this much and get this deep into them and the stories. I adore all the characters. Even the ones, like, I prefer this character to another, but who cares? Because in the end, this character is better for having interacted with this other character. You need all these different stories, all these different perspectives is what brings a story to life. If everyone is like, hello, I am this character, I think we should do this, and everyone goes, I agree, there's no fucking story there. I love it the way that it is. Yeah, even Dung Eater. You need a good villain. Sometimes you just need a fucking asshole that you just want to kick in the face. That serves a very great story role as well. Believed to be a twig pruned from the Erd tree long, long ago. A very interesting item to be given to us. Okay. I'm glad we got that. I almost forgot. D, anything?
Ah, hello there. What can I do for you?
He has some excess runes. Let's buy some spells. Although I also can level up, so I think I will do that.
Ah, you appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
Yes.
There's something I should mention to you as well. I'm thinking of leaving the Round Table Hold. Do you know of the noble Gold Mask? Though he was but a tarnished, living outside the lands between, he was a great scholar who foresaw the coming guidance of grace. And now, I hear he has come to the lands between alone to contemplate the Golden Order. I wish nothing more than to seek his instruction, and perhaps even help him in his research.
Buy the expensive spells first.
May the Golden Order shine through you. Further study of incantations, is it? I can happily spare the time and applaud your enthusiasm. May the Golden Order shine through you.
Ah, hello there.
Okay. All right, gamers. I'm gonna call it here for tonight, and for now. We'll continue on the weekend. More lore. Making good progress in Liurnia and Caelid. I think we're near done Liurnia, not fully. There's still like this area, of course. But I'm not doing this until we start heading toward Altus properly. We also have to finish Caria Manor. That'll be next. And Caelid. We've delved a little in, but now we're really getting to the meat of it. So we'll head to the Bestial Sanctum. We've been there, but properly interact with Garank. Probably feed him some more Death Blight, Death Root. And head toward Radahn. Night Rain enjoyers in shambles. Don't worry, we'll be playing Night Rain too. I'm gonna set aside at least probably like one day a week to play some Night Rain. Because there's also stuff to talk about in Night Rain, and I'm working on collecting the footage of the remembrances. Not remembrances, sorry. What are they called in Night Rain? The memory thingies? I can't remember what they're called, like the journals. Anyway, I'm trying to get the footage of those, and I might actually play the footage on stream so we could talk about some of the interesting lore in Night Rain at some point as well, because there is cool stuff we can grab in Night Rain. Crystalla, yeah, unfortunately Crystalla got interrupted by Saros, and I really wanted to start the lore run because I'm so eager. I want to start working on some lore videos properly. And I need to do this playthrough, and I've been saying I was going to do it for months, so unfortunately Crystalla kind of got pushed aside. But I might continue it because I was really enjoying that game. The memory fragments, yeah. I'm blanking on what they call it. Whatever. I want to do those in Night Rain, and yeah, they're very neat. All is really bugged. It's an indie game. It's really clean though. Like, it has some roughness around the edges, but I find roughness around the edges very charming. It's like a handmade item. If you look at how a handmade item was made, you can see little errors in how it was like sewn and stuff. But I find that to be way charming than something that's perfect that was made in a factory. Aren't they just called remembrances? Maybe they are, and I'm like gaslighting myself. Anyway, long story short, thank you so much for celebrating the Partnerversary with me today. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. I'm not gonna make the noise, but it was very fun. I hope you enjoyed the lore. I'm really enjoying this playthrough. I'm getting a lot out of it, and I hope you guys are too. I'm getting a lot of, like, I'm like thriving when people are like, wow, this is such a cool run. I love doing this. I'm so glad, because this is something I love to do. You can really only do this live, if you ask me. It's so much more fun. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Thank you, Master MPS. We'll be back on the weekend. Make sure not to miss a stream. If you like the content, make sure to hit that like button. It helps YouTube see that people are liking it, and helps to support the stream so we can get more lore lovers in here. Also, make sure to subscribe to the channel /follow so you don't miss the next stream. No like button on Twitch. I guess you'll just have to post a lot of hearts in the chat. Take it easy, everybody. Appreciate you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. See you next time. Bye, everybody. Peace.